Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. Welcome on in this Sunday. Hope you guys are feeling good. We got Super Bowl Sunday en route. Sadly, our Seahawks aren't the one playing for the big prize, but we get to watch the game nonetheless, and two really good to great teams getting to go at it. Should be, I think, a pretty close-fought game overall. I don't think that there's going to be a clear runaway team here in this. And I think we also, when watching these kind of games, are served to be able to benefit from looking at how these teams got here. What was the pathway they took? What was the route? Was there something that they did that we could, duplicate, repeat, copy? Is there some kind of a, philosophy involved here that's the, maybe a way to lean into versus maybe a way that we don't go in other directions of things? So we'll be doing some play-by-play a little bit for you guys. We'll be talking a little bit of Seahawks today, but also a little bit as if you want to look at what a sort of theme is from this particular show and what we're going to be looking at it through that lens of, it will be how are these teams doing it? Obviously, Kansas City, I know there are many of you go, well, yeah, just get Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. That's all we got to, just got to copy that. No problem. I get it. That's not necessarily something that's going to be easy for us to go and find ourselves. But how they do other parts of their business, how they build their team in other ways, I think there's certainly some insights to be gleaned off both of these teams. And certainly Howie Roseman with the Eagles has done a fantastic job. They just got to the Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl against the Patriots a couple of years ago with Nick Foles at quarterback. They've moved on from coach, moved on from quarterback, and now they're back in the Super Bowl not a couple of years later, and really because of the fact that they made some very smart decisions with how they spent their money and also how they've drafted, how they've team builded. There's been a variety of things they've done right. It's not just been one magical item for the Eagles that's brought them back here to the Super Bowl, but I'm looking forward to this matchup. How is Mahomes' ankle going to hold up with that Eagles line that can get after the quarterback like nobody else? How can Hurts and the Chiefs, can they force Hurts to throw, or are they going to let him get off the hook a little bit like the Niners had to with the 5 yards an attempt, where he's not having to push the ball up the football field? Be very interesting to see, I think, in this particular game. We're just about to get started, so I don't have an expansive amount of thoughts here to open up the show. It's just going to be a lot of interaction here with you guys during the stream today. Probably not going to do the 5-6 hours we did last night. I'm feeling that a little bit today, but we will definitely try to go for at least through the game and maybe a little bit after that. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Chuck Seeger, let's go. G Walker made a new YouTube account for the TV free trial. Have your stream open on my own browser with my main YouTube and the Super Bowl playing on another browser. Laughing out loud. Hey, that's just the way I want you to have it set up, Walker. I'll be providing some scintillating play-by-play. I promise you on that. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. Robbie Red, Seahawks in the bowl next year. I hope so, Robbie. I hope so. I can certainly, in this day and age, with the way teams go up and down and finishing as we did this last season and getting into the playoffs in a rebuild year, this is a part of it does go, okay, look, we get the $44 million of dead money back. We get the 9 picks in this draft, 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, top 5 pick overall, some money to spend in free agency. You do wonder. You do wonder. Megan Gockroger, it's good to see you in the chat. It says, happy Super Bowl Sunday to all, 12s and B. I'm wearing my Juju Smith-Schuster Trojan jersey and have the Chiefs winning 36-30, but will not be upset if the Eagles win. Yeah, I as well am going to have to pick the Chiefs in this one. I think that sounds about right as far as the score you provided, too. I'd probably go with something close to that as well. Tobias Larson, what's up? How you doing, brother? Says, let's go. Next year, this is us. That's right, man. I like the confidence coming in the chat here already on next year. You guys are going to get me dreaming big here early on today. Goodness. Okay. Megan, hoping to hear some Cosell today, 2B. For sure, Megan. We'll do some play-by-play with Cosell on a few of these plays. We'll see what the chat thinks about it. I'll do a couple of Cosell-isms if I can pull it off. But yeah, I'll sneak a couple in there. Flag Sabbath, Stapleton's got some pipes. He does. That's the one cool thing that would be great to have if you could just call upon it. That'd be just a cool, showstopper at any point in time. Like, oh, you can sing? I mean, I can sing a little bit if you want me to sing, but I mean, I don't know if you guys want. Yeah, you just try. You'll lay down low, you just get that, deep, resonating voice. That's, it's definitely, it helps. That'd be nice to have something like that. But yeah, he's got some pipes on him. He does. Nicholas Newton says, I hope Kermit the Frog throws 4 INTs. I was listening to it last night on a podcast. Somebody was mentioning about the fact that he's had seven of his 8 quarters in the Super Bowl have not been necessarily well-played quarters. And we'll see if that jumps out a little bit in this particular game too as well. If I can bring this up without bringing it in the shot here. We'll see how that factors in. And this Eagles defense is going to put him under duress. They're not going to give him the time to sit back there and regardless of where his injury situation is, he's going to have to be very precise in his decision-making in this game and probably leaning a little bit more in towards the short passing attack more than he normally maybe likes to do so. Gaming Taco, what's up, man? Go Hawks. Sean Lee, another Transformers movie I see. Boy, they're just vomiting some of these franchises out, aren't they? Just, ugh. Have another one. Have another one. Have another one. Last one sucked, though. We don't want another one. No, here's another one. No, now we really don't want another one. They're like, you're too deep far. You've overstayed your welcome by a couple weeks. But here's another one. Like, no more. No more sequels. Let it breathe for a while, you know? Like the wine bottle you open. Like, let those franchises have a moment where it's like, you've done 4 reboots in 7 years. Give it a second. Just one little beat, you know? No, franchise must be hammered. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation starting us off right in the house. How you doing tonight, Cheese? He says, ayo, let's all watch the one last game for the season. Bird solidarity. Caw-caw, caw-caw. I'm with it, man. Bird solidarity tonight, folks. We all fly as one of the same feather. We flock together. We are the Eagles tonight. We were a sea lion at one point this season. Now we need to be a EGOC. David M says, Sean Payton talking to Rex Ryan. Maybe decide doesn't go there after all. Oh, Lord. Oh, Sean. How bad would Rex Ryan destroy that how long would it take Rex Ryan to destroy that defense? Well-oiled machine of a defense, and in comes Rex Ryan to throw a big fat monkey wrench right into the center of it. Not that Rex couldn't maybe put a defense together, but inheriting somebody else's defense that runs a certain way, and then him wanting to come and run it his way, which is going to be blitz heavy stuff. I mean, that's not a great initial look by Sean Payton if he's looking to jump off of the Fangio defense that fast. And he did, I think, have his brother on his defensive roster at the Saints at one point. So might not just be smoke. MJ Seahawk, SBS with the SBS Super Bowl with the Nest. That's right, man. Glad I got you guys in the house. Let's go. We're going to enjoy this one. Michael YT, I want the Eagles to win because it's just going to make the Niners even more salty like they've been the last 2 weeks. Oh, they have been salty. Players included on that. Hearing them talk about, well, we didn't have a chance. Well, once our guy went out, just what are you going to do? Well, yeah, that's tough. It's tough. But doesn't change the fact you ain't winning again this year. Sorry. You missed. You missed. You had your chance and you blew it. Megan B, sing the anthem next year. We have enough of your pipes on the stream to make that happen. I'll try a couple of songs, but I don't know. That one's a challenge there, Megan. That is a challenge. Looks like the Chiefs have won the... Boy, they're being very careful with the coin. That coin is getting bigger and bigger. That thing's going to be a hamburger here within about 10 years. They put it in the lady's hand, and it was like somebody put a plate on her thumb. All right, it's on, boys and girls. It's on, Chiefs. Chiefs are going to be up on this. And Chaco, thank you for the $5 dono, brother. Nicholas says, I want the Eagles to win because I'm sick of Casey and Kermit the Frog. Yeah, me too. Me as well. I'll try that maybe. If we get in the Super Bowl, Megan, I will sing it. If we get in the Super Bowl, I will sing the national anthem next year in the Super Bowl. But all of that must happen. Not partially. I'm Power Code. Ayo, Brandon. Love you, B. Hey, love right back, brother. Let's enjoy this last game of football. The next 6 months are going to be a grind. Appreciate your coverage this season. Keep at it, brother. The sky's the limit. Hey, sky is the limit. I've had, as I've been saying throughout the year on this Empower Code, I've had as great a time as ever right now doing this channel, and not just because of the growth, but because the interactions have been so much fun. You know, we got to get into it last night, and the stream got deep on the Geno stuff. And, you know, I like that we don't have to just turn away from that and be like, you know, it's a hard conversation. We got to talk about it. It needs to be discussed. And it is really fun for me. Even when I get passionate, even if I seem to be sometimes a little perturbed at the conversation, if I can't convert somebody to my side of it, I still do love having those interactions and being able to kind of unpack this stuff in such a thorough manner. And that's kind of what we do here at this channel. It's kind of our thing, man. But yeah, the last game of the year, got to savor it, right? That last bite of steak, you getting that last bite. Okay, here it comes. Oh boy, I'm not going to chew fast. We're not chewing fast on this one. I've almost swallowed this whole thing down prior to this bite. Now we got to just, you may even do that little sound with the teeth on the fork, the little shing, like you're unsheathing a sword. That's what we're going to do today. Enjoy this last game. Just watch it. Get to watch some really, hopefully, high-level football. There have been some blowouts in Super Bowl history, so it can definitely go that way. But let's just hope we can get that. All right, they're already resorting to the cats playing piano on the commercials here. Okay, lowest common denominator on the commercials to begin things here. It's good to see. So one bad part is I'm not going to get to hear the commercials in the background on this because I got to keep the thing silent. Sean Lee says, let's not forget we got the Sea Dragons coming. We do have the Sea Dragons coming. Maybe at some point I'll have to do a Sea Dragon game. Call it the Dragon Nest. We turn the channel into the Dragon Nest for a night. Appreciate Jim Power. Megan says, bet B, and I will drop 500 dono for that. Hey, I'll sing the whole song. I will be so happy, Megan, at that point. If we're in the Super Bowl, then I'll be happy to sing it. Ed Vogel says hello from Australia. Hello, Ed. Appreciate you coming on in the house, man. Welcome aboard in. Got a few folks out there, Ed, your way from Australia, including our own mod in here, Megan. So good to see you. Empower, and of course, who can forget Go Hawks? Can't forget Go Hawks, man. Can't forget that. Nicholas Newton says Pumpkin wants the Eagles to win. Fly, Eagles, fly. I think she does too. That's my feeling on it. Chris Page says, greetings from Nottingham, UK. Let's hope for a great Super Bowl. Well, greetings to you too, Chris. We got some worldwide audience going on tonight in the Hawks Nest, which I'd love to see. Greetings to you as well. Hope you are having a great, we're almost late winter. We're almost to spring there. We're almost to the back end of spring. You guys don't get too bad of winters over there. But I hope you're having a good one out there. Should be a fun game today, I think, to watch, man. Should be in for a good one. Why do I says, let's watch Philadelphia dominate the trenches and then see Pete draft 7 players on the O&D line. Big facts there. Yeah, they're already wanting to lean that way, I think. If they see something like that happen in this game, they're going to just be like, okay, ultimate confirmation. Ethan Tech World, Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go. Nicholas B., you have definitely grown since the very first time I ever watched you, well over a year ago. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, we've definitely gotten, this was our best year. We just passed our 4-year mark here on the channel. So 4 years going, and definitely had our best year of growth by a huge margin this year. It was quite significant. So I'm hoping we can match it up again the same this next year. If we were to do the same what we did last year, this year, I'd be up over 15,000 subs next year by the end of the year. So that's our goal here. That's where we're going to try to get to. And hey, we're already knocking on the door. Can you hear me knocking? Can you hear me knocking? Sorry, Megan. Now you got me thinking. You already got me singing on Megan. We're knocking on the door of that 15,000. Appreciate the old man. Dragon's Lair, not the nest, says William Leonard. Well, I'll tell you, if the damn league can just stay sustained, William, if it can just stay afloat and be running, I'll definitely open up a Dragon's Lair channel. We've already committed to doing a Sonic channel if that's up. We got the Mariner channel going to be going this off season here soon. So I'll get those all cooking, man. I'll keep all those plates spinning. Oh, they're already like showing the players the trophy. Like they're like, ooh, they're on the field showing the players the trophy on the deal with some spectacle. Like, you want this trophy, don't you? You want this. Ooh, here, have it, touch it. No, you can't touch it. No touching for you. Just a look. Just a look. Players like, it's 5 feet away. All right, we're going to have the kickoff start off here. So we'll get to a little bit of the play. Dom H, hello, what's up? Hope you're doing well. It says, Megan, I don't do steak B. Last bite of vegan tofu for me. Well, that's kind of an equivalent. You know, if I love tofu, that would be the equivalent. Gibson, salute and happy Super Bowl Sunday. Love Andy Reid. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I think the Eagles win this close. Better depth and overall talent, and KC has injuries. I like it, man. I like it. If this is played straight up and the officials don't lean one way or another, I would give it to the Eagles. I'm anticipating like a slight lean, just a little lean back. A little slight lean tonight. I'm thinking I might be coming a bit here from our officiating crew. We'll see. We'll track it. We'll see how it tracks, as they say. See how it tracks. See if I can. Issues with stuff here. All right, so Jalen Hurts and company are going to come out onto the field, not come back out on the field here after the kick into the back of the end zone. The Eagles will start on defense here with a little 4-man front. 3 wide receiver look for the Eagles to start things out here. Jalen back in shotgun. Safety creep in the line of scrimmage at the snap, gives it into Miles Sanders. Sanders bounces it outside, bounces it again further outside, fumbles the ball out of bounds. Great effort by Miles there, but just nowhere to be found, and the Chiefs did a great job of rallying on that play, stretching it out and rallying. Washington Fish Quest with a $5 donation. I hope you're doing great tonight too, Washington Fish Quest. It's great to see you in the chat, brother. He says, that's for the live feed, Brandon. I'm prepping my garden, but won't miss a minute of the Super Bowl action thanks to the Hawks Nest in my ear. Oh, you know it, man. I'm going to be doing it. We're going to be going live play-by-play today for the most part. I wanted to do this for this game, so I hope you guys are strapped in on that. Appreciate the $5 dono. We got Hurts back in shotgun right now. Empty set. Quick little toss over to Devonta Smith for about 4 yards there. Chiefs right on top of it. This will bring up about a 3rd and 6. But I appreciate you watching Fish Quest. I'll keep you up on the action, man. We'll keep you up to date. Keep you up to date. And thank you for the donation. E. Gibson says, Philadelphia is the model we should follow. Build your roster in depth. Agreed. Agreed, Gibson. I would love to follow what they've done here. The whole way down, kind of in their approach, quite frankly. All right, we've got Hurts here in shotgun. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Man goes in motion, back across, evens it up a little bit. Chiefs coming up close to the line, showing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage here on Hurts. He drops back to pass after recognizing a little bit of that blitz action. Devonta Smith on a little bit underneath route. Woo! Devonta Smith just got taken right off his feet with a leveling hit right there. A little drag route across the field. Might have been a sight check there by Jalen Hurts to bring him on the crosser, feeling like he was maybe going to get the blitz there. Smith got separation on the crosser, and then as he was going out of bounds, man, he got leveled. First down, though, for the Eagles. Hurts back in shotgun here again. Read option look. Play action. Looking to go deep. Lets it sail up over the top, and that ball is going to go out of bounds. Brown makes the catch out of bounds there. He didn't have a lot of separation, but Hurts also didn't give him much of a chance to go and make that play. He kind of just threw him out of bounds. It wasn't like AJ was going to be able to jump. Dallas Goedert was wide open on the play, too. Justin Reed just lit Devonta Smith up on that one other play. Woo! Smith's a small guy. That's what happens to those small guys. They go flying when you tap them. One tap and they're like, all right, empty set here for the Eagles again. 2 on the play clock. Hurts got to get the play off. Barely gets it off in time. He's going to scramble on this one. It's a little bit of blocking from Devonta Smith, keeps his feet, manages to do a good job of tiptoeing around the sideline and just getting past the first down marker. Jalen Hurts showing off his legs on that run. Great balance. The Chiefs kind of had their defensive line slanting a little bit to one way that opened that up for then Hurts to the other side. Frank Clark completely ran past his integrity on that play. The guy like Hurts, you usually want to try to do the mush rush, where you're rushing towards the quarterback, but it's a little bit more of that soft bull rush kind of thing that you're doing rather than trying to just do the Darrell Taylor special where you're just really trying to rip roar around the edge. Hurts dropping back to pass here again on 1st and 10. Scott Dallas go there. I can't say that guy's name. I struggle with the French names. Your French does not come off my tongue well. Nice throw there. Good timing route. Goddard doesn't do much of anything special. Dallas just kind of meanders up the football field, kind of just turns around. He's not running like a sharp route there. Just nobody in the Chiefs really picks him up. Eagles already now on the Chiefs side of the field at the 35-yard line. Play action again here. Hurts, again, a little off script. 5 Devontae Smith. He breaks the tackle, gets down into the open field, dragged down at the 10-yard line. Hurts, again, but good job of poise here early on from Hurts. First Super Bowl game, and he's hanging in there doing well. Nice throw on the run. Put it in a place where Devonta could just catch it and go. 1st and 10 now, all the way down to the 11-yard line of the Chiefs. The give is going to be up the middle here. Nice gain of about 7 or 8 yards. Very pass heavy there to open things up here early on. Coming back to the run. Nice job by Sirianni of kind of opening this thing up a little bit in the way he has. Showing no fear to start things out. You got to give this team credit in that respect. Trips with 2 tight ends and receiver to the far side of the field here on 2nd down. Give is going to be back up the middle. Crashing safety there was able to break back into the backfield and take him down. So bring up 3rd and goal. Washington Quest is also celebrating 15 months as a member, and I really do appreciate you for that. Says, thanks for the live feed. My pleasure, man. I always want to do the Super Bowl with you guys on this. It just gives us an opportunity to talk a little more Hawks, but also, these games can be fun, or you're going to watch high-level football. And as I said at the top of the show, too, I do believe that there's stuff to be learned from watching these type of teams that get here and how they've gotten here. And in the Chiefs' respects, is not just having Mahomes and Reed. It's also the decision of Tyreek Hill and going a little bit back to the defense. All right, here's Hurts on 3rd down. They're going to now try to run the ball up the middle, and they break it through into the end zone. Boy, Sirianni he goes from very opened up there on the 20s to getting a little more conservative, and then just comes down, gives it to Gainwell, and Gainwell does just enough to get past the end zone marker there, leaning his head forward. They'll review this, but it does look like he just does get across. So an impressive opening drive by the Eagles. Starting out throwing, that's what you want to do in the modern NFL, as you throw in between the 20s. Ooh, he's short. Yeah, that angle, kind of stop motion angle, high definition, that looks short to me. I think they're going to probably call that one back. Megan says, no B, I'll drop crispy 1K if we make the Super Bowl next year. Hey, bet, Megan. bet. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I think they're going to call this back. Because the point of his elbow goes like this first. Yeah, kind of. I mean, the angle looks like he's short to me. I'll see what the chat thinks on that. Gibson, downtown Seattle, born and raised. Ooh, nice, man. I didn't get a chance to ever really live downtown outside of when I was like a real young child, like a baby. I always was kind of interested in trying to maybe do that. Not JT says, hello from your backyard in Washington State. What's up, Not JT? How you doing, man? Lester Cross, Mahomes and Russell had the same Super Bowl record before today. Well, maybe after today, Russell will be better. Oh, that's a 1st and goal. They got a 1st down on that. I didn't realize they could get a 1st down still. Okay, so then just a quarterback sneak up the middle here. There's a flag on the play. They're giving him a touchdown. So after the review, Eagles did come back out onto the field. It was short. Did look short. It's offsides on the Chiefs, so the play will be declined. So it's all a big to-do about nothing is they still scored the touchdown. Joe Biden's big wish. Seahawks making the Super Bowl next year. I do. That a couple people saying this. Let's go. You guys are convincing me. Hey, if they went out there and they crushed this offseason, they went all in, right? They made super aggro-aggressive moves. You spend some money now and spend some money on places that could have a real effect. Yeah, who's to say? Who's to say? Gibson, I'm synced with you. I think Hurts was 15-1 as a starter this season. Yeah, Hurts was very good this year. Joe Biden's make way, you're right. If Mahomes wins this game, he gets a step closer to potentially dethroning Brady. He's got a lot of way to go, but he's on the path at that point, is he not? Michael Whitey says having Jim Haslett as our coach is more exciting than Jim Zorn, if I have to be honest. R. Sanchez has been celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I really do thank you for that, Mr. Sanchez. He says, hey, boss, I have no idea when you aren't streaming. Do you have a schedule posted anywhere? I don't. Sometimes I get caught with having to do my side work a little bit, and so I can't get as much going with it. I am kind of thinking about doing maybe I'll put this on the chat to see if there would be an interest in this a little bit. But I am thinking about doing at least an hour show a day on days that wouldn't be the mainstream days, just here's an hour of something regarding Seahawks. Let's jump on quick, jump out. But those would have to be quick if I could commit to doing it every day. But I'm thinking about doing that. So I'm trying to put that. I'd love to get more into Wednesday, Sunday for sure. But stuff sometimes comes up and then it's well, man, I missed a show this week. So I did this bonus one on Saturday, Sanchez. But I'll try to start getting a little bit more concrete on the scheduling of that and kind of lock it in a little bit. I'd love to, ideally, I think I'd just love to be able to do the big shows, but then kind of almost an everyday thing, have an hour, at least a day we go to talking about the Hawks. And I think I could come up with enough content with it while they're doing another Fast and Furious. I was just talking about sequels that just didn't need to be. Let it die. Let it die. Let it die. But I'll try, man. And if I do, I will get that posted up to the community post. Megan says, I'll drop another 1K for Coach Carol B. Bet. Let's go. Boy, he would be, yeah, would that not stamp his legend in at that point? Go and win another Super Bowl, especially post Russell. You talk about elevating him up through the ranks of the coaching grades at that point and separating himself from where he kind of is in a cluster of guys as it is right now. Still a Hall of Famer, no doubt, I think, but that sounds awesome to me, Megan. I hope it happens. I love the confidence in the chat. Flags Sabbath, we do need some bullies on our trenches. I mean, trenches, you could go heavily into the trenches this offseason. You could go wholly into the trenches this offseason. And I don't think that it would be a mistake or a poor investment or would not pay dividends. It absolutely would. Absolutely. About Devontae Smith on that drive. A little 175 pounder can play, can he? Sanchez, I lived downtown in Seattle 4 years. Too many homeless people and drug use. The city refused to clean it up, so I left the state. Well, that's why I'm over on the east side. People ask me about coming back and living in Seattle, and it's, I had to go and work downtown for my contracting gig at the time. And every day you were just getting accosted aggressively by people. It's not just merely well, here, can you give me some money? It's getting up in your face. And it's gotten so much worse since I left. And I was at my wit's end with it as it was at that time. I hope they start to take some steps with it because the city was a magical place growing up for me to go downtown. It was a magical place when I was in my early 20s, going down there and being a young man, having fun. So I hope they can recapture that. All right, we got Mahomes out on the field now at his 25 after the touchback. Gibbs going to be here up the middle to Pacheco, running hard, as he always does. Someone said Pacheco runs like every carry is his last carry. Not the biggest of guys, but he does run with some ferocity. 3 or 4 yard carry there, 3 yard gain. Defender of logic, this game's going to be masterclass on the trenches. Agreed. That's the part that I hope that this team really gets to understanding this offseason. Boy, if they do, that's you talking about how to get to Super Bowl quick. Get your trenches right. All right, Mahomes, the play action here, 2nd and 7. He's going to let it rip over the middle here to Kelsey. Kelsey open on an in-cutting route there. Nice catch and a little bit of run up the field. First down for the Chiefs. You send Kelce in motion pre-snap, keep him clean of any sort of press coverage. Let him run past the linebackers. Guys still fleet of foot. Mahomes puts it right on the button. Pre-snap motion. So important in the modern NFL from a variety of different things that it provides. First and 10 now. Mahomes going to roll out to his right. Foot's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. It's looking 90% good out there. There's a little bit of a Jimmy to his jangle, but it's better than it was a couple of weeks ago. That's for sure. Mightily more better than it was a couple of weeks ago. How about the Chiefs increasing their big plays with Tyreek Hill gone this year? Taking up to 83 from like 65 or whatever. Oof. Second and 2. Chiefs now on the Eagles side of the football field here. The give's going to be to Pacheco. He's going to run. Nice little run. He's out in the open, and he's loose. Pacheco's loose, buries his head into the safety to finish the run and shows off the muscles to the crowd, pounding his chest, saying, I got heart. I got heart. Nice little run there by Pacheco. Good hole there, too. Good hole there by the Chiefs there on that play. First down and 10. 7:48 to go here in the... I should probably get the deal going here. Stop and go here for Pacheco. He's going to be dragged down for a 2-yard gain. You know, I forgot about doing the old scoreboard thing for you guys. Got to get on my stuff. Got to get on my thing. Here's the full score. There we go. There we go. Goodness gracious. I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached. Second and 8. Wow. Chiefs are down there now. Boy, these offenses are on the field. From the 18-yard line now, Mahomes dropping back to throw. Lets a little flick over the right shoulder there of Kelce on an out-breaking route. The end zone looks like a little skinny post to the back end. Touchdown. Kansas City Chiefs. Kelce giving him a little bit of... I don't know how to describe that. Kind of an out and up and out route. So Kelce kind of starts up the field, goes out just a couple steps, comes back up the field, and then goes back out to the back end of the end zone. Not even really a pure skinny post. Just kind of a sidewinding kind of route there. Gets the job done. Attacking that Eagles linebacking core a little bit in coverage right now. Successfully, I might add. Got ourselves a game here, 7-7. Nicholas says, B, I'm on the northwest side of Washington. Okay, up in that Bellingham area. It's a good area up there. Or Everito. Nagaso 24 hours heads up would be fine before streams. You can set the stream up before you start. So yeah, that's been the issue is I use this Streamlabs deal and I can do it if I do it on StreamYard. Of course, I can use it with that. But if I do it with the Streamlabs and I've tried to schedule it, it doesn't work anytime I do it. And I probably just need to spend the time in troubleshooting how to make it work. But that's been the issue that I've had prior is that the thing just won't sync up in the way that I want it to sync up. So... But I'll troubleshoot that. That'll also help in getting the schedule out a little bit more thoroughly at that point. I appreciate you guys letting me know. I know I've been bad about that. I need to get better about getting the heads up out there. Make just give me the heads up for the schedule B so I can clear my diary for you. Exactly. Exactamundo. I think we're going to have a game here, folks. I think we're going to have a game. I like what I'm seeing here. This will be fun. Gibson says, I love Super Bowl, but half the time is so long. If you drink, you'll be done by the third quarter. I know. I might have to crack out a couple brews today, maybe. Maybe it's a brew day. Sanchez with the $5 don't know. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. It says, we beat the Broncos in Super Bowl 58. The score, 43-8. What a beautiful day it was. I was in New York in a bar full of Seahawks fans. I know it doesn't make any sense. Just take my word for it. Middle of Manhattan, losing our mind. New Yorkers staring at us going, who are these people? Who are these people? Always more, who are these people, huh? Who are these people? Seattle? You from Seattle? All right, okay. Megan says Russell is now Sean Payton's problem, and he isn't going to know what hit him. I cannot wait. I think he kind of does, Megan. Here's the thing is, I think he knows what's about to hit him, but that's also why this took a little bit of time for him to finally get the deal closed with them. I think that they were willing to pay him all of what he wanted to be paid a month and a half ago, if not longer. I think the issue had come down to him coming to them and saying, okay, when this is figured out that this ain't going to work with this guy, we go next year and we're done if it don't go. And he'll make a good work. He'll try making, he'll make a good effort of trying to make it go with him. But I think Sean, in many ways, and he's made some little intimations about this as far as, it wasn't, he didn't call Russ. It wasn't about Russ why he took this job. He's taking the job to take the job. That's to me a little bit of an indicator of I will be willing at some point to go in another direction if I don't like what I'm seeing from this. And I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised if that's after next year, if it really does not get very much more better than it was this year. It'll improve from this year, no doubt. I mean, Peyton versus Hackett is a pretty big difference as far as offensive minds go. Man, they attacked that Eagles linebacker on that play. Thank you for the Sanchez for the $5 donation and the beautiful reminder of that Lombardi we once raised. And will again. It will be ours again. It will be ours. Oh, yes. Fat Daddy Stacks for the $10 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Appreciate you. I'll get your comment here. We got a couple play up here real quick. Hurts here in shotgun. They're coming right back out to 4 wide. Going empty here at the snap with the man going running back going in motion. Little bubble screen out wide to him. Or a little, not bubble screen, but a flip out into the flat, I should say. Eagles doing a lot of varied things offensively here in the passing attack. Got a little offensive pass interference there. Sure, the Eagles' offensive receivers got a little bit too far down the field blocking there before the catch happened. It's a real timing-based aspect of that kind of play, isn't it? Yeah, you can see him. See, he's up there blocking before the catch. You can't be past a couple of yards doing that. He's a good 5-6 yards past the line of scrimmage making that block. Pascal's a good blocker, too. He was a little too good at it on that one. So 1st and 20 now for the Eagles. That's a legitimate call. You can't block down the field like that. You get a couple yards, that's it. Now, do officials call that consistently? I'll let you guys be the judge. Miles Sanders with the give here on 1st and 10. He's going to go a whole lot of nowhere. Carlos Dunlap in there with a collection of guys to bring him down. Fat Daddy, thank you for the $10 donation, brother. I appreciate you. Says, hey, brah, not able to make it to Maui. Have some chicken eggs in order to hatch out. Have some chicken eggs on order to hatch out, so I will be tied down. Birds are my passion. So sorry, it's not going to work out this time. Oh, man, no worries. I got to still figure out where and when I'm going out there exactly. So I still have to time my trip. I know my mom's probably out there going, yeah, when are you getting back to me on this? When are we? Come on, son. Love you, Mom. I'll get there. All right, we got 2nd and 19 here. Bubble screen out to Devonta Smith. He gets it for a couple of yards and not much else after that. I think that's already the 4th catch for Devonta Smith, and it's halfway into this first quarter. Well, no worries though, man, Fat Daddy. I'll get back. I'll be out there a good amount here into the future as well, I have a feeling. So I'll be making a multitude of trips out there. Got to do my familial due diligence, man. You know what I mean? That's cool you're doing it getting eggs, though. I was hearing something about chickens having problems not producing eggs because the feed's messed up, though. So be careful with that, Fat Daddy, because I was hearing that was an issue coming up now with people. Like they're having to change their feed to stuff that was like not the pre-built stuff. All right, we got a little blitz being shown by the Chiefs. They fall out of it here at the snap on 3rd and 14. Hurts scrambling around. There's nowhere to go. He's just going to have to throw this ball away. Being pursued, and that will be 4th down. So be careful on that, Fat Daddy. I hear that's like an epidemic of an issue going on right now. I don't know why the feed's so bad, but, well, I know why. They probably put cement in there to try as filler. Gibson says, I love Andy Reid. I might put him above Carroll and Holmgren. I love the Hawks. I think you have to put him above those guys when you look at the totality of his career. He never got the Eagles quite over the top, but 4 conference championship appearances was pretty impressive. And with the Chiefs, he had them good with Alex Smith there before Mahomes got in there. And yeah, Mahomes has taken it to another level there with this team, but the punt, I think, went off the back heel of the blocker there on the play, and the punt returner picked it up smartly. Like to see a replay on that. They probably won't show it because they have a graphic they want to show, but looked like the guy was blocking and the ball bounced up off his leg, and the returner realized it, smartly picked it up at that point. And I love Holmgren and I love Carroll, but you can't deny Reid and his career and what he's done and the sustained success and not really having any dips and being willing to evolve and mold with the times. His offense right now and the Holmgren way it is much different than what it was when he started out there with the Eagles. It's definitely gone through his transition. Fat Daddy, thank you for the $10 dono. Good luck with the chickens. They'll take your heart. Watch out. Sean Lee says, okay, 4 new movie trailers so far. Are we happy about Indiana Jones 4 or is it 5? Technically, this one is 5. And I don't know. I'm becoming a curmudgeon with these movies, I think. So I feel like I'm getting to that age where I'm the old man shouting at clouds a little bit, get off my lawn, and like I can feel myself doing stuff that I used to like poo-poo older generations for doing to me. So it's like, don't, you're just trying to fight. Don't fall into the habit. Don't fall in that. But I'm like, I watch this stuff and some of the stuff just is so prefabricated and it seems just predictable in what it's going to do and how the stories are going to roll out. And hopefully they do this one justice. Crystal Skulls was not it. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll go Indiana over the Fast and Furious 11 if I got to pick between them at this point. Yeah, Nicholas, I was not impressed with the Crystal Skull. That was a dog water of a film. Shia LaBeouf on vines swinging with monkeys around him. Who signed off on that scene? Megan says, I'm not kidding about the diary thing, B. Already have my diary full from now until July. I believe it, Megan. I believe it. Oh, that's awesome. Well, we have a Super Bowl year. You're going to have a pretty full diary with that too. Micah says, that's quite an interesting scoreboard. That's just kind of what I use during the season. Megan says, I'm not sure Russell is Russell, and I can just see him not coping with how Peyton coaches as it's not what he's used to. Could be wrong as always be. No, I don't think he's going to do much better. I think he'll get more than Hackett, Megan, but I still think it will be at the end of the day an abject failure. And one that Peyton's not very interested in, just having to coach around a guy's limitations for his time there. 1st and 10, play action pass from Mahomes, set up to a little tight end screen going the other way. Not going to go for much, about 3 or 4 yards. So I think you're on the button that it's not going to be that much more of an improvement. It just will be a slight improvement. But again, it's going to be a little bit of what Peyton had to deal with Jameis Winston in New Orleans. Where he gets the guy to produce relatively okay, but everything's about protecting the guy from his own bad decision making, essentially, and his own inability to just kind of do quarterback things. That's where I kind of land with it as much as anything else, but he won't make him uber productive or anything. Here's the give to Pachenko here on 2nd and 4. Wow, they got 6 yards on that one play of the tight end. Quickly drugged down by the Eagle defender, but there is a flag on the play. Hands to the face to Eagles. Okay. The Ndamukong Suh's got his hand up, but I mean, Suh with the vet move, and he's trying to lobby the official right now, because usually when you get hands to the face, it's just clear hands to the face. So watch what I do with this. Suh took his cloth of the guy's jersey at his collar, and then No, I don't have his hands in the face. I just have his jersey. No, I'm not snapping his neck right now. I just have cloth. 1st and 10. Mahomes drops back to pass. Wide open. Kelsey in the middle of the field. I don't think anybody was near him for 5-6 yards. They're attacking with that in-cutting route, and that's right, Kelsey. They can't see you. They can't see you, man. Not even pre-snap motion here with Kelsey. He just gets up the field. Wow. He ran such a nasty, well, I don't know if it was a nasty route, just player just slid on the football field. Like it was like he was on ice, the defender on him. Is it iced up on the field at that spot? 1st and 10, Mahomes dropping back to throw. Already on the Eagles side of the field now here again. He's going to have to throw this one away. Chiefs just moving it right up the football field. R. Sanchez with the $5 donation. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I appreciate it. Says that wasn't a reminder about our Super Bowl. It's a prediction for next year. Oh, okay. So Sanchez has got next year's Super Bowl as a repeat in Super Bowl 58. Hawks beating the Broncos or just a 43-8, Sanchez? It doesn't matter who the opponent is kind of thing. Our little bubble screen out here on 2nd and 10. Nice little play by the Chiefs. They'll pick up 7-8 yards on the play there to McKinnon. I'm guessing it's not the Broncos there, right, Sanchez? So it's probably got to be let's have it be the Chiefs again next year, you know? Just like we took down the great offense of the Broncos, we'll take down the great offense of the Chiefs next year. How's that sound? I like your prediction. I like the confidence in the chat tonight. Super Bowl next year. I was thinking about how I'm going to have to be all like keeping my expectations on the line, not trying to go too over the top this offseason, kind of preaching patience. Boy, Mahomes threw a dangerous pass there on 3rd and 3. Nice play there, though, by Edwards, the linebacker, to jump in there and pick that ball out of there before it was completed. This was going to be a little rollout here. The Chiefs were all over, or the Eagles were all over it on a variety of ways. Fletcher Cox, a couple Eagle players there all did something right to make that play happen. Everybody, that's what you give Super Bowl teams on a great defensive play. It ain't just one guy doing it. It's this guy breaking through a block, causing pressure, secondary guy coming in to cause the pressure, and then the third guy in there to make a great leaping play to just knock the ball away on the short little route as Mahomes is trying to do his little Mahomes thing. You know, his little quirky off script play. 4th and 3, a 42-yard attempt. Chiefs are going to choose to go for the kick here, and that's going to go bouncing off the left upright. No good. No good. I kind of bet if that was the Eagles on offense there, they would go for it. Holmes trying to just get there. Reed just trying to get the points there. Boom. I kind of believe like what somebody else said. I think that if you hit it off the upright, it should count for like 4 points. Nagasa says we drafted Christine Michael exactly before Kelsey. That's rough. That's rough, Nagasa. And a time where we probably could have used a tight end, right? If I'm not mistaken, that was like right in the area of where Zach Miller hadn't retired. You definitely knew he was having some problems, I think, with his feet or whatever. And I know they got Luke Wilson, but you were going to need another guy. If only we'd been a little more married to the 3 tight end sets at that time, perhaps. He was really an exciting prospect coming out, too. He was not just a guy that was like a complete shocker that he turned into what he turned into. Buster, can Rihanna even sing? Well, it depends. Does she get to use auto-tune or not? Megan, I'm not sure. Russell is Russell, and I can just see him not coping with how Peyton coaches. Oh, sorry, I read that. My bad. I've read that one. I've read it. Megan says, B, have you seen Mad Max Fury Road? Finally got to see it and had low expectations of it. Blew my mind. Yeah, I think it was that year my favorite movie of the year, Megan. So, it's the part where it drives me crazy about some of these franchises that will put on new movies and, they've had like 15, 20 years of thinking of a new story and cobbling together a very exact story where they're not rushed by a deadline or to get a script in. where they can truly just, as the main, I forget his name, but he's the main figurehead of that franchise and a great storyteller at that. You get the opportunity over those years to just have kind of story notes. I want to add this kind of scene in with this and then do this around with this. And I'd like a character like this that can add this with that. And, slowly building up this very actually kind of layered story, even though it's a very simple story on its surface of it. That's great storytelling. That's great filmmaking. That's just how they used to do it. Now it's just about just kind of belching out stuff as fast as you can. It's all about just get the the amount of content out more than anything else. But Fury Road was fantastically done. It was a great movie, a great mix of natural stunts with a very limited little bit of CGI in there. Kept you going on your edge of your seat from the start to the finish. Jack Glastra says, isn't it weird how before Mahomes, the most prolific quarterback in KC, pretty much all came from the Niners? Isn't it weird how before Mahomes, the most prolific quarterbacks in KC, Kansas City, pretty much all came from the Niners? I guess you mean like DeBerg and Montana and yeah, I guess a little bit there. If they'd gotten Steve Young, I think I'd be all on board with you. But I guess, yeah, I do see a little bit of that there in their history. Yeah, Mahomes is on right now. The Eagles are not going to be able to get out on that ankle. That's for sure. Adventure with Teddy Chocolate Lab, Chiefs or Eagles. I'd like to see the Eagles win it. But I just want to see a really good game here more than anything else. And we've gotten that in this first quarter. Hurts starting out 5 of 7, 59 yards. 2:24 in the first quarter here. 1st and 10. He's back in shotgun again. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Chiefs got a lot of guys up near the line of scrimmage here. Play action, a little read option play. Hurts will keep it for a gain of about 5 yards on the play. Not used Hurts' legs a ton here early on. A little bit. It's been sprinkled in. Tommy says, we'll see, but it's definitely not Russ' team. It's going to be Sean's team. That's right. That's right. And again, I think that Sean's looking at this with a long-term view of things. He ain't looking at this of just getting Russ, getting the suit. He's looking more, I think, a little more the grand plan, let's call it. Another read option play here. Hurts keeps it. The Chiefs are all over it. Multiple defenders read that one really well. Nobody bailed it on the running back. Everybody saw him keeping it there, and he's going to go negative yard or two on that play. Sanchez, Indiana Jones indeed does look like garbage. As I said, I'm trying to not be. I feel like people ask me about shows, and I've had some people have me check some recent shows out that I've just been like, I'm like a Roman emperor on a bad day, He will die. Give him to the tiger, No mercy. And I hate that I'm that way because I grew up loving movies and loving even television. Frank Clark jumping off sides on a 3rd and 4, and he's going to give him a free first down. Atta-way, Frank. Atta-way, Frank. Come on. Playoff Frank, man. Big ball Clark. What's going on? He was 2 or 3 steps off on that one. That'll give him a first down. Boy, big play by Frank Clark there to give him a first down. Okay. 1-1 to go here in the first quarter. 7-7, Eagles and Chiefs. First down, Eagles. They are on their own 42-yard line here. Again, out with the shotgun, kind of a bigger, heavier set. A little flip play back to the tight end on kind of a fly sweep. That works for about 4 yards or so. But yeah, not a lot of the new movies are exciting me either. And the Jones movie just looks like a movie where they're gonna probably do what they did with Luke. Like they'll try to include a couple of cool scenes of him like de-aged for whatever that's worth for you guys. It doesn't do a whole lot for me because you can still tell it's like, okay, it's CGI face. I know. It's like, look how real it looks. It's so much like him. You're going, yeah, it's getting there. All right. 2nd and 6 now. Chiefs showing a loaded box. Hurts recognizes it. It's a nice little slant route out there to A.J. Brown. First down. Good recognition there by Hurts on the blitz. That will be the final play of the first quarter. Hurts playing really calm and composed here in this first quarter. You can't ask for kind of a better way for him to start. This is his first Super Bowl here. All right. And he's just coming right out looking very, very on it in the details. It's good to see. We get a little Batman trailer here, or a little Flash trailer, I guess. No, they're bringing back everybody for this Flash trailer, huh? Oh my God, they literally got a tight close-up of Keaton saying, "I'm Batman." It's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's not made. It's not made for me. You know, not made for me. Sean Lee, why aren't we seeing safety help on Kelsey? I think it's a fantastic question, Nicholas or Sean. You're definitely just going linebacker and man coverage with the linebackers at that. Which, if you've got the front four to get the blitzes in there, you think you'd be running a little more zone and then running tight zones to Kelsey, squeeze him down, pinch him with the two players. You know, linebacker. You essentially run like the cover two concept on the outside inside with the tight end. So the linebacker serves as the trailer. He's there for when the route cuts back this way or cuts in or stops. And then you have the guy over the top that's there for sort of the deep stuff when it wants to break it deep. But they're not playing it this way the Eagles are so far. I would look for them to make a little bit of an adjustment on that here because Kelsey is kind of owning them here out the gate. It's not a matter of he's just having a good start here. It's Kelsey's got 3 catches for 60 yards in a quarter. You need to you need to tamp this down if you're the Eagles. And I would trust my guys on the outside a little bit more. I don't think the Chiefs have the guys on the outside like they did with Tyreek Hill having out there that you got to have the fear in your heart for the deep stuff. Lester Cross, I'm going to laugh if the Eagles win by 2 now. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I see Fat Daddy got you 2 there. He says, thank you, Fat Daddy, or Sanchez. Appreciate you, brother, for the double, triple donations, as always. Says, you and I are about the same age. I truly think 20-year-old me would hate 41-year-old me and vice versa. That's how I know I've grown up. Now get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. It's the thing that I think as you get older as a guy, you look the generation ahead, you see how they kind of act, and you sort of think of it in a certain way, and you get judgy, and you go, and boy, you grow up, and I go, as I got older, I go, I'm not going to get curmudgeon-y. Don't get, don't get that way. I don't want to watch that. That's stupid. That stuff's dumb. You guys don't know what entertainment is. And indeed, I feel myself sliding in it. You young people might be saying it yourself. No, I'll always be onto stuff. I'll always be kind of with the zeitgeist. But then you slip away. Play action pass here for Hurts. He's loading up. He's going to let the big dog hunt. And he lets that big dog hunt to A.J. Brown for a touchdown. Brown just navigating through the traffic deep. As the ball is in the air, there's multiple Chiefs defenders, and he's sort of just dipping around them, throwing one out of the way, jumping over this one to get over to the catch, doing a great job of working his way back to the ball. Chiefs have basically covered. They have double coverage here. No, they just have single coverage. The safety was laid over the top. Just one. Corner just lost the play. It's a great play by A.J. Brown. He just tracks the ball beautifully, and the corner completely loses the ball in the air. Hurts throws it to a good spot there to allow A.J. to go make the play. Chiefs leaving A.J. in single coverage, and he goes and eats. What's the safety doing here? So he's got cover 3. The corner's got cover 3 to the outside. And Thornhill, as you see on the play, Thornhill's pointing the corner out. He's in the middle of the play. The safety over the top is pointing Thornhill or pointing the corner to get to the outside. So he's telling him in that play that your responsibility there is that you're supposed to be getting deep on that. You've got to stay up over the top there. Which would lead me to believe that they're instructing, unlike us, like we would have Earl or Quandre come over the top if it's going to be a deep play. Their job's going to be to read the center field and read it deep and not just sit over the top deep at that point. It looks like to me on that play, though, that the Chiefs are instructing their safety there. It looks to me like they're instructing their safety there to stay center field. Don't get to the corners. Stay right down the pipe defensively there. Interesting how they played that, though. That's the point. That's kind of the point of usually having the cover 3 safety over the top is you have him there to be able to clean up something if it goes rot for the corners on the outside. Even if the corners got to be playing cover 3 too, even if they're supposed to be dropping in their bail technique as well. Especially the guy like A.J. Brown on the outside. I mean, you'd even have the safety maybe leaning into that. I know Devontae can get over the top too, but I would lean more to AJ than that. Interesting by the Chiefs defense there on that call. So 14-7 now. Chiefs will take back over at the 25-yard line after the touchback. Handoff here is going to be to Pachenko. Nowhere to go. Eagles all over it. All over it. Hargrave just completely blew that play up from the start. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5 dono, brother. Sorry, it took me about 10 minutes to acknowledge you on this one, but I appreciate it nonetheless. He says, no problems here. My chickens just hatched out over 50 chickens. Whoa. And have been laying like crazy. All my birds are wild Hawaiian chicken stock. That's some good stock right there. That's what you went and got the right stock on it, Fat Daddy. So that's the key. Well, if there's any issues you have on it with feed or anything on that, then that's what's going on. Is there something in the feed? But it sounds like you got it figured out. 2nd and 12 now. Quick little throw by Patrick Mahomes here to Juju Smith-Schuster. Got a gain of 5 or 6 yards. Essentially just rifled that one into Schuster. Appreciate the donation though, man. If I ever get a place again, Fat Daddy, if I get if I get my next house or whatever, I think I might very well get a couple of chickens, because especially the egg prices. Oh my goodness, going through the roof. 3rd down and 8 now. Mahomes in shotgun. He's got trips to the far side of the field. Kelsey 1-on-1 on the near side. Mahomes coming back underneath. Receiver was never looking for the football. Juju Smith-Schuster wants pass interference, but good job by the Eagles there. Eagles defensive line got there fast on that play. Real fast. They forced Mahomes to throw that probably a heartbeat quicker than he really wanted to. And definitely the Eagles corners are getting a tiny bit grabby on the outside, and the officials seem to be allowing it. Punt now. Punt returner takes it. He breaks it back outside. Nice little punt return of 5-6 yards. Well, best of luck, man. 50 chickens though, Fat Daddy. Are you going, geez, you're going to have, that's a lot of chickens, man. You got some roosters on the site too? You got to have a couple of roosters, I guess, if you're going to have 50 chickens. They got to be cute, though, when you got 50 little babies just little noises they make. Sanchez, it sucks, though, man. Yeah, we're around the same age, and I'm sure my younger self would be like, you're lame, dude. Like, what happened to you, man? What happened to you? Grab him by his collar and be like, life happened. But it's things always change. They go through different points and everything else. I do feel like, though, as a guy that was so passionate about movies, I at one point flirted with trying to be a screenwriter, and it's just you do sense the lack of quality all the way around and so many edges on modern cinema. And again, it's at the point of trying to generate more content to get more out. That's at the cost of that. So it's become a different game in that respect, but it's hard to just watch the sort of disposable stuff without a whole lot of soul behind what's being made, It's going through the conveyor belt line of beats and action points, and you go, okay. Gayla Graves, I hope you're doing good too. Hello. And Sanchez, Fat Daddy, thank you for all the donations. I do appreciate it. Sanchez, you're in Spokane, right, B? I am in Spokane. I am indeed. I think I'll be here into the near future. I was kind of thinking about maybe doing a move here soon. I could kind of go anywhere I want to go. But I don't know. I think I'm going to hang here for a bit. I like the overall vibe. Thomas Cox says teams will start to think Russ still has it. I could see the Broncos trading him. It probably wouldn't be a first round pick, but it could be a 5th or later. I think that would be their beautiful hope for Peyton. I bet if you were to put him on a lie detector test, Thomas, is that would be the hope that he'd be able to pull it off, because I think he knows he's not going to get a Super Bowl quarterback in Russ anymore. So I could see that as well. Part of where I see like they're going to want to try to make this go where they, it's long-term for him. It's look at the Rex Ryan hire as the flirtation with that. That's not a hire about we're going for it right now. We're going to make this a Super Bowl, team right now. Here it is. Let's go. That's okay. You have this Vic Fangio defense going. That's cute with all your zone-based principles. Now we're going to bring in Rex Ryan, who's going to want to blitz the house every other play and want to go man, Mr. Casino Blitz himself. So you're going to have to change into the personnel that can match that, which means your current personnel kind of doesn't have that. These are all indicators to me, and it's on top of what Sean Payton said, that he is indeed looking at this more into the future with Russ in that situation. Is what it is, man. Is what it is. All right. Jalen Hurts takes back over here with the offense humming of the Eagles. Up 14-7 here, 13-18 to go in the second quarter. Hurts in a pistol look. The give is going to be in here too. Looks like Miles Sanders, and he's not going to get much of anywhere on the play. Both teams doing a good job of stopping the run here early on. Eagles have 10 carries for 27 yards, while the Chiefs have 6 carries for 36 yards. Chenko had a 24-yarder, though, so that sort of skews that stat just a tiny little bit. Just an itty bit there. All right, second and 11. 12:42 to go. Hurts dropping back to pass. Blitz coming. Eagles have a screen set up. Great timing on the screen pass for the blitz, but excellently defended by Watson underneath. Defensive back for the Chiefs. He was able to get on top of that tight end that was breaking back underneath there. Hurts might have put that a little bit too far out ahead of the tight end. Kind of forced Gobert to have to stretch out and make the catch, make sure he secured the catch before he could get his legs going. But boy, that was a perfect call for the blitz that was coming at that time. 3rd down and 8. Eagles are 2 for 3 on 3rd downs today so far. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Again, a blitz being shown by the Chiefs. They're bringing it. Hurts, great little movement out of the pocket, little back turn pirouette there, and he gets the ball back over to his receiver for a 1st down. Hurts did a great job. That was the old Russell Wilson move where he pirouettes behind a little bit, turns it back in order to dip around Frank Clark. Use the defender's essentially bad angle against them. Use their momentum against them. And he was able to then turn back across to the other side of the field and then find the open receiver who was right at the sticks. Pascal. Great play by Jalen Hurts. He is your early MVP frontrunner. Guy is playing absolutely absurd football right now. Eagles going to pay this guy $50 million this offseason? All right, give is into Miles Sanders. He's dancing, jumping, flipping the hips, getting through. Manages to give himself a nice little gain for 8 yards. Gibson Dunlap did do well for us. John Lee says, okay, Michael Keaton's back as Batman. I liked it, but the whole close-up cheesy shot where he's like, I am Batman. Like, come on. I know you guys want him to say it, and we get him to say it another point, but not with him just staring at the camera in a weird, awkward facial shot, All right, Sanders with the carry here, and that's stopped right in his tracks by Leo Chanel. Great young linebacker for the Chiefs. He was all over that play. Stuffed him right in his tracks. This will bring up 3rd down. Oh, we got a flag. False start on the Eagles. Thomas says Sean has to think about the future. Seattle has their top 2 picks, and now the Saints have their 1st rounder from the Dolphins. He does. But I think, Thomas, some of this is a little bit maybe of a willingness to do a subtle tank job this year. I mean, if you think about it with the Broncos, they tank this next year. They're in one of the toughest divisions in football, which wouldn't be the toughest thing to do at that point. You restructure a defense to now this blitz-heavy defense that gets gouged because you don't have the guys to run the defense. But then you also remove the defense that was kind of holding the team up to get a couple wins every year. Now they are really a true candidate to then be a team that slides down. Fumble! Fumble's picked up by the Kansas City Chiefs, and they are up the football field for a touchdown. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nick Bolton picks up the ball and scoop and score. Hurts just trying to keep it on a read option play. Fighting through the tackle. And the guy just got his arm in. This was it. No, not even his arm in. He's trying to change hands. When the ball carrier goes to a certain side of the field, you're trying to change hands to get the ball away from the nearest defender. And as he was doing that transition of change, the ball just dropped out of his hand. It slipped right out. The defender didn't knock it out. He was just anticipating the defender closing on him, and it just slipped right out of his hands. Unforced error there by Jalen Hurts after he had played such a clean football game up until this point, and a big mistake as it gives the Chiefs a touchdown and puts them right back on into this football game. Not that they were out of it, but now we are tied up. So I very much see it like he could be subtly trying to kind of tank the thing to get it to go through and have that happen. You know, I could see him doing that in just a kind of small degree a little bit. Megan says the one movie I am looking forward to a great deal of is Oppenheimer by Christopher Nolan and one of my heroes, Robert Oppenheimer. I will be watching that one, and I do check out Christopher Nolan films. I tend to really do like him. The one he did where, he does need to Megan get his sound editing figured out. I can do without the whole, banging noises and everything else over the top of the dialogue in every other scene where, you have to watch it 3 times to really hear what they're saying because he's trying to make you be aware of the surroundings, like that. That's a miss me with that one, Mr. Nolan, and he's made some outstanding films that I've really, really loved. I think Insomnia was the one that he did. That might be my favorite of his, surprisingly. I know, or that of Dark Knight, of course, but it's kind of one of my low-key, one of my favorites is his, but he's a good one. He's one of those guys that does good work, Megan, whether you like it or not. He's providing an original vision. It's not cookie cutter. It's singular. He's an artist. I like that. That's what I want more of. Even as an artist I don't like, at least you have something that's more of a, you got just more of a unique flavor, I guess, rather than feeling like you're watching the same filmmakers making everything almost. Thomas says Keaton was always my Batman, maybe Christian Bale, but as a kid, Keaton was my number one. He's my number one too. That was my original Bat. I was OG. I went there for the original opening of it and everything else. Keaton was a good Batman. Didn't have the physicality you'd like, right? 182 pound, 5'9" Batman. But, the guy had the presence. He had the eyes, right? You gotta have the eyes in there. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I am the night. I am the night. Sanchez, fun fact B, I was born at Sacred Heart in downtown. Ooh, all right. Nice. Right in the heart of it. Nagasan says, I didn't really like Bale's Batman, but the movies were the best Batman movies. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I wasn't as big a fan with the Bale. He could do the, obviously he could do the Bruce Wayne stuff really well, but the Batman stuff with him didn't quite work as well. Sanchez wants the bat suit with the nipples brought back. All right, we got a kick in the back there, and that will be through the back of the end zone. Bale was okay, but I'd rather have him than Clooney, Affleck, or the new one. Sorry, I can't remember his name. I didn't like Pattinson at all. Pattinson had the same problem. There was a little bit with the whole no, I don't have to lift weights. I don't have to get in super good shape to play Batman. Just that's what actors do. We just act. I'll do it with my acting. I'll do it with my face. No, if you're gonna accept that part, you need to get yourself, get yourself on your cycle and let's go. Sorry, that's the way it goes. Guy freaking lifts like 729 pounds in the novel or something, or in the comic books. But I didn't like him at all. I definitely liked Bale. Didn't think he was ideal all the way. We still haven't had, to me, our best Batman yet. We're still waiting for our one guy that people are like, no, that's it. All right, the Eagles are going to take back over on the 25-yard line here, 9:37 to go. Hurts is going to do a little quarterback keeper here and take this for about a gain of 15 yards or so after the touchback. So I think all of them have some pluses to what they do, Thomas, but nobody's quite, I think, nailed the role all the way around, And Affleck, maybe had more of kind of the size, but yeah, he's just doesn't, I think, have the chops. The chops. All right, 9:06 to go here in the second quarter. Jalen Hurts back in pistol formation, unwavering after his unique mistake from a few plays ago where he fumbled the ball. Play action pass, Hurts looking deep. He's going to let the big dog hunt once more, this time throwing it into double coverage. The Chiefs said, "You fooled me once, Mr. Hurts. You're not fooling me a second time." It can only be said as this time Juan Thornhill, the not there safety from the prior play deep to A.J. Brown, finally decided this time to help out his young running mate to his right. You can only wonder why he was so absent and bereft of his duties a couple plays prior on the big touchdown score. Hurts now in shotgun here at the 39-yard line, 2nd and 10. He's going to drop back, looking to throw, bounces it outside to his running back. Nice little moves by the running back, breaking 1, 2, 3 tackles, and then driving forward and might have got himself a first down. Strong run by Mr. Scott. Guy with a nice little low center of gravity there, just dancing past people. Dance right, dance left, dance left, dance left, sliding past all them tacklers. And indeed, it does look like he probably got a first down there. Wow, great run there by that kid. That was impressive. Most impressive. Very impressive. All right, 3rd and 1. 8 minutes to go here in the second quarter. They're going to do their quarterback keeper thing they do where they push Hurts from behind. He's just going to get the first down. Chiefs don't even really do much to stop him on that play there, so it will be a first down there on that. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $10 don't know. Thank you, Fat Daddy. You're awesome for all the donations, man. Says, bro, once you get chickens, there is no going back. Most underrated pets. Sitting in a chair with a chicken on each thigh, pretty cool. Have about 15 roosters. Holy mackerel. Over 100 chickens. Hard to keep count. Wow. The roosters all just kind of work together on that, huh? I didn't know that they were so symbiotic in that way. I always thought you could only have like one, maybe two, and they'd be fighting each other. 1st and 10 now here with Hurts. Flips this outside to the running back for a gain of about 5 yards. Just a little into the flat kind of play to gain well there. Nice little patient play by Hurts to take what the defense kind of gives him there. Were they bringing a blitz or did he just... He saw something to his read to the left that just drew him out. They were bringing just front 4 pressure there. And he just snapped it out over there to the side. Must have saw something on the front end that he didn't like. 2nd and 6. Hurts back in shotgun. 3 wide, changing some play. It looks like they're changing the play at the line of scrimmage again. Chiefs showing a lot of traffic down by the line of scrimmage. They're not necessarily bringing a lot of guys all the time here, but they are showing a lot of traffic. Hurts is going to try to keep it on a read option play and lose maybe about a yard on this particular play. I did do a house sitting at one point, Fat Daddy, down in Santa Fe. Sorry, it was down in Santa Fe. We were house sitting for a couple that had chickens, and I enjoyed them quite a bit. They weren't really interacting type chickens. They were just in their little pen doing their thing. But you go in there and you'd feed them a little bit, and they'd be fun to play around with. One of my favorite stories is I go in there and there's all sorts of snakes down there in the desert. And every day I would have to go in there and they had a big water trough you have to fill up. So that 3rd down and 7 here. The give is going to be up the middle here to the running back. What a conservative call by the Eagles on 3rd and 7. I like just a draw play out of shotgun, 3rd and 7. No doubt they're probably counting on going for it here on 4th down, no matter what happens, as we're seeing here now. But come on, man. That's a conservative call. I guess you're just hoping to get into more of a 4th and short at this point. So 4th down and 5, empty look here for Hurts. Chiefs again with 5 men around the line of scrimmage, including a spy. Hurts is going to keep the ball, and he's going to get the first down. Miserable job by the Chiefs spy there. You've got a spy, and you just let him run right past it. I know Hurts is fleet of foot and all that, but look at 32 on this play. If you're watching the live coverage of this, 32 just sits flat-footed, gets caught going one way right for no particular reason. And Hurts breaks this back like a running back with open field vision there back across the other direction, and that's a first down. Wow. As a coach, that just so infuriates you. I'm sure Spagnuolo, I wonder with the Thornhill, the blow that he had on that play deep, and then that one there, if he's like, I'm making the right GD calls. Go in the right direction. I'd be so mad. Could you imagine if you're a defensive coordinator and you're like, I've got to change my whole defensive scheme and put a spy on this quarterback on this given play. The quarterback's likely to run. They only need 5 yards. Do your spy duties. And you see your spy just get not like outran to the side, but just like take a false step or two in the wrong direction and then give up the first down. I mean, just that's the pull your hair out type of stuff. I put you in the position to get that play. All right, 2nd and 7. Eagles all the way down here to the 13-yard line of the Chiefs. Again, back in shotgun is Hurts here. Little bubble screen out to Devontae Smith. He takes it. It's got about 3 or 4 yards before he's pulled down. Smith, slow to get up on the play. He's limping a little bit now. He's limping pretty heavily there now. Having a good start to this game, but he definitely is going to need to check out on this next play. Oof. Boy, is he a slight guy. So very, very, very thin. His legs like toothpicks. And it looks like he got the high ankle sprain roll special there. 3rd down and 3, Hurts and shotgun. The give is going to be here to Scott. Scott's got nowhere to go. Chiefs just create a complete wall up the middle. And that will bring up 4th down. So do the Eagles go back to a 4th down attempt here? You trust the field goal kicker? I thought earlier that the Eagles' indifference to the Chiefs would go for it in this kind of situation. And certainly that's what they're intending to do. They're going to go ahead and try to go for this. 4th and 2. 2:58 to go here in the second quarter as this clock continues to roll. They're doing a good job of playing keep away from Mahomes and company. It seems like it's been about an hour and a half since they last touched the ball. 4th down and 2. Hurts under center here. Rare under center, Jalen Hurts. And it looks like we're going to have a penalty marker. I don't know if they were trying to get him to jump or not, or the Eagles jumped or not. It looked like both teams had a little bit of a jumpy. Let's see what the officials rule here. And boy, Spagnuolo's beside himself over there. This is going to be offsides. The defensive coordinator for the Chiefs just can't believe it. And you've got a Chiefs defender in the neutral zone with his helmet. Like, look at that. You got to line. Maybe that's what they're calling there. You can't have your head in the neutral zone like that, buddy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he got a little, that move there. I mean, they're going to call that. If that's not him trying to instigate getting the Eagles to jump off sides, I don't know what is. He slides his head forward past the ball. I mean, you're going to get that call. Boy, Chiefs shooting themselves in the head here defensively. And Hurts is going to run this one in on just a quarterback keeper, easy peasy. Touchdown, 21-14 Eagles. Yikes. Wow. Sanchez Valkimmer was Batman. Megan says, how would the chickens go with the cats, though, B? Well, I wouldn't let them in the pen. It'd be a full pen, Megan. I do the chicken wire all the way around. You got to do that anyway because of the predators. I'm sure Fat Daddy's got his stuff on point with that, too. Fat Daddy with a $5 donation, too, as well as in addition to the 10. I'm a little late on acknowledging this, my man, so thank you for that. He says, sometimes it's tough when having to take a baby chicken out, but the joys outweigh the responsibilities of doing the right thing. Having to take a baby chicken out. Oh, like it just is not, it's struggling and it's dying. And yeah, that was a thing too we had to do where I was struggling. We had one chicken that went out on us that we were watching that was just got sick and was laid on the ground for days on end and just
And you're trying to give it water and make it feel, but it wasn't happening. So yeah, that is the tough part with those, is that they don't have the greatest of long lifespans. But I would at some point. And Megan, I would. You just get that chicken wire in there, and then the predators can't get in, and you just got to keep the thing clean. But it does get tough because it does attract rodents and whatnot. That's where the cats would like it though, Megan, because it attracts the rodents. Then you put the cats out there on the rodents. And I didn't tell my story. I was out there in Albuquerque watching these chickens in this pen, and there's all these holes in the ground from the rodents and everything else. And so you empty the water and then refill the water. And I emptied out the water, and it went into one of these little tiny mouse holes. Right out of this mouse hole comes this like 3.5 foot long snake, comes firing up out the hole, and it's coming right at me pissed. It's like, you mother, I'm going to take you out, you son of a, and I'm just caught. I'm holding this, 40-pound trough thing that's in my hands, like half awake, just having woken up. Snake's, about to chase. Snake breaks off, goes into the chicken cage, into the chicken pen. I'm standing there like, what the F? And then I realize I can't let the snake go into the chicken cage now. This is dangerous. So I'm like, oh my God, I got to go in there now and get this damn snake out of there. I go in there, and this snake has in its mouth a mouse, like it's holding the mouse in its mouth. And the chickens are on one side of the cage looking at the snake, and they're all grouped up looking at it. And then the chickens slowly start to get really comfortable, to the point where they're going over to the snake, who's looking at me, and I've got like a shovel. I'm about to hit this thing over the head. It's looking at me, snake, mouse in its mouth, looking at the chickens. Chickens come over and start to peck at the mouse in the snake's mouth. And it's just, it would be a funny scene out of a sitcom or something, right? Like, and then eventually, somehow, some way, I get the chickens off to one side of the cage, get the snake out of the room without having to kill the damn thing. But yeah, that's the one problem with that, is you do get some secondary critters coming through the edges there. Francine Barr, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you, Francine. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Yeah, Val was okay. He was okay as Batman. Jack Lastra. Yeah, I used to live in Miami. First time I went to Polio Tropical, there was a rooster in the palmetto bush by the door. Very authentic. Very authentic indeed. That's the one problem though, the rooster too. You get roosters, you're getting up early. Because that's the problem I have when I go to Hawaii at times, is they're all over that island. And boy, they will wake you up at the crack of dawn. When that light breaks, you are waking up. Incessant. Props to Jalen Hurts. Aside from that fumble, this kid's played a really, really clean game. 13 of 16, 145 yards, 1 touchdown. He's pushed the ball up the field at times. He's got a 13-yarder, a 23-yarder, a 45-yarder. He's not just dinking, dunking all over the place. 10 carries, 61 yards. Certainly is right now your MVP in this game so far. Thomas says Oppenheimer looks good. I'm a history buff. I love history, so anything autobiographical is up my alley. Me too. I'm looking forward to seeing that one too. They've tried to do a couple of movies about and shows about the bomb that they've been okay, but I don't think anybody's yet really knocked it out of the park in the way that maybe it looks like Oppenheimer's going at it with. And it'll be an interesting film. He's got Cillian Murphy's going to have to kill that speech there that Oppenheimer eventually gives, the chilling one where he's like, I thought of the Hindu passages, I become death. That's going to be the moment for him. That's his Oscar moment in the movie. Is going to be that moment when he's redoing that speech. 2nd and 5, Mahomes and company getting the ball off here just before the 2-minute warning, and he's able to complete the pass to Watson for a gain of 5 and a first down. So Eagles, Chiefs, they haven't been able to do a lot here offensively. Been off this field in this first half quite a bit. Chris Jones trying to hype people up over on the Chiefs defensive sideline. They could certainly even this thing up here at halftime, can't they? Even steal a possession. So as good as the Eagles have looked here in the first half, you still got to feel pretty good if you're the Chiefs. We're right here in this game. Jack Lastra, feral cats too. There's got to be 1 million street cats in South Florida. I bet. There's a lot of good food to go around out there. Oh, the iguanas alone. Don't they have iguanas everywhere too down there in Florida a lot? It's wild iguanas. Thomas has the... You got more coffee here, folks. I'll be right back.
Jack says, I've always maxed out around 24 birds. That seems like kind of a good number. That is a lot. It's a lot. God says I have zero faith in Carroll with this trash defense to lead us to a Super Bowl. Well, it's going to be a big thing that with what I've talked about, Nagasa. I'm going to be paying very close attention to that process and how it plays out this offseason. And if they don't add the commensurate talent to overcome potentially some of the schematic shortcomings, it certainly is going to be a thing that could potentially hold us back. I am going to kind of see where it goes first, but it absolutely is a possibility of going in that direction. No doubt about it. Been a good game so far. I've enjoyed this. Thomas says, I'm not a psychic, but I've seen a lot of football history in 40 years, and no 33-year-old quarterback turns back into a top 3 in 1 year. It can happen, but it hasn't happened since the Super Bowl era. I agree. And again, it hasn't happened first off, which I think in itself is a pretty startling thing to realize, Thomas, in itself. But then the extra aspect of that too is the fact that the stuff that's plagued Russell Wilson, Sean Payton's not just going to fix magically. You know, the neck up understanding of the game, the ability to process. I mean, there's some things about Russell's game that I just wonder beyond all else, maybe just not a part of his game. And I think Payton's aware of this too. I do. And so I think he's going to be able to turn back into he can get him turned into a functional quarterback where last year he was the worst in the league potentially. Mahomes going to let this rip on first down, trying to hit his man deep. Valdez Scantling on a back shoulder throw, and Valdez wasn't quite ready for the throw on that particular play. Mahomes kind of trying to throw him open there a little bit. 2nd and 10, 1:51 to go here in the second quarter. The Chiefs have 3 tight ends. Chiefs have 3 timeouts. Eagles also have 3 timeouts here. Chiefs are on the 35-yard line in their own possession. Mahomes back in shotgun. The Eagles bringing a late blitz. We got a false start by the Chiefs left tackle, Orlando Brown. No doubt on that one. He jumped right out. Gibson says, agree. I don't like Carroll's defensive schemes. I don't either. I'm with you guys on this. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like the fact that they adopted this thing last year and they didn't really adopt it, not in full. I don't like how we play so much on our heels at times rather than on our toes. And it does drive me a bit nuts with it. Part of me does wonder if Carroll's defense can be a little more functional if he actually was able to get in the 2nd and 15 here. Mahomes under a lot of pressure, able to bounce out of it a bit here. Hassan Reddick in pursuit. Mahomes throwing back across his body to the middle of the field. Big no-no for quarterbacks, but he breaks all the no-nos. And that ball will be incomplete. Great job by Hassan Reddick in pursuit there. Fletcher Cox providing some early pressure there. You can just see that defensive line that Eagles, everybody gets after it. You want to talk about something that can be replicated by our Seahawks. And this is, if we're talking about Carroll's defense, this would be a thing that here's what you could do. If Carroll wanted to go to keep to his designs of defense and stay to his coverage schemes and all that, I don't think it's ever going to be a top 5 scheme again in the NFL. I don't think it'll ever be maybe even a top 10. Can it be just inside the top 15? Yeah, it could. And I think it could be if you were willing to get the guys up front that could make the scheme work. That's been as much of anything, the major, beyond just the soft zone coverages, and Mahomes trying to run around here a little bit, and he is drugged down to the ground by the Eagles, and he is coming up very slowly. And he is right back to limping on that ankle again here now. Mahomes going to head over to the sideline with that ankle and just try to, ooh boy, he is really favoring that ankle right now at this moment. Yikes. That does not look good. Sometimes you re-injure this, and there's a lot of, if you ever played basketball and had this happen on those high ankle rolls, it'll roll again. It's weakened already. You really feel it in the moment and it hurts, but then it feels a little bit okay after a few minutes. It'll kind of start to bounce back in a little bit. But he's under a tremendous amount of pain. That's one of those worst pains that there is in that ankle stuff where you're just like, ah. And Mahomes is hurting over there. Hopefully it's not something serious, but he is hanging on over there. Hanging on.
Great return by the Eagles punt returner in this game. Boy, he got that ball up the football field quick. Fantastic job there by him as you got 122 and 2 timeouts if you're the Eagles. You're trying to see if you can get yourself into field goal range here. And Mahomes looks like he is maybe a little bit more in trouble than just a slight roll here of the ankle. Fat Daddy Stacks coming in with a $20 donation. My goodness, Fat Daddy. Thank you for all the donos, brother. I appreciate you. You're very kind. Very kind and very supportive. So thank you so much, man. He says one benefit to wild chickens is that they kill mice and rats and eat them. True, they'll do it, right? Like then those peckers, those beaks. Those beaks are, they can draw some force. I remember when I was trying to take the eggs out of, because the when the chickens are laying on the eggs, they don't want to let you have the eggs. And you try to take them, and they'll give you the little don't you dare! I'll take you out. I think if somebody said if chickens were like the size of a car, they'd be a problem. We would definitely be having a lot different relationships with chickens if they were. You could see the old little dinosaur in them, right, Fat Daddy? A little bit. But that's cool. I'll have to get wild chickens then if I get them. Because definitely I know the mouse and the rat problem can be an issue because they're drawn to that stuff, the feed on the floor, and it's too hard for them not to be wanting to get in on that. But it's smart to get chickens. It really is in this day and age. Those prices are only going up for that stuff. Plus you can feed them the good food and you can get the good eggs, It's not like they've been eating, like I said, cardboard and cement basically. You actually give them some good stuff. I bet those eggs are super delicious when you do it right. R. Sanchez, that Prince soundtrack for the first Batman, that was rough. That was a tough one. Prince and Batman didn't exactly go together. That one was not an easy match there. Sanchez says DeVito as the Penguin was better than the Joker. DeVito killed it in that role. He kind of quietly did kill it as the Penguin. He did a great job with that. I liked what Nicholson did with the Joker, though it was, of course, it was Nicholson, right? It's Jack. It's Jack doing the Joker. Jack doing the Joker. But DeVito was great. Kevin Conroy is, as far as the voice goes, Megan, he's certainly one of the, he's probably come the closest to hitting all parts of the role in that respect from the voice side of it. I'd agree with that. Thomas, I think if Seattle re-signs Geno, but I think Seattle re-signs Geno, but I also feel Seattle needs to draft their future quarterback this draft or next. I would prefer this one because C.J. Stroud, Levis, or Richardson. Me too. I'd be okay with that. We got a little bubble screen here by the Eagles. Miles Sanders takes the throw, and he's going to run up the field for about 9 yards here. 1:13 to go in the second quarter. Clock continues to run. Yeah, I'm completely just re-signing Geno. To me, Thomas, I'm with you in the same boat that it doesn't mean now you don't take a quarterback in the draft. Absolutely doesn't, especially if they love these guys. He's going to go deep to Devontae Smith here and completed it. Looked like Devontae was bobbling the ball on his way out, but the umpire official is going to give him the first down. Looks good. He had the ball pinned. It's under control. Oh, they're going to review this catch. Let's see here. Technically, the ball does touch the ground on the way down, so they may say that it's out of control at that point, but he's got it controlled on his helmet. It's not like it's flopping or falling, And then just as he goes to the ground, it gets pressed down. But they could draw that back if they say it touches the ground and call it. Nice throw by Hurts, though. Boy, he put that ball right on the money. Thomas says, come on, the tech was why Keaton was a good Batman. Remember what Joker about tech being nice. Where does he get all those wonderful toys? Menace rips through Gotham. Wait till they get a load of me. Then who is your favorite quarterback in this draft? Stroud is good, but if you tell you, I will listen. But if you tell who, I will listen. I go back and forth, Thomas, between Stroud and Levis. I do. I'm drawn between both of them. Those are my 1-2 guys. I think I got maybe Stroud a little bit higher because I just think there's maybe a little more top end to him on that. And if I'm taking a quarterback high, going for top end is definitely where we want to be putting in the crosshairs. So I think I'm drawing a little bit more to that, but they're neck and neck for me, and I like both as I love both as quarterback prospects at the next level. I really do. And someone said that Caleb Williams would be the better than any of these quarterbacks, and they're right. Long live the king, sarcasm. Hurts has a fumble and thrown 2 interception-worthy passes. Exactly. Mr. Isaac 560, you do know everyone always talks about Caleb Williams, but I haven't ever watched any of his games. I need to do a little research on him. He's impressive, man. I think you feel it with him pretty quickly. I mean, to me, I felt it last year when he was at Oklahoma and he came in for Spencer Rattler. And you can just feel that there's a bit of a different sense to this guy and the way he goes about what he's doing back there. And he's ideal, man. He's going to be good. He's going to be good. He's going to be good. Francine Barr says, great voice. Do you also do baseball? Francine, I absolutely do baseball. I've got my channel is called The Crow's Nest. So it's a Seattle Mariner channel. But, and I will be I'm going to try to do about, if I can, the goal is to get to about 80 games this year of Mariners, doing 80 live stream games. So if you're not subscribed to The Crow's Nest, please do get subscribed to The Crow's Nest because we're going to be going hot and heavy on the action over there. But Francine, I did promise Megan a few Howard Cosell's today. I do a Howard Cosell every once in a while, so I got to give her get a little taste of Howard. Thomas says Val was okay. All I remember of Val was him trying to get with Nicole Kidman. Was he? Was he trying to get in that sweet Kidman? Sanchez Affleck was good as the aging Bruce Wayne. The movie was crap though. DC trying to be also ran Marvel did no one any favors. Agreed. They need more of a singular type vision that's unique rather than trying to copy. And they tried to copy Marvel's and do it too fast and really establish like Marvel did. And they're going to call this an incomplete pass with Devontae Smith. So I still don't exactly know all the time what a catch is, but I guess it does make sense that the ball was, touching the ground there. I suppose. Washington Fisquest says, anybody in the Shelton Olympia area, you can meet Steve Larchin at the Little Creek Casino. He's doing a Super Bowl watch along. 2 friends have sent me brag pics with him. Oh, hell yeah. Somebody needs to go down there and tell him he needs to come on the Hawks Nest. That would be my dream interview, is DeLand would be able to interview Larchin. Of course, I would be just fangirling out the whole interview, so it might not be fun for you guys. You guys ever watch Chris Farley interviewing Paul McCartney on Saturday Night Live in the little skit that they did? That would be me with Steve, Be like, do you remember when you caught 100 touchdowns? Steve like, yeah, that was really cool. That was cool. Yeah, it was cool. Do you remember, Steve, when the guy broke your jaw? Yeah. And then you came back and then you tackled him a couple weeks later? Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. That was cool. Yeah. That would be me with a large interview. The whole time, probably. All right, so we got 2nd and 10 now here. The Eagles are trying desperately as they can to Chris Jones. Doing Chris Jones on the quarterback sneak, just diving over the top to try to keep the quarterback from going. Still doesn't stop them. The Eagles have that thing they do on quarterback sneaks where they have the 3 guys pile behind the quarterback and everybody pushes the quarterback forward. That's one of those things people have mentioned about NFL rules changing the offseason. I think they're going to try to change that rule, that you can't just press the quarterback forward like that. Which I would kind of dig because, quarterback keeper plays aren't very exciting and it's a little cheapy. All right, 2nd and 10 here now for the Eagles. 26 seconds to go, and Hurts is just going to try a quick throw here to Devontae Smith. It'll get about 4 yards, but nothing else, and they'll have to call timeout. 22 seconds to go, 3rd down. Gibson, I grew up in the Don James era and in the trenches downtown as a kid. I was in that same era, man. Same. Mr. Isaac, whoever we end up drafting, I really hope we can improve our interior of the trenches, set up quarterback for young success. It's been a pretty common thing mentioned in this stream today, Mr. Isaac, and overall early this offseason. I think pretty much we're unanimous as Seahawks fans saying we got to get better there. That's the spot to improve. That's the spot where you really are lacking. Thomas says maybe Locke resigns, but I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle resigns Geno and then drafts a quarterback in the draft. If it doesn't work out, then they will resign Locke. Look, yeah, I agree. That's the way I think it'll play out too. I don't think you're getting both. 3rd and 4 here for Hurts back in shotgun, dropping back to throw. He hits A.J. Brown on a little in-cutting route. Brown breaks a tackle, and he's back to the outside. Brown done a great job of getting out of bounds on the play and preserving the final timeout for the Eagles. In-cutting route, broke it back outside. Nice route there on that release. He pressed the outside leverage, got himself back inside to get open, and he just had that cornerback that whole play scrambling to play catch-up, both before the catch and after the catch. But then to get out of bounds and preserve that timeout gives him another play here to maybe go out there and take a shot here at the end zone. A.J. Brown with 3 catches and 73 yards and a touchdown here. They've not worked him a lot, but he has definitely been a big weapon for them here in the first half. Eagles sitting now at the 19-yard line of the Chiefs. 1st and 10, 15 seconds to go. Back in shotgun is Hurts, dropping back to throw. He's going to hit Miles Sanders on a little in-cutting route, and they're going to have to just blow that timeout now. So put the timeout to kind of waste now at this point. And they're going to just go ahead and take the field goal. But this would put them up by 10 points here going into halftime if they can make it happen. But yeah, I don't think you have the money. If you re-sign Geno, you're not going to have the money for Lockett as well. Because Geno, especially if he's going to cost what they're talking here, which is $30, $32, $33 million, you know, that's... You're not going to afford $5-6 million then for Locke on top of it. Yeah, Mr. Isaac, for me, $30 million is just too much. We got in a pretty fierce debate last night on the channel with it. We had a couple different camps. Nicholas says, I'm pro Geno, but if it's costing too much, I say let him walk. I'm leaning more towards letting him walk at this point. I'm starting to arrive there myself. And I had been a big benefactor of Geno throughout this season. All right, 35-yard attempt here by Colquitt, I think is his name. He knocks it up and through. So the Eagles do take a 24-14 lead here at halftime. Mahomes will limp off the field as he tries to trot his way into the locker room. Daddy, thank you for that $20 donation too, man. Again, very kind. Jack, yeah, they got all sorts of weird invasive species down there, man. You know, like I said, pythons, monkeys, parrots. I mean, it's like the iguanas too. Aren't those invasive down there? Mr. Isaac, I'm sorry, what is Oppenheimer? Oppenheimer was the creator of the nuclear bomb, and Christopher Nolan's doing a movie on him starring Cillian Murphy. I agree, Thomas. It won't be $25 million right now. I mean, at this point, it's going to get that 30 mark. If it sounds like Seattle's offered the 30 mark. I don't know if I like doing it that price though, Thomas. I'm really hesitant, man. I know it's like, well, it's only $5 million more, but boy. Yeah, and Thomas, and right now he's turned down the 3-year $30 million reportedly, and so that means he's asking 35 and expecting to finish at 32.5. I mean, that's pricey. I have become death, the destroyer of worlds. Such a chilling speech. Nicholas Newton, 28 was my max. I was hoping Geno would be wise about building a team, but sounds like it's more about the money. Can't blame him for wanting the money, but it won't get us where we need to be. Yeah, I feel exactly the way you do. I don't bemoan Geno for wanting 35, and maybe he can get 35 or 32, whatever it is. But I had my max too, which was 27. And that was the max. That wasn't like, well, a couple million more past 27. Certainly you'll be willing to do that. This isn't the car sales. Like, there's a certain amount that I had fixed in my mind, which is as far as I was willing to go. And if he didn't want to go there, it's not to say that he's not worth it or that somebody else won't pay it. I don't want to do it as part of my team building process. And it's gotten to that point for me. I just say, especially the thing we talked about last night, I think, which is the key point on this with Geno, is it's Geno or option B. Geno's option A now looks like $33 million per year on a 3-year deal. Not a 4-year deal, a 3-year deal, which means you're feeling the maximum hit of that contract all the way through. What I mean by that is if it's a 3-year, $90 million deal, he's probably going to have $50 to $60 million guaranteed, which means that the bonus money alone at that point is probably going to be around $20 million a year just to begin things before we even get to the base of his salary. So you have $30 million a year, or you franchise him and trade him for a second rounder, free up that $30 million to spend in other places. Can you do more with that saved money? Can you build more on the team in total than simply just what you gain with having Geno on the other side of it? And that is the key question here at play. And there's disagreement. There will be disagreement on this, but to me, that doesn't change the fact that that is the question. It's not merely Geno here or not here. It's Geno here, or you pick up an additional second, third rounder, maybe 2, and you save that money. That's the real key of this, I think. Mr. Isaac, does anyone know if we tagged Geno and traded him after we tagged him, how much of his salary we would be on the hook for? You're not on the salary hook for any of his salary traditionally. There's times where you can work into a deal with Geno. No. So here's what would happen with that, Mr. Isaac. You have times like Jadeveon Clowney where you made a trade for him and you got the Texans to, while he was on a franchise tag, you got the Texans to eat half of that franchise tag when you made that kind of trade. But whoever trades for Geno is going to do like what happened with Frank Clark, where they're actually going to trade for him and then sign him to a contract extension. So he'll never end up playing actually on the franchise tag at that point. It's just merely so you can keep him under club control so you don't have to let him walk for nothing. But you would end up probably going that route. Yeah, late round quarterback wouldn't be the worst rate, Ace. And you could target some guys like Dorian Thompson-Robinson out there, UCLA, 4th round. You can do some things a little later. You wouldn't have to go early with that. There'll be some guys. Nagasa, I will watch every Will Levis game next season. I'm so freaking curious what he can do. I am too. It's almost more even beyond being excited for the guy, which I am, and excited for him in an offense now where he has a lot of working parts around him when there was not a lot of working parts around him in college. But it also will help me better understand a little bit of that working theory I'm kind of developing a bit about the impact of building a team that truly is strong, especially offensively speaking, for a quarterback in front of him. He has the offensive line. He has the playmakers on the outside. He's got some running backs. He's got tight ends who can catch and get open and create space. Has a little bit of everything a little bit. And what can that do for a young guy? What can that do for a young guy, who hasn't had that at all in college? And I think he'll be very successful if you put him in that place. Megan says those Peckers, bet that sounded better in your head. It did. It came out a little bit. It didn't come out right. Yeah, we wouldn't have to pay a portion of it, Mr. Isaac. Just like we didn't have to pay a portion of the Frank Clark deal when we traded him and he was on the franchise. Thomas says, so you're saying draft a late round quarterback who most of the times hasn't panned out other than Brady. Sorry, if I can't have Stroud, leave us a Richardson. The only other one I would be okay with is Hooker. Yeah. I mean, I'm not worried about it. It's a late round pick too. It's not the biggest, especially in this draft where the late round guys aren't as valuable as in other years because it's a little bit talent bereft, I would say. Thomas says maybe trading Geno would be smart. That's what I'm kind of proposing if he's going up to this level of his requirement. If there's truly this kind of market for him, as people have told me, where there's somebody who will be willing to pay him $35-40 million, it's kind of like, well, okay. Then they obviously see a lot of value in him at that point. And if they see that much value on him in that point, then they'll be willing to give us picks for it in addition. It's one or the other. Either he's got that kind of value to pull that in or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, then you shouldn't be paying him that kind of money, Nicholas says, yeah, because you Gibson, I love crows. I have 50 to 100 of them as friends. They are way smarter than chickens, maybe as smart as your 7-year-old or a chimp. I believe it, man. They're smart creatures. Get some Christian Bale love in here. Nightwing, Sanchez? I haven't checked that one out. Mr. Isaac, now that's all I'm sure of. Brandon, do you know how much we would have to pay? So we wouldn't have to pay any of Gino's salary if we tagged him, because Gino doesn't sign the tag. The tag only goes into place once Gino signs it. Players who want their new contract extension will wait until the last minute to actually sign their dotted name to the franchise tag. And so when that occurs, you're not on the hook for any of it. And even if Gino signed it, you wouldn't necessarily be on the hook for any of it, even at that point either. Sanchez, I'm hating our re-signing of Myers. Well, you know, in the video I posted, Sanchez, I didn't like it very much either. You're paying top of the market money for a kicker throughout an 8-year career who has been middle of the road. Direct, smack dab, right in the middle of the road. What's up, Brando? Megan says, Largent and Zorn, making that happen. I'd love to have Zorn on the channel too, Megan. I legitimately would. I've tried to reach out to some of these former players. They're not the most responsive cats. I need an in, I think. Thomas Cox, would you draft Bryce Young? No, I wouldn't. And look, I think that he's got very good arm talent. I think he processes phenomenally. I think he throws with great anticipation. I think he can throw guys open. I think he can navigate a pocket pretty well for an undersized guy. But I, number one, don't trust his arm on more deeper stuff where he's got to more, I think, load up to really get the kind of juice on the balls that he needs to. But I really just don't think he's going to sustain, man. I don't see that guy holding up at the NFL level. I think he's going to get broken and broken often. Sean Lee, should we pick up Jordan Brooks' 5th-year option? I would say no. I don't think Jordan Brooks has shown enough to you that you want to pay a $12 million guaranteed deal on him coming off now an ACL. I just think that there's enough in his game that wasn't good to begin with before the surgery. And if he's reduced after the surgery, there certainly isn't going to be enough there for me to want to pay that guy $12 million a year. You know, that's a lot for a middle linebacker, Sean. That's a lot. And it's guaranteed the second you pick up the option. I'm a very big, hard no on Jordan Brooks at $12 million on a guaranteed deal for that 5th-year option. E. Gibson says, my favorite player was Dr. Death. I'm old enough to know why he is in the Hall of Fame. Dr. Death? You got me on that one, Gibson. Who was the Dr. Death? Thomas Cox says, Caleb Williams may be an inch taller. Can you say why Young isn't good enough? But I could be wrong. Boy, I don't know. They look significantly different in size on the field to me. So Caleb Williams is listed at 6'1". I would bet and I know what you're going off of, which is the listed height here on like Alabama or whatever chart with this, but let's also keep in mind with this, the usually listed height is going to be a bit lower. And especially in the case of a guy who's far below 6 feet, they'll give him a couple inches, you know? I mean, hell, I saw Russell Wilson's team when he's coming out, some people trying to put him up at 6 foot or whatever. I would garner to guess that when Bryce Young goes and gets measured, he's going to measure in about 5'9.5". So my feeling on it, Thomas, is there's probably about a good 3-inch difference between those two players. If you've had them lined up back to back, I think Caleb would have him by a good 2.5, 3 inches minimum. I also think Caleb's probably got him as far as just a bigger build. You know, he outweighs him and he's got more room to put more on that build. Bryce Young is an incredibly slight guy for the quarterback position. Not kind of slight. He's incredibly slight. He's as slight as they come at the position, on top of being as short as they come at the position. That's not a good combination for me. I also think that Caleb Williams has a much better arm, Thomas. I think he has a stronger arm. I think he doesn't have to wind up to make the throws at times on the bigger, deeper stuff that Bryce Young has to. And so I really like his talent even more so with the anticipation, the throwing guys open, all that stuff I talk about with Young that he can do. That's where Caleb Williams can do it at an elite level, at an NFL high-end NFL level. You know, there's a difference between kind of being good at something and being like magnificent at it. But those guys, as far as their size build goes, there's a keen difference between the two of them. And I have not seen a quarterback, Thomas, come in this league at the size of Bryce Young and hold up. And we have a lot of guys. This is a little bit of what's nice about this is we have a lot of guys with the data coming along now that are being drafted, that are being picked, that are being put on NFL football teams that are the sub 6 foot type dudes that weigh the 190 pounds. And they are indeed getting broken, or even 200 pounds like a Baker Mayfield, or your Tuas, or your Matt Corral with his foot injury in the preseason. You can kind of go down the line of them with these guys. Kyler Murray, it's one after another getting kind of beat up and hurt. And it's like the guys that can sustain like a Russell Wilson, or maybe even like we'll eventually maybe see with Jalen Hurts, though we have to admit here as well, even Jalen Hurts got injured this season, right? With a guy that's not exactly a pure 6'3", 6'4" guy. He had a very close injury as far as getting him own self knocked out this year, which would have totally wrecked and upended their season too. So it's a big worry for me that has developed along here. And it's really as much for me, Thomas, born out of seeing that Russell Wilson is the anomaly in his ability to hold up over the 10 years that he did and be the Iron Man that he did. And just not thinking that every guy that comes out is going to be that anomaly. Then really, is there more of a rule of thumb when it comes to this type of stuff? Is there more like, no, it usually actually kind of goes like this. The guy might come out and be very dynamic and play well. And the thing I'll say about it is if he gets out and he can be on the football field and remain out there, Thomas, I would say he can be a pretty good player and he'll be a very productive player. But can he play 17 games? Can he not get his ACL torn? Can he hold up from not getting concussed because he gets thrown to the ground and pinballed off the ground because he's so light? And defensive linemen, it's like they're throwing around a rag doll. That's the part we'll see with. I don't have a lot of confidence in it. And maybe I'm off on that, but I just don't. I don't think it's there. Sanchez says, pay Locke 2 years, $10 million in case lightning strikes twice. Get Daron Payne, the linebacker from the Bills, Terrell Edmonds, draft and win. I would much rather go that route instead of going with the Geno route. And this is where we had the conversation last night. It was getting heated because then we got into a little bit of the debate about, what is the difference between Geno Smith and Drew Lock? What is Lock's potential? And, then you start going down that dirty road because, I started to hear about the same things in Drew Lock that I heard about Geno Smith throughout all of last offseason that propelled me to a point of presenting a video of, doubters beware for all the people predicting that Geno's going to fail as they were. Nagasa says, problem is Levis won't last till 5. I agree with you. But I think Nagasa, my long-held prediction on this has been this. Though I'm okay taking a quarterback, my long-held prediction is 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4 picks. 3. At that point, you have one of Jalen Carter or Will Anderson that's pushed down to the Seattle Seahawks. You don't overthink it at that point. You take one of the 2 best players in this draft and you call it a day. I think it will probably go that route above all else. And I'd be okay with that. Sanchez, but Ducros tastes good. George Samuel, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. My man out in Egypt. Thomas says, I wasn't the proponent of signing Geno to a long-term deal. I felt he would ask for more than people thought. He's definitely asking more than I thought he was going to ask by a little bit. And I was a proponent of signing him, but I said I would sign him at just, this is the dollar amount. This is the line. We're not crossing this line. Here it is. Shh, don't cross this, Geno. Geno's like, I'm going to cross. Max Shermart, are there any free agents from the Chiefs or Eagles you'd like? It's a good question. Let's take a look at Sports Track really quick and see if there's who they've got. Let's see who they're rocking on their free agent lists. So we'll go with the Chiefs first. Yeah, you might look at Juju Smith-Schuster for the Chiefs, but probably not. I don't see anybody else on their defense that would be interesting to us, or any on their team that would be interesting to us at that point. No. Smith-Schuster is really the only guy that you might look at there with them on that. And even then, I don't think Seattle's really going to be much in the market for him. They've had a chance to go after him before and haven't, so I don't think they'll probably will here. That would leave the Eagles. the Eagles. And the Eagles free agents. Fletcher Cox, 32 years old, who's going to be a free agent. He might be a guy that very well could maybe even retire if they win the Super Bowl. Same thing you could say about Brandon Graham, who's almost 35 years old now. I don't think he's necessarily looking to play a whole lot longer. Robert Quinn could be interesting, has played in this defense. He's another guy, though, 33 years old. How much does he really have in the tank left? I think Javon Hargrave would be probably your most likely of any of the Eagle players that are free agents that the Seahawks could look to target. He is only 30 years old, so not significantly old. I don't think he's going to cost a tremendous amount, cost a little bit. But he would be a guy that you could bring in that could help out the defensive line rotation if you couldn't get a Daron Payne, let's say. James Bradbury, probably not a target. Kelsey's not going to leave the Eagles anytime soon. Other than that, Ndamukong Suh's probably going to retire. Linval Joseph is another guy that's probably getting up there and getting ready to retire. You know, Zach Pascal's a guy that I've always liked. He's a free agent receiver for them. He's kind of their, third guy there behind Devontae Smith and Brown, and those guys have been pretty good about being on the field, so they haven't needed him as much. But not a lot of guys there. I got to admit, kind of a short list there, Max, from them. Thomas says, I'm game with having a combination of Schmitz, Torrance, Van Pran. Van Pran went back to school, Thomas, Avilia, and the Michigan Center. I'm good with all those guys, man, Thomas. I like all of them. I did like Van Pran, but he did go back to school. Did I get my fish infusion? Oh, I don't think it's a fusion thing. We're having a fusion debate. Not the nuclear bomb, be atomic bomb. My bad. Thomas, yeah, but Philly also has a very talented quarterback. He's young and a rookie salary, so maybe drafting a quarterback is a smart idea. Could be. It's not a bad idea, that's for sure. Mr. Isaac Haas, okay, what, 185 pounds, yeah. Greg says, I hope Pete and John are watching this game right now and understand that they need to build the trenches as much as possible, especially if it requires moving on from Geno. It's just a great approach. Doesn't matter your scheme, doesn't matter what your philosophy is from a team standpoint. It's just a smart approach. It's proven to be one. It's proven over and over to be a smart approach. Sean Lee, I'd take a first rounder for Geno. I don't know if you'd get one, though if we're talking about Sean, a late first rounder, well, then maybe you're going to have teams willing to do it. I wouldn't turn it down. I'll tell you that. I would not turn it down. Red Ace, if you were Geno, why wouldn't you want to cash out a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I absolutely would. I don't bemoan at all Geno wanting to get the contract where he's trying to get it. He's makes a lot of sense. So I get him being in that place of saying, no, I want to give this. This is my one chance, my one bite at the apple. But because that's his one chance, that has nothing to do, of course, with informing us of whether or not we should do anything about that move, whether or not we want to make that move, where we want to be a part of that. No, those two things can be mutually inexclusive, as I believe they are. Thomas says, what's the prices when it comes to franchise tag or transition tag? I'm not sure on the transition tag, Thomas. I know that for the quarterback, it's $32 million. I'm not sure on some of the other positions exactly. I could probably find it somewhere if I looked on somewhere in my folders. I think I've got it written down or saved like a screenshot, but you would definitely want to be franchising Geno if you did that. That'd be your approach with it. Yeah, this halftime performance is weird. All the white suits and on the red. What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Rand Alderson. Who would you trade for Geno? It's not, I wouldn't be trading for a player, Rand. I'd be trading a pick. So if I would put the franchise over him and then, so it'd work like this, Rand. It would look like, I'd like to sign him to a contract extension. If he wants to demand more and he's asking for more than I'm willing to pay, which I think we're almost kind of getting to that place of, then I'm looking for a team that wants to move on for him and pay him that money that he wants to be paid. And then I want probably like a second round pick back in return. I think it's probably a bit much to think you're going to get back a first round pick for Geno, but a second and maybe a third. I don't think that that's the most insane possibility either.
Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says, what happens if a player doesn't sign the franchise tag? If the player doesn't sign the franchise tag, they remain under the team's control, and the team can franchise tag the player again the next year if they wish. They then don't have to pay like it's the second year of a franchise. It still operates because when you go into the second year of a franchise tag, if you go franchise tag 1 year and then you do it to the player again a second year, the tag goes up a certain percentage. That's not going to be the case if they didn't sign the tag and didn't play a year of football, which no player's ever going to not do for them. I think there's been like Le'Veon Bell is like the one guy that was willing to actually sit out. So it really doesn't happen where guys are going to be willing to sit out. But that's the way it works, is that he still remains under club control the next year. That's the way it goes. The Augusta Texans got a defensive-minded head coach. They could pick Anderson or Carter now. It is possible. It is possible in the Augusta. I think that they did go a little bit heavy defense last year. They also, I guess, are talking about bringing in Cliff Kingsbury, who was one of the first guys to ever offer Bryce Young a scholarship offer. Like, he offered Bryce Young a scholarship in 8th grade. So there could be a little bit of that. You know, we saw already somebody hire Kingsbury because of his connection to Murray. Maybe the Texans do the same thing because of the connection to Young. And they have been connected to Young for a little bit of time now. Megan says, you saw my report on Caleb B. Nothing has changed since, nor for me. Thomas is Young, Levis, Carter, Anderson, Stroud. It's the first 5 picks. One quarterback will fall regardless. Maybe, though. I mean, that's a maybe, Thomas. That's if somebody doesn't trade up. You're not anticipating then somebody trades up for one of the third quarterback, which I am anticipating. I think a team's going to do that. I think there's even an outside possibility we see 4 quarterbacks taken with the first 4 picks. You know, when me and Brendan were doing a breakdown on the B&B show on his channel here this last week about, you know, the quarterback musical chairs that existed out there in this upcoming offseason, what you have as far as a quarterback situation in the NFL, if you look at the teams and the teams that are needing quarterbacks, and then you look at the available quarterbacks that are out there, one doesn't match the other. You have more chairs than you have quarterbacks. So what is that going to then cause? Well, it'll drive more of a desperation from teams to do things that are more outside the box, outside of the rule of thumb. It'll cause them to extend past what most teams would find comfortable. And I think that's what's going to occur here this year on that one, Thomas, is I think it's going to, I think one of Carter and Anderson does fall to us. I think 3 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. I think one team, all it takes is one team at that point. 2 quarterbacks go no matter what. One extra team trades up and they're going to come get that quarterback, I think. Sam the Great says, I got Indy going up to get Stroud. Texans get going. Someone trades up to 3 to 4 to get Levis. I could see it. I could see it. That sounds right. William Leonard has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 10 months. Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member for 10 months. Thank you, William, for all of the long support of the channel. He says, do you think any team is desperate for Carter or Anderson and would trade up to the top 5? My inclination on this would be at first blush to say no, William. The reason being is that historically speaking, you really don't see teams trading up into the top 5 for a defensive talent. If a team is going to move up in the draft, first and foremost, it's going to be for a quarterback. And if it's not for a quarterback, you might see an offensive player a team is willing to move up to go get. But I just don't see too many trades being made for a defensive player, because now you're talking about having to give up. Usually if you're going to move up for a Carter Anderson, you're not only talking about giving up a first round pick, you're talking about probably having to give up extra first round pick and maybe a second or third rounder on top of that. Does anybody feel solid enough about their evaluation of those 2 players to make that call? I think that's I think that's a little uncertain to me. I think that's a little like I just can't see it. Not with the historical norms, not with what the cost would be. I just can't see it pulling in that direction of things. So I can see why you'd think that, though, because there's a part of this of, could this happen? Well, you do have a weaker draft, so then you have teams maybe less valuing their later picks. You know, I'll give up my second and third rounder later because I know it's not as good a player there. And here I'm getting a legitimately good player. Here there's less of that wonderment with it. And that's a little more valid, I think, to say that, to believe that. But I just don't think it can happen. I don't think any team's going to be willing to quite go that route with it. Nagasa says Stroud was a statue all season and threw terrible under pressure. He played well only against Georgia. He was under pressure the whole game. That's one game. Yes, there was just one game where he was showing it. I think your assessment on that's pretty correct, and that he struggled to kind of move off platform. I don't think he's a full-on statue. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. Like, McKee with the Stanford team is a statue. That's a statue. Stroud can move a little bit. He's not unathletic or whatnot. He's just not comfortable, I think, doing so as much. Part of it, too, is with the Gossip. Remember, he's a 20-year-old kid, So unlike what we got with Levis, there's a little bit more time for him to develop with that type of stuff. And that may be a part of his game that starts to come along a little bit more deeper along. He also had, like Young, he benefits from a really nice offensive line and the playmakers he has to work with. And that certainly doesn't put him in a position to be under as much duress as consistently. And so it's hard to make that assessment because of that as well. But I do like Stroud's game. I do. And I think he's going to continue to get better. Mr. Sanchez coming in with a $20 donation. Whoo! Thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Sanchez. Thanks so much. You're awesome, brother. He says you need to get your poop figured out schedule wise, so I can continue to go broke donating. Don't be a jick. I do, man. I do. And I'll get that out to you, man. I've been long needing to do it. I just got to figure out how to get this to work with the Streamlabs thing. And I just got to do a couple tests with it to get it to go, and just been kind of lazy probably getting that going. But we'll get a schedule going here, man. And like I said, I am kind of playing with the notion, if I don't do it now, this off season, I very well may start into the year this year of doing kind of like an hour show a day on a consistent hour point. We get in, we get out every day. We still have our long shows around it too, right? Game day, Sundays and whatnot. But I think I might be doing that next year. I want to see a little bit of a gauge, Sanchez, on how you guys would be responding to that. If you guys would be open to me doing that type of stuff, doing a daily kind of show, just covering a certain topic and talking over and whatnot. But no, I'll get it up, man. I'll get it up for sure. Thank you for all the donations, man. Helping keeping the lights on over here. So I do appreciate it. You're very kind as always on that, Sanchez. And I promise you, I'll get that schedule up. That is at the top of my priority. Appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. Sean Lee, how nice would it be with Carter and Payne lining up next to each other? Let's go. That's Sean. That's my dream scenario for this offseason. People have asked, what would be your dream? If we could begin the offseason out by getting Carter and getting Payne as your 1-2 punch on that defensive line, knowing that's your beginning point essentially for addressing the trenches, I think that's a beautiful beginning point. So yeah, if we did it, man, you give me hype for it, Sean. You'd have an interior defensive line that nobody is running on. That you better put a couple blockers to both of these two guys. Don't think you're single blocking a center on Jalen Carter, right? I don't think you're single blocking Deron Payne with a guard. He's going to rip those guys apart, rip them apart. So, yeah, I would love to see it, man. I would love to see it. Sanchez, you're awesome, man. Thank you for that $20 dono, brother. Keldon says, I think Geno should feel lucky to get a tag money. Yeah. I mean, it's 1 year of production, Keldon. There is a part of that here, right? Like, 1 year, it's great production. It's awesome. But it is 1 year. And you're paying for that 1 year of performance, hoping that sustains, and you don't have as much of a baseline there for giving out a big long-term deal. Red A says, do you think Geno would play under the franchise tag? I mean, when it comes to not playing under the franchise tag, it just comes down to like leverage at the end of the day. And as I said, there's only been one guy in Le'Veon Bell that's been unwilling to play under the franchise tag and actually do I'm going to sit out a year and not play. We had Joey Galloway, I believe, at one point that was on the franchise tag with Holmgren. And I want to say that he sat out like the first 7 games of the year. And then just because there's a bare amount minimum games you have to play to have it count as a year established to you. So he did that. Now, all that stuff's out the door on this, though, now, I think, because of the fact that you do get theoretically fined for not showing up. So I don't know if it's a holdout pure, like you get fined purely at that point. Maybe he could just, because he's not under contract, he can just theoretically hold out for nothing. But
again, what's the gain to him at that point? He sits for a whole year, and just kind of hopes the situation sorts itself out the next season. I can't see him doing that. I think he would probably play on the franchise tag at that point. Begrudgingly, I don't think he'd like to do it, but the new CBA doesn't let these guys really, even though, again, I don't think it really applies to him because he's not under contract, so I shouldn't even really say that. But no, I think he would play on it. Hans Van Nine says, agree with Brandon, Javon Hargraves. He'd be the guy. Of all those guys I mentioned between these two teams, who'd be the most likely guy that we would look to target. I think Hargraves would be the guy that would be the one that they'd jump for. He's not the tier 1 Daron Payne guy, but still a really good player. A helpful player on that defensive line. Thomas says, I agree. Bryce Young wasn't the first quarterback I want Seahawks to go after. You already know my three: Levis, Richardson, Stroud. Those are my 3 too, man, Thomas. Like I said, my order between Levis and Richardson flops kind of by the day you ask me, or Levis and Stroud. But look, I'm on board with all 3 of those guys. Thomas is the future of our quarterback position. All right. Mahomes is going to come out here now for the start of the second half as the Chiefs will take over down 24-14. Looking a little bit better on that ankle, I guess. Pachenko takes the run. He's going to bounce this outside with a nice little gain. Hans says, by the way, apparently the Seahawks offered $30 million a year and Geno declined. I had heard that report, Hans. We've been kind of reacting to that a little bit, and I landed in the point of going, okay, if that's not enough to get the money, if that's not enough to get the deal done, I'm willing to walk if I'm the Seahawks and trade him, put the franchise on him, trade him to a team that wants him at that point and just call it a day. That guy, that's just too costly for me, Hans. Lively debate last night in regards to this, but I can't bite at that route. 2nd and 3, Mahomes back in shotgun here. Another give to Pachenko. He's going to try to cut this outside. Certainly. Whoo, what a great play by Hassan Reddick on the edge there. Was that Reddick? Boy, he got to that back quick there on the outside. Able to drag him down and keep this down to a 3rd down. Certainly the Chiefs in this half have to be thinking a little bit about the time of possession. It's got to be factoring in. Because right now the Philadelphia Eagles own this at 21 minutes and 54 seconds to the Chiefs 9 minutes and 12 seconds. A Chief defense is going to wear down here if it can't get a little bit more stronger in that realm of things here. So 3rd and 1 for the Chiefs. Mahomes under center. I formation look here by the Chiefs. Gibbs going to be into the fullback McKinnon. Nice little trickery there. 1st down. How about McKinnon at the fullback position? I like that look. Seattle did that with Kenneth Walker early in the season when you had Penny and Walker both. And you like giving a dynamic runner like that quick, giving the ball quick and let him go. Especially with the defense more amped up on probably the running back in the backfield at that point. Keldon says, what does the transition tag even mean? It's essentially like the oh, what a great catch by Travis Kelce. Falling down the ground by Mahomes, throwing the ball there, and he fell down the ground to pick it up off the turf. Beautiful catch. A transition tag is when you tag a guy, but you're not tagging him in the method of what you would do if you had to do like a restricted tag, which would be like, okay, we have a 2nd, 3rd round tender on this guy. So if you sign him, we get your 3rd rounder back from you in return for the trade. Or like the franchise tag, which costs you the 2 first-round picks. The transition tag is one where it essentially allows you the ability to match Keldon the offer another team has made. So you would essentially just gives you the right to be able to match so a guy can't walk away. You get that last opportunity to kind of make the call on those kind of situations. But it also then means that, a team's not impeded from giving a player, you essentially utilize it, Keldon, where you have a disagreement between player and team about what truly the player could get on the open market. And it's a way for you to establish like, okay, we don't want to let you go for nothing. We want you here. We're willing to pay you market price, but go out there and establish what really your market is. And we'll decide whether or not we're willing to match the deal or not. Kirk says, give Geno the non-exclusive tag. Let him walk to other teams if they're willing to pay him. He can just sign the tag, and the Seahawks can trade him to that team for less than 2 firsts. Bingo, Kirk. That's the route that I would like to go to as well. Chiefs doing a good job here moving the ball up the field. Both these teams just seem to there's no plodding nature to either of these offenses in this game. When they're getting the ball up the field, they're getting up the ball up the field very fast. Chiefs already to the Eagles side of the field here, 1st and 10. All the way down to the 25-yard line here of the Eagles. 1st and 10, down 24-14, 11:32 to go on the clock. Gives up the middle here to Jerick McKinnon. Falls down, gets up, dragged back down by Williams, nice little gain there. Chiefs going back the running game a little bit to start this half out. Nicholas says, I just don't want to waste 5 on a quarterback unless we trading it for a high first rounder next year so we can have a chance of trying to get Williams. I can get that. Thomas Hooker might take a while because of ACL. My problem is he's 25, but I wouldn't say no. He is talented. Yep. I wouldn't either. Especially again, if you let's say it's not Geno, if it's Locke, and you're going to be able to give him the time to a year later to get going. And, he should be a guy that then once he's done with that ACL is ready to play at a pretty good level. He shouldn't be a really rough around the edges cat that's got a lot to learn in his game. Boy, Mahomes back. Mahomes running around there like he's walking on ice with that ankle, scrambling around. Does a good job to get down to 1st and goal though on the play. Just tap dancing around there, just tapping on those toes. Great job there of just getting out of the pocket. Eagles pass rush there got really outside their gap contain. 1st down and goal for the Chiefs. 1st and goal here, 10:19 to go, 3rd quarter. Mahomes back in shotgun. Survey in the field sends Sky Moore in motion. Moore gets held up at the line of scrimmage. It doesn't matter. Jerick McKinnon breaks free. Very good tackle there by the Eagles. Such a good tackling team. Knocks him off his feet there just in front of the end zone. Nice little gain, though, nonetheless. It's about 2 yards. 2 yards to score. Jose Garcia with the $2 donation. Thank you, Jose. He says, beer, Super Bowl, Hawks Nest stream. F yeah. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. It's all right. Got the spread. Got the nest up. We're rolling. 2nd and goal. Give us in here to the running back. Touchdown. Kind of a fumble thing there. But Isaiah Pacheco with the score. Bring him back up 24-21. Pre-snap motion again there. Moving the Eagle defender out. Love it. Jerick McKinnon is the lead fullback on the play. How about Jerick putting his shoulder in the linebacker? That's selling out that's an undersized running back selling out for the Lombardi right there. We saw a little of this with Derek Young. That's the next new wrinkle offenses start doing the NFL is instead of bringing back the fullback, you just get more of an alignment with running backs or running back receiver combo types, right? And do a little bit more of just putting them in the position of put them in a fullback. Let them work out of that a little bit. Feels like there could be some benefits there. What's up, Jose? Good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Jose, thank you again, Jose, for the Garcia for the $2 donation, man. And I love it, man. Beer, Super Bowl, Hawks Nest. Let's go. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Leonard, as well. He says, let's do call-in shows again. So I've had to think a little bit about the call-in shows a bit with this, William, and thank you for the $2 donation. What I got to be careful with in talking to another channel that had this happen to them is when they did the call-in show, they had somebody do a call-in, jump into the channel, and then they posted some pornographic material, and they got their whole channel shut down doing that. So obviously I can't risk that. So what I think I'm going to be doing on this, and William, I believe you are a member of the channel, we're going to be doing a Zoom call on the channel. And so maybe I'll record it and repost it back up on the channel afterwards. But for my patrons, for my members of the channel, I'm going to be, I'm going to be doing something kind of like that a little bit more and try to do something like that kind of consistently a little bit as we go forward. And I'd love to do the call-in shows. It's just that unfortunately, William, out there's people that are dicks and it just takes one person to do that and YouTube will kill you. It's like, you just can't risk, that. And, it happened to Last Second Sports, and talking to him. It happened to his first channel where he had 4,000 subs and stuff. And then he was doing the call-in show like you talked about. And then just bam, somebody did something dickish and out she goes. Nagasa says, knowing you, that daily 1 hour would be daily 6 hours. I couldn't do that. I'd have to commit. If I do it, Nagasa, I got to commit to just getting the hour in and hour out, or I would kill my voice eventually. But we'd have days we'd probably go maybe a little longer here and there. But I would like to kind of consistently eventually get something going where it's a daily thing one way or another. And I think if I don't do it this off season, I think the time will be right as we get into next year. to run kind of a daily thing and just, sort of post it up. One that'll have like the same kind of thumbnail every day for the most part. But just in order to be able to kind of go more consistently on time and get stuff kind of locked in a bit. But you're right. I'm going to have to get better about shutting things down. Shutting it down. Thomas says, I could see a desperation, but I see that one of the players available could be available. I could see a desperation, but I see that one of the best players available could be available. Richardson, Carter, Levis, Stroud. Yeah. It's early to tell too a little bit, Thomas, with some of we gotta get to the combine and see how some of this kind of fits out a bit. And certainly the team that could trade up in front of us could affect some of this as well, or a team not trading up. But yeah, I'm anticipating desperation with the musical chairs. If there was less quarterbacks and if there was less teams that were quarterback needy, that would change my outlook. If there was less quality out there of the quarterbacks that were available, that were more veterans for these quarterback needy teams, that would change my outlook. But because those are the realities going in the other direction, it leads me to be like, yeah, I just can't. No, They're showing cleats over there on the thing for some reason. Thomas says, regardless, a very talented player could fall right to Seattle. 100%. And I'm expecting one too, Thomas. I am expecting one too. It's a bold prediction, but I'm feeling it strongly. All right, Hurts taken back over at the 25-yard line after the kickoff. Throws it out in the flat. Fumble! Ball's picked up by the Chiefs for a touchdown. We'll see if this play stands. It was bang, bang, and Bolton just got his second return touchdown of the game. If it does stand, a little throw out into the flat. Helmet right on the ball by Snead, knocks it out. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting call in this football game. That could go either way. I think the officials are smart to let it play out in that moment. Let the officiating crew figure it out post, right? 2 feet, turns into the man. I got to think that that's a catch. That's 2 feet in a football move. That looks like a catch to me. Nicholas's halftime still going. Finally stopped. It took a while. Ethan says, what if we're all overreacting to Geno turning down $30 million and instead he wants less than $30 million? That's possible, I guess. Yeah, that's going to stand, I think. Wow, Chiefs with 2 plays in this game. They're the game changers. That is shocking. Megan was responding motive. Yeah, the Achilles Witherspoon's what got us the extra 5th rounder. That's right. That's how we got the pick, Megan. That was that Witherspoon trade we made in preseason like 2 years ago. Sanchez says Matt Cassell had one great year in New England. Just saying. Yeah, he did. No, I think it's right. Look, there's been some guys that have had 1 great years and then get paid off the 1 great year. You don't want to usually be that team. Doesn't matter what position, quarterback or any position. It's not a smart pathway to go. That tends to lead to a road of ruin. All right, so they returned the fumble. Big change there. Again, I have no idea still at this point what the hell is a catch. 2nd and 10, Hurts drops back to throw, throws it into Brown. Brown's going to be quickly drugged down to the ground. But boy, what a interesting change over a call. I mean, 2 feet came down. He turns towards the guy in order to make kind of a football move. Kind of feels like that's a fumble to me. Maybe you guys disagree though on it. Keldon, yeah, it's matching the deal as the transition tag. It's just a way to be like, because teams will be like, no, this is what your worth is, and the player goes, no, I can get this on the open market. And it's like, no, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Okay, prove it. You can. But then the player can't come back and he says, well, if you put a franchise on me, no one's going to give up 2 first-round picks and pay me. And so then it's like, okay, well then we'll just give you the transition. 3rd and 6 here. Chiefs showing a heavy pressure front here. They're bringing the house on this play. Hurts dropping back a lot of time. Great job of blocking that play up by the Eagles. I mean, Chiefs brought everybody there, and they got it all blocked up. No problem. 1st down. Catch to the tight end. A lot of 5-man fronts the Chiefs are bringing as far as their pressure in this game that haven't worked. It's like either bring it or don't bring it, you know? Doing a little bit of that like pseudo blitzing thing too often. Quick little bubble screen out here to Quez Watkins. He'll get himself 6 or 7 yards. Nice job. 8:06 to go here in the third quarter. Eagles up 24-21. Hurts rolling out. He's going to throw away on 3rd and 2. He's looking to go big there. S. Jamora, who y'all taking to win? Eagles win. Eagles trashy fans. Chiefs win. Equal meat riding won't stop. Oh, the Eagle fans they are maybe a little trash, but that's all right. I give it to them. It ain't picking. There ain't a great option to be picked on this one. Thomas says, but if Geno doesn't play and Seattle drafts Richardson balls out, and now what does Geno do? He just lost his job to a rookie. Regardless, if Geno comes back at week 8, etc. Oh, I see what you're saying with that. Yeah, I just don't think Geno's going to look to not take the money. Because remember with this too, when you don't sign the franchise tag, he's not being paid during that period. And this isn't a 27-year-old cat, right? Like if I have a quarterback that might be willing to sit out a year, I think it'd be a younger guy. I don't think it'll be a guy going 33 who's looking at the end of his prime and his skills starting to diminish pretty soon. I don't think Geno would be willing to do that, Thomas. Especially knowing they don't tend to do it anyway. And his situations would make you go, I don't think he really will do it. All right, so we've got Hurts back in shotgun now. 1st and 10 here. They just got the first down there on the prior play. I think I missed that reading the chat. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's going to scramble a little bit here. Not where to really go. Good job by Carlos Dunlap there of keeping the contain. He kept him from getting out the back door of the pocket there by staying on that outside, forcing him back inside. Clock continues to run here. And is a factor in this game as I'm already seeing some of these Chiefs players with hands on their hips. Usually a true sign of being a little bit tired at that point. You've been on this field for a lot of this game. If I'm Spagnuolo, I'm going to look to start to maybe dial up a little bit more of the aggressiveness here. He's trying to change things up as far as the looks go for Hurts, but they've not done a lot to make him really uncomfortable back there in the pocket either. 2nd and 9, Hurts dropped back to throw. They do bring a bit of a blitz there on this one. Boy, another wonderful throw by Jalen Hurts. He puts this right on Quez Watkins, but a great job by the safety Juan Thornhill to come over the top and close and break that ball away. Quez Watkins, one of the fastest men on this football field, had some separation. Probably should make that catch. It's a little outside of his extension there, but you probably got to make that catch. Moda says, okay, got an all-important question. How many of you were born when the Seahawks were in the AFC West? I was born before them. I was there in that time. Jamora, you're hoping the Bengals would win one? I wouldn't mind seeing the Bengals win a Super Bowl. All right, it's that 3rd and 9 here, and we got a flag. Oh, thank you, Paul, for reminding me that. Please do hit the like button if you haven't already. It does help out this channel, helps me grow, helps me get seen, helps me get subs. Gibson, Jamal Lewis, and Derek Brooks are 2 of my favorite players. I love Derek Brooks. Phenomenal. Best coverage middle linebacker maybe in history just about. His ability to jump routes out of the middle linebacker position and get pick sixes out of it was incredible. And a good all-around player other than that too, not just that one note kind of guy. All right, Hurts dropping back to throw on 3rd and 14 after the false start. Throws it out there to the tight end. Beautiful throw and catch. Is that Goddard? Yeah, Goddard got the catch there. What a catch by the tight end. I mean, wow. Little bobbly. If I'm the Chiefs, they didn't challenge it. I would have challenged that if I was the Chiefs on that play. We do have a flag.
Jack Maloney, the Eagles beat the 49ers, so I'm happy if they win, but if the Chiefs win, Broncos fans suffer. Win-win either way. Yeah, there we go. Equal win there a little bit. Yeah, Burrow's hard not to root for. All right, got the 1 foot down. I don't know if he had that foot down when it was still bobbling out there. Motives shaking my head. We still don't know what a catch is and a fumble is or isn't. I don't. Dupree Squid, disagree B. I think it wasn't a catch. Usually a third step is what constitute a football move. And he did turn, but it was almost the whole contact was made. Correct call, incomplete. I could see it going both ways, Dupree. I could see how you could see it called either way on that one where it is a little bit on the line with it. But it does feel like I always thought it was 2 feet down. And if he's turning, I would usually consider that a football move. I know it's bang, bang as far as the second he then turns, he gets the hit. But I would usually think that is a football move, like that's, you're going from catching, turning this way, and now you're turning it upfield. You're going from a sideways catch point to turning upfield. And the turning upfield doesn't have to be a third step. A football move doesn't have to be a third step. It can be just you moving your body to make a move. It's a move, or they would have called it a step. But I thought it's 2 steps in a football move, or they would have said 3 steps with it. Still, again, your point stands. I think it could go either way, and it's understandable however they want to call that. Stone Adams Watkins is right. Boy, he can't catch out away from his body, can he? Yeah, the Chiefs have got to have their guy up in the booth tell Reed there to challenge that thing. That was stupid. Hans says, hard that the Hawks cap space, if you think about these two loaded teams, only have 30 million cap space. They do. They have some flexibility there, Hans. So not a lot of dead money, and they do have guys that are on like one last final year deals, be it Shelby Harris or Noah Fant. A couple guys that you could move through and create some area with if you wanted to. Gibson says Casey's D's been getting worked methodically to most of the game. Yeah, they have. Gibson, that was a great catch to me. To the tight end one, looked like he had a bobble on that, but he only got the 1 foot down once it was under control, it seemed like. But again, I'm not sure on what a catch is at this point. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thank you, William. Another dono. Says, scrutinizing every close call takes the fun out. It does. Yeah. That's like I said, I'm all right with it. It's fine. This game's not going to be decided on that play here. You know what I mean? I really like somebody else saying the story on this game's been it's really been what the Eagles are doing offensively, I think. A very opened up kind of attack here. Jeez Louise. Super Bowl commercials. Distracting. I'm more kind of trying to understand William, just trying to understand the rule better as I can. I'm not trying to scrutinize, just figure out what is, what isn't, on those kind of catches. I legitimately don't know. Jimmy John, I'm sick of this nitpicking calls taking plays away from the players. Oh, as far as the overturns, yeah, it's not fun. RJ says this is looking rigged with the random flag to allow KC to challenge. Yeah, I didn't see the person jump on side off that either, RJ. I didn't either. Jimmy John says that was a fumble by the Eagles. It looked like to me too. There is disagreement in the chat on it. So I mean, there definitely is an alternative outlook on that kind of play there, I suppose. Dupree says the problem is that the rules about a catch are not clearly defined, so you get situations like that where it really is close and controversial. 100% agreed. I feel like they could make it a little clearer and less subjective. I know they've tried and whatnot, but it does feel like they could do a little bit more with that. So they're giving him the catch. Okay, they're giving him the toe tap. You guys are right. I think he got his toe up there at the end.
Nice job on that. He's got them big feet, the big street slappers there. And he got the big top end of that foot there. Maybe just came up at the end on that. So, okay. Philly's better in the trenches on both sides, says Nicholas. That does seem to be a little bit of the difference in this game here so far, yeah. I mean, hell, Casey's kind of got that gift fumble by Hurts, and if not that, this could be a little bit worse. They're now again back onto the Chiefs side of the field here at the 27-yard line. A little carry by Sanders for about 3 yards. Clock does continue to roll and does continue to be a very big part of the impact of this game right now. The Eagles are at 26 minutes of time of possession to the Chiefs, who have a mere 13 minutes of time of possession. This Eagle defense is going to wear down, especially with this Eagle offense able to just take it to them like they can on the ground here eventually. And I think Sirianni is already starting to sense a little bit that maybe he's got this Chiefs defense getting close to starting to crack a little bit. We've learned this with our Seahawks defense over the years, when even if they're playing well early on, which I wouldn't say the Chiefs are necessarily playing well defensively early on, you only can hold up for so long if you're talking about having to play a game of 70 snaps defensively. What are they at right now? So they're at 56 defensive plays they've been on the field already just in this game. And now we got a 3rd and 1. It's going to be an uphill battle here for this Chiefs team. Uphill battle. Third down and 1. Hurts going to move up here. Flip the play outside. A little bit of Daz do. Nice job by the Chiefs defense. Leo Chanel and company in there. Laying it out. 3 Chiefs defenders there. Leo comes up grabbing his arm. Hope he didn't tear his bicep. But Chiefs did a great job of getting wide out there. Bolton made the play. Very well done. Chiefs might need to call a timeout here. Eagles are going to go for it on 4th down. It's going to be a quarterback keeper thing that they've done. Unstoppable play. It's just an unstoppable play with the Eagles. Might be almost their most deadly play is that quarterback keeper on 3rd down, 4th down, and 1s, because they find themselves so often in those plays, so often in the 3rd and shorts and the 4th and shorts, and they can just get that yard whenever they need to get it. So interesting. 1st down, brutal for the Chiefs. All right, Hurts back in shotgun. Miles Sanders goes in motion out wide, empty set. And Hurts looking. He's going to run around the edge here, try to keep his feet. Good job by the Chiefs defender to pursue and force him out of bounds with maybe a half-yard gain. Eagles are doing a good job. I think that's some of what's holding back the Chiefs from blitzing in this game is there's a lot of spreading the Chiefs out. And when you spread a defense out, you really take a lot of the blitz packages out of the gate, especially when you're in 4 wide. And the Chiefs just have to go now with their base now and hope that can get it done. And it's not good enough against this Eagles offensive line to get it done. Have we said Frank Clark's name today at all? 2nd and 11. Ball's kind of a missed throw there by Hurts. Threw it away from Goddard. Dupree Squid says, I like our tight end room, but imagine if we had Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews, or even Goddard. I can't say his name. I'll call him the Big G out in Dallas. Or out now in the Eagles. This is a little bit of what I've talked about too. One move that I think is an outside the box move we can move here, Dupree Squid, would be to move Noah Fant this offseason, save the money on his contract, and take one of these really dynamic tight ends in this draft. It could be a Michael Mayer. It could be a Washington, who's my personal favorite. There's a lot of guys here in this draft in tight end wise. There'll probably be 4 tight ends taken in the top 60, maybe 5 taken in the top 60. And you might have a guy like that in this draft that provides you kind of that level of impact. So I'd love to do it too. I do like Fant, but I wouldn't mind getting a little bit more better, a little bit more potential there at the position. Eagles are going to call a timeout here on 3rd and 11, their first timeout of the half. Motive says, haha, Jason Kelsey just tried to behead that guy. Ouch. Yeah, he did. You got to play nasty in these games, man. Red A says, good game so far. Best one since the Hawks beat the Broncos. It is a pretty good game, huh? Motive says, or maybe the great tight end in the draft. I like Washington. He's my guy. I got a first round grade, I think, on Washington when it's all said and done. And that would be my guy if we could get one. Jimmy John says Jason Kelsey gave him some prison living with that hit. Boy, did he ever. He says, welcome, new fish. Welcome to the Super Bowl. Long live the King. So Jason Kelsey hitting safeties mid-pass, and it's okay, but we get 3 ineligible man downfield and a wild card. Man. Breaks are tough for our Hawks sometimes. We don't always get the great calls. All right, 3rd and 11 here. Short underneath the Miles Sanders. That's not going to get it done at the sticks. Gets him a little close to field goal range, but a great stop by the Chiefs. And let's give the Chiefs credit here. I mean, as tough as this has been on their defense, the defense has held up. And this is going to be probably a field goal attempt now. Did the Eagles go for this? It's an interesting call to maybe go for this here. I mean, a field goal doesn't get you a lot, does it? You're up by 6, but now the Chiefs can still beat you with the touchdown. The Eagles aren't going to go for it, but I might be drawn a little bit there. I understand why you wouldn't. And your kicker is 3 for 3 in this game, but the Chiefs have done a good job at keeping the Eagles team 2 field goals and not touchdowns for the most part in this game. Kick is up. Kick is good. 27-21. Well, Megan, your 30-36 predictions are looking pretty good here. Pretty good. Ethan says, no, my score prediction is ruined unless the Eagles get 2 safeties on the Chiefs. That's a good stop by the Eagles, by the Chiefs. 2-1 right now is the play count between the Eagles and the Chiefs. 60 plays for the Eagles, 30 plays for the Chiefs. Whew, it's tough. I'll be right back. All right, we are back and better than ever. What's the score? I'm on the phone with my daughter, but still reading the stream. We got 27-21 Eagles over the Chiefs right now. 1:45 to go here in the third quarter. Eagles are about to kick it off here to the Chiefs.
Chiefs have got to feel pretty good about being this close into this game. This has been really a game that feels like, outside of some good drives by the Chiefs, the Eagles have had the better half. I think as somebody else said, it feels like they've controlled the line of scrimmage here. Usually that benefits one team over the other when you win both the line of scrimmage battles. Nicholas is Darnell Washington is better than Mayer. He is. I'm going to have a first round grade on Washington. I'm going to have a second round grade on Mayer. So I agree completely. Modus is up, but I do like Mayer. I think Mayer's got a lot of comparison to Zach Miller, former Seahawk, really fine Seahawk tight end. First down and 10. I mean, if you really want to boil it down, when you talk about Zach Miller, there's been probably other tight ends in Seahawks history like Mike Tice that might have been better pros, right? Might have been, boy, the Eagle kicker fell down there on his plant. Guys are kind of slipping around on that Cardinal turf out there today a little bit, which is odd to see. I don't remember our players having those kind of problems there. All right, Mahomes comes out. What can he do here, folks? This is where legends are made. We watch him set back now, rifling bullets across the field to Juju Smith-Schuster, hitting him for a first down. Is this the moment where Patrick Mahomes rises, separates himself from the rest of the crop of great signal callers in the NFL on his rise to looking to eventually topple one Tom Brady, the GOAT? Overcoming him to become that man, taking his throne is now the time, is now the place. The give is to Pachenko up the middle for an 11-yard gain, and quickly the Chiefs have 2 first downs with 30 seconds to go here in the third quarter. 27-21. Gene D says, Ethan Tech World says, new prediction, 35-31 Eagles. Yeah, that fumble by Hurts Gibson really hurts the Eagles here. All right, 2nd and 1 now. Pachenko with the give, right up the middle, running violently, running hard, right through Eagle tacklers, and eventually drugged down after a gain of about 11, 12 yards, but another first down. Pumpkins up. He's rolling. Let's get her close here. I need you here. I need you over here. You're too far away. You're much too far away. We got to get the star of the show up here, right? Especially when she wakes up. Got to get her up. Who's going to win? Are the Eagles or Chiefs? Let's hear what the cat says. Who's going to win? We got the Eagles or Chiefs? Eagles or Chiefs? That sounded like Eagles. Let me confirm. Eagles or Chiefs? Which is it, Eagles or Chiefs? Come on. We're trying to know who's going to win this thing. I think she's saying Eagles, but she's not pronunciating today very well. I don't know what to take of that. I don't know what to make of that. Dupree Squid, Brandon, what do you think about sending Gino on a tag and number 20 and next year's first for Lamar? Okay, let me think of this one, Dupree. I'm going to give it honest, true thought. I recoiled a little bit at first, but let me think through this. Okay, I send Gino 20 and next year's first for Lamar. Also, it's Dupree and not Dupree. Dupree. Durpree. Sorry, Durpree. My bad, man. I sometimes the writing's small and my older eyes can't always pull things out. Durpree. I got that. Derpy Squid. Derpy. Okay, it took me 15 tries, but I finally got it. I don't like trading for Lamar, and my reasoning is a couple-fold. Number one, I do feel like Lamar's healthiest days are behind him in the NFL, and when you trade for him into the future, you're getting a guy that's not going to be holding up as well long term. We saw Cam Newton have his career kind of cut short down in a similar fashion by the nature and the way he really used his game early on. I have those same worries about Lamar. Then you've also got to factor in the fact you're not just simply trading for Lamar, you're trading for Lamar and you're paying Lamar. And when you're talking about paying Lamar, he's going to want to make 50, 55 million per. He's going to want a 4 to 5 year deal. He's going to want, somewhere in the neighborhood of around $225 to $250 million guaranteed. I think that just becomes a little bit too much for me at that point. I don't like trading the first round pick for him in the first place, really, but then to pay him on top, if I could pay him and then have him, it's the thing, you're getting Lamar and you're bringing him in and he's already signed a contract and now the bonus money ekes off and now the Ravens have to eat some of that. You could maybe talk me into that a little bit more. But with all of that and then having to pay him on top, that's the part where I can't go that way with it. Gene D says 1 sack the entire game and it wasn't even really a sack. No, the Lions have done a good job, both sides, of keeping the quarterbacks clean here. All right, Mahomes comes back out now. 15 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. We'll see if a young man can take that big, marvelous step forward. He fires a pass over the middle to Juju Smith-Schuster right at the midfield stripe. First down, Chiefs. Mahomes on wounded ankle, barely able to move around in the pocket. Nonetheless, like the warrior he is, twisting himself about to find an open man in his progression reads. Fantastic game played by one Mr. Mahomes. Patrick comes out now here, 1st and 10. Oh, I guess he's past the midfield stripe. They're all the way down to the 30-yard line. God, they just went right up the field on this Eagle team. And that's going to be offsides on the Eagles there by a wide margin. 94 was halfway to Columbus by the time that ball was snapped. Boy, did the Eagles get to this side of the field quick. Or the Chiefs. When they've moved the ball in this game, it's like bam, bam, bam. They are there to that side. It ain't little 4 or 5 yard dump offs. It's like 15 yard here, 20 yard here. Just chunk plays everywhere. This will be 1st and 5, 14-15 to go. Derpy. Oh, I got it now, Derpy. Sorry. All right, Mahomes in shotgun. 2 men in the backfield with him here. He's going to let it rip. Nice play design there again. Out to Smith-Schuster on the outside. 1st down. A little bit of a flood concept there to one side of the football field. Ran a bunch of guys through, and then Smith-Schuster ran underneath what was left. Attacking the coverages of the Eagles there on that play. Well done. 1st down. Chiefs are rolling here, man. This offense is cooking. Mahomes back in shotgun at the 12-yard line. Quick little throw underneath again to Juju Smith-Schuster. Be a gain of 4 or 5 yards. This has been the drive for Juju, hasn't it? He's coming at it on this one. They're really going at it on that. Working him nicely. Only a 3-yard gain there. Hans says Casey makes it interesting. Nice game. Maybe a goal line stand or interception in the end zone from the 1-yard line to finish the game. This is going to maybe come down to a final possession kind of game here with the way that this is shaping up. It's a little bit of why I wondered if maybe Nick Sirianni wouldn't have gone for it on 4th down, where it's like, look, are we going to be able to stop Mahomes going forward through the rest of this game? 2nd and 7, little fly sweep pitch here out to Jerick McKinnon. He'll gain about 3 yards. Gene says Philly's defense playing better. That fumble is the only reason the Chiefs are in the game. Yeah, I think the Eagles have done a good job of keeping the ball away from Mahomes too, with the controlling the time of possession. Chief wounded ankle. That was a good one, Red Ace. We got 3rd and 3. Nice little play design there. 1st down. Kadarius Toney. Wonderful little play design where it looked like he was coming back inside, broke back out, post snap, wide open. Marvelous drive, and boy, they're just a wonderfully constructed routes there. He starts motion, then goes back outside off the inside motion, and the Eagles defense was completely confused on that play. All the other receivers are going to the left. He's the one guy going to the right off of the motion. But some great play design by Andy Reid on that drive. Wonderfully played by Patrick Mahomes as well, but just excellent play design, attacking this Eagles secondary specifically. And boy, the extra point nearly missed there. You got to wonder if with him using Juju Smith-Schuster, going to Kadarius Toney there, if maybe the Eagles started to put a little more double team on Kelsey, and that's opened things up for other guys maybe a little bit. Gene D says, this is what you get just rushing 4. Let the best quarterback in the game march down the field. Yeah, I mean, I would look to. I'm a big guy on that too. You know that with me, Gene, is if you're getting dinked and dunked as our defense does, I certainly would like to do it if I was in the Eagles standpoint as well. Look, someone else mentioned above 1 sack in this game. Let's see, what do we got from even a standpoint of quarterback hits here? So you got 5 quarterback hits from the Philly defense's standpoint, 0 sacks in this football game. You've got to start to try to think about maybe dialing some things up at one point or another. These drives are seemingly too easy right now for Mahomes. And it's that thing you come down to again where you're only rushing front 4, right? And the theory goes you rush the front 4 because you're sealing up the zones on the back end, and you have so many players on the back end, you can really squish the zones down to a very small state. But the problem comes into play is when you go through the receiving numbers for the Chiefs. Travis Kelce with the 22 long, 14 long for Smith-Schuster. I guess it's not bad. I guess there is a little more of them doing a little more dink and dunk. I thought that those guys it feels like Kelsey's got a couple of big chunk catches. Just the way they're getting up the field too. But I would start to try to maybe make him uncomfortable a little bit. Your pass rush isn't getting home. Creed Humphreys played a pretty good game, hadn't he? Creed looking pretty good. Yeah, Eagles looked out of whack on that one, RJ. They did not look right on that last drive. Derpy says, as a huge supporter of the Ravens, I will tell you that blitzing Mahomes does not work. You see Martindale, the Ravens played the Chiefs 3 times and in their 2 losses got absolutely torched. Yeah, I mean, in Wink Martindale, though, Derpy, you got a guy, though, that is, I mean, he's not only a blitz-heavy defensive coordinator, he's perhaps maybe the most blitz-heavy defensive coordinator in the entire sport. And I wouldn't want to say you want to blitz Mahomes play after play after play or even incessantly. But I think to give him the predictable 4-man front look every play as well, on the other side of it from going to kind of the other end of that spectrum, I think that that's also a little bit of a one that's not necessarily the proper way to go either, that you do want to mix some of it up in there a little bit more, at least than I'm seeing from the Eagles. Mona says, let's go Seahawks fans. Woo woo! Chiefs hyped up over on the sideline, as they should be. Megan, Kermit is Patrick Mahomes because of his voice. He sounds like Kermit the Frog. All right, Hurts taking over here now on the play action. Boy, Carlos Dunlap right in his kitchen, right in the second he got the ball. Dunlap read that as an unblocked defender, and he was not confused about what was going on. He was right there in Hurts' face. So be interesting to see how Hurts responds here now. You're down by points your fourth quarter. Things start getting a little bit tight here. Great catch by Dallas Goedert on that. Leo Chanel was right there in coverage. And Dallas just able to hold on. Fantastic job by Goedert. Second down and 5. Hurts and shotgun. Ooh. A little short pass there into Pascal, but a great job by the Chiefs safety breaking on the ball and making the tackle instantly. This is going to bring it down to 3rd down and 4-ish. 11:05 to go in the fourth quarter. Chiefs up 28-27. It's getting interesting here. It's getting interesting. Megan, go look up Patrick Mahomes talking. Nicholas is on point with that one. Kermit is 100% right. I mean, it sounds, when you hear it, when you see it and you think it, you can't unhear it. It'll get stuck in your head. All right, 3rd and 2. Hurts dropping back to throw. Blitz pressure on here by the Chiefs. See, this is what I like with it, where you see the Chiefs come up in this play, 3rd and 2. You know that he's going to want to try to use his legs if he doesn't see it on the pass play. And so you bring the extra defenders, make the young kid uncomfortable back there. And that's just what the Chiefs did on this play by bringing the extra defenders on the blitz. You gave him no option on either side because you brought the blitz from either edge. So there was nowhere for Hurts to go run to and go get that first down. Spagnuolo, who I think's actually called the good game at times and had his defense let him down a little bit at moments in this game, dialed it up there in a really smart fashion. Because the theory goes, if you blitz on 3rd and 2 like that, that's a stupid call because then they're just going to go to the hot route. A short punt here. Picked up by Kadarius Toney. He's going to dance around, break this back across the field with some space to work. He's got an envoy of blockers, and he's moving up the football field with space continuing. Still work. He's still on his feet, not giving up, still on his feet down to the 5-yard line. What a tremendous return by Kadarius Toney. He showed you some of that last year coming out of the draft. One of the most dynamic players in the draft. He came out with the ball in his hands. Absolutely electric. And he showed you with their reversing field, so hard to get a hands on. He's so sudden and so quick, and he's got the speed to go with it. And just how about the patience there? Sometimes those guys will overrun their blockers, but he just stayed behind his blockers, stayed behind his Secret Service, let him do the dirty work, and he just kind of ran behind him after he cut it back. But a beautiful cut back across the field by Toney there. Woo! What a play! What a big play in this game to have. 1st down and goal. From the 5-yard line, Mahomes gives it to Pacheco. Pacheco is drugged down right there. Philadelphia Eagle defense was on it. And Hans Van Nen says Dunlap playing in the Super Bowl, meanwhile getting some Seahawks money still. Great guy, though. Great guy. Yeah. And we changed schemes. He wasn't going to be a fit for the 3-4, so understandable why you had to move on, but he was one you had to move on from him. Nicholas's voice drives me nuts, and I like Kermit the Frog, but Mahomes' voice is so annoying. It is. It's one of those ones you're just like, Patrick, just. Mahomes drops back to throw here on 2nd and goal. He's looking, and throwing this through the back of the end zone. If the Eagles defense can hold up here, boy, you love that. You love that if this Eagles defense can hold. DJ Owen says, nobody watches the Super Bowl for the game. It's all about the commercials, laughing out loud. I don't know, the commercials have been going down in recent years. Been not quite as strong. You got to blitz, man. Letting Mahomes pick you apart is disaster. It is. And they just did on that play too, by the way. And as I said, you don't have to do it every play, but you got to at least change it up a little bit with him. The great quarterbacks, it's not as much about blitzing heavy or not. It's about just changing it up and giving them the different kind of looks. They're bringing the house here on 3rd and goal. Boy, I would not have advocated that. That's going to be a touchdown. You bring a blitz, you don't bring a casino blitz at the goal on 3rd and 2. That left Sky Moore wide open in the flat for a touchdown. Oh, they brought everybody on that one. I mean, the defensive coordinator has had a bad 4th quarter. For the Eagles. You saw just two different sides of this. You saw the Chiefs blitz on a 3rd and 2 and show you kind of the proper way to do it, which is you got 2 guys blitzing off the edge, but you still got enough men in coverage to match up, especially for the hot route. The Eagles brought everybody and left the hot route open. They timed it pretty well, but ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Gibson, I like the Ravens too. They are similar to Seattle. I do too. I like smart organizations, run well. Long live the king. Hargrave is getting shut out. Don't know about him now in free agency. Well, he's got the monster Creed Humphreys he's trying to get through, man. You know, hard to get through that Humphrey wall. He's a Stonewall Humphrey. Megan says, B, we'll have a look at it straight after the stream to see if you and Nicholas are correct. Have a feeling you both will be. I think we will be as well. You'll see it instantly. It won't have to listen too hard, trust me.
Nicholas, damn you, KC. Andy Reid's the only thing I like about KC. And they're going to pull this one off, maybe. Yeah. Nicholas Noon, if you're referring to Glass Eskridge, that was a terrible pick. I never liked it. No, right. RJ, Philly defensive coordinator, has zero clue on how to play call. Boy, it's not been a good game. I don't know if he was just, I'm going to trust my front four in this game and we'll call it a day. But then he goes all the game from not blitzing to suddenly dialing up that blitz there at that point. And you do it on back-to-back plays, which is just what I was saying. Don't do that. Like, don't just do the one thing where you go, we haven't done this all day. Let's just keep hitting this note like the piano key, you know? Dong, dong, dong. And you just blitzed on the previous play. So now you got it in Mahomes' head that you're going to maybe be a little more open to blitzing here. And then you come back-to-back with it again. That the timing of that wasn't right. And then the casino blitz on a 3rd and 2. Like I was talking about before with the KC one, KC just brought guys off the edge. They brought a linebacker from one side and they brought a safety off the other edge, along with what they had on the front four coming in. And so it's essentially, a 6-man pressure look. And that then closes the door to Hurts scrambling and getting wide as much as anything else. That's why you're blitzing there. But if you're going to blitz third, you blitz 3rd and short, you're also having that issue of now making it easier for the quarterback to make his hot route read. And boy, especially to leave the hot route just completely buck naked open. Nicholas, just so we're certain, I always hated the RW pick as well. The RW pick? The Russell Wilson pick? I'm watching the replay of this of what they were doing. They didn't confuse KC with that blitz at all. They didn't confuse Mahomes, and they didn't confuse that offensive line. All of those guys completely knew what was happening. It got picked up. Like you're going to run a casino blitz, you better have a free rusher. You better have a free rusher on a casino blitz. And they didn't. All right, Hurts taking over now. He needs 8 big points here to bring this game back to even. The give is going to be out of a read option look here. Carry right up the middle for about 4 or 5 yards. Megan, B, what is a casino blitz? A casino blitz is where you're going to send every possible man on a blitz. You're going to send essentially the house, and all you're going to leave at that point is man-to-man coverage. You won't tend to even have a single high safety deep at that point, Megan. So a lot of times when you're blitzing, you're still going to have like one safety minimum in deep covering that depth. But on a casino, everybody's coming, and it's man on the outside. And not only did they send everybody, they even took away the guy that was supposed to cover the back leaking out. 2nd and 5, carries out here to the left side. You don't see it. I don't mention it much, Megan, because we never run casino blitzes. That would go against everything Coach Carroll stands for. He absolutely is not a casino blitz kind of cat. Not at all. Gal G says, Frank Clark and Dunlap looking good. Why can't Seattle keep their freaking players? Well, I mean, I think Frank's been pretty absent, hasn't he, in this game overall? I mean, he's got 1 tackle. He doesn't have a quarterback hit. Dunlap has not even registered a tackle in this game, but he has 2 quarterback hits. So I neither guy, 1 tackle and 2 quarterback hits between the 2 guys in this game. Hurts has thrown 35 times. So, it's, they've been all right, but they're not like lighting the world on fire. And with Frank Clark, you're going to have to pay him $23.5 million. And the thing with that is this, Kyle, is that the Chiefs have regretted having to pay that money like they did. And they've stuck with Frank because of the investment they put into that, but he's not been the player they thought they were getting when they spent that money and gave up a 1st and a 2nd round pick.
First and 10 here. Hurts is going to rush outside and gain maybe a half yard, but not much else. Dunlap, though, they moved. I thought he was still a functionally pretty decent player, Guile, but they moved him because you went to the 3-4 defense. And you couldn't, Dunlap's not a guy at 6'7" that you're going to have standing up as an outside linebacker. You just can't quite, pull that off. All right, second down, 6 minutes and 57 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. The Chiefs are up 35-27 here on the Eagles. The Eagles are at the 35-yard line in their own possession. Chiefs showing a 4-man front here. Bolton, the linebackers, creeping up the line, drop sack out. The throw is to A.J. Brown. He'll make the catch for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. Give them into more of a third and short. Guile G, I don't agree with your statement. Look at the stats. I just referenced the stats, Guile. What is your disagreement on that? Go look at the stats right now in this game right now. Carlos Dunlap does not have a tackle. He has 2 quarterback hits. Frank Clark has 1 tackle. What am I missing on the stats with that? Can you reference what it is I'm not seeing exactly? Can you reference what stat it is that you're poking to? If you're looking at Frank Clark and making the assessment of him with the Chiefs in his time there, go look at his PFF scores every year. Go look at his pass rush percentage. Go look at how bad he's been against the run. He's unequivocally been a not good player for the Chiefs. He's been a good playoff guy at times. He steps up on the big stage, but he's not been a consistently good player for them. The stats back this up in every way. So if you've got a stat that I'm missing on, please let me know. Devontae Smith breaks open deep here, wide open. Somehow a broken coverage play here, and he's going to make the catch. Wow. Chiefs covered defense just completely gave that one up. First and goal now quickly here for the Eagles. They're going to just try a quarterback keeper. And are they going to get this in? And they're going to give it to him. Late call on the field. Quarterback keeper for Jalen Hurts from like the 3-yard line, and they get it in. Touchdown. So the Eagles answer back with a drive. That quarterback keeper play is deadly. Deadly. Windsurfer, for a defensive-minded coach, Seahawks defense has sucked at it the last 3 years. It's been troublesome, I think, even going longer than that, Windsurfer, I do. And you're right. It's been one of my big issues with Coach Carroll right now is you're a defensive-minded head coach. You really can't have bad defenses, and there's really no excuses for it. People talk about needing to add talent, but they've had a couple of different opportunities to turn this thing over, and you've had the opportunity to add talent. You've put the resources in, and you've not gotten the returns for those resources that you've invested. That's I think it's a valid criticism. All right, we got a 2-point conversion here now. Shotgun is Hurts. He's going to try to take this out wide. He's going to try to break through, and wow, running strong as Hurts. He's able to break it through into the end zone. That looked like that was hemmed up, and he had no chance on the play. Somehow, some way was able to bust that through. 35-35 Chiefs, Eagles. Wow. What an answer by this Eagle team. There was 4 Chiefs there to take him down. 3 guys ran past him off contact, and he just ran through the arm tackle of the final guy. Wow. Holy moly. Oh, scoreboard. Sorry, my bad. Ethan says that quarterback sneak is overpowered. It is. Like I said, I think if there's one rule I think will be most likely to be changed this offseason or adjusted in the NFL, I think it's going to be the quarterback sneak rules as far as players being able to push the quarterback forward from behind. I think the NFL is going to determine that the guy's going to have to just get his own yard there on that one. But that's one of their, like I said, it might be their most lethal component of their offense. It sounds silly to say, but it gets them so many conversions, especially in this game alone. I mean, how many has he had? It's been like 7 in this game, something like that. Crazy. Lester says, told you, KC should have gone for 2. I could see where we went smart approach with it. It's like what the analytics tell you should do, right? Thanks for a reminder on the scoreboard, Megan. Sorry, let's pull it down. Megan says, will this game go to OT if it's tied up at the end of the game? Oh, yeah, it will.
And of course, you can have a football game go on forever when you're in the Super Bowl. There ain't no ties. But I think this is probably going to be one of those who's got the last possession kind of ones. I don't know if this finishes in a tie. Lester says, I think the Eagles lineman got away with an early jump. I didn't get a chance to see it on that one. Hans is one of the best Super Bowls in the last few years. I agree. It's been a very entertaining game. Back and forth, well played, well coached teams. It's been fun. Long Live Kings is the last time the Seahawks sent a 6-man blitz was the 2012 divisional game. Atlanta beat it. Pete has never had the marbles to do it again. Laughing out loud. And whenever a coach calls it, he says, you remember 2012. Never forget. That's all Pete says in the mic when the coach tries to call it. He's like, I think we should go with the 6-man blitz. He said, no, never forget. Never forget. Okay, so here we go. Tie game. A lot of time left on the clock. Chiefs have their timeouts. They've had a pretty easy job in this game so far, moving up the field, especially in the second half of the Chiefs. Wow, 35-35. Here we go. 5:15 to go on the clock. That kick will go through the back of the end zone. We'll just have to go from there. Oh, Paul McCartney's in the house. How about that? So, Paul, I like to watch my football. My football's fun to watch. Mahomes back in shotgun. 3 wide receivers to start this drive from the 25. Man goes in motion. The gives to Pacheco. He'll get himself a little 3-yard carry here. Eagles defensive line does a good job of holding steady there. Holding steady there. Pacheco has 13 carries, 64 yards. A lot of that projection is coming on the back of a 24-yard run he had earlier in this game. I think the Eagles have done a relatively okay job. It's up and down day for this defensive line, I think. More down than up. 2nd down and 7. Mahomes in shotgun. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Drops back to throw. Slings it over there to Smith-Schuster, who gets himself a first down on a comeback route. Easy peasy. Hans says, Brandon, what do you think about the game MVP? Defensive end scoop, fumble recovery. Mahomes for the double. I think you'd have a hard time not giving it to Mahomes, especially if he's got to carry this team down to another score. He's already got 3 touchdowns in this game, 19-25. I think he's played a pretty flawless game in that respect of things. He's got 3 carries for 25 yards on the ground in addition to it. So if the Chiefs win, he's probably your MVP. Pacheco a little slow to get off the turf after another give here. Oh, he took a hit right in the ribs. That's a rib breaker right there. That helmet goes right in those ribs, man. That will snap a rib in 2 like nothing. So you probably have to give it to him. I think definitely it's Jalen Hurts on the other side of it. No doubt about it. Hurts 27 of 37, 300 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He's also got 15 carries. He's the leading rusher for your Eagles in this game with 70 yards on the ground in addition to that. You got to give it to him here, Hans, if he wins. So it's got to go to the quarterbacks, I think, above all else. There's been some other solid performances, but Miami Bard says, go Eagles. They're in it, man. Nagasa said leading with the helmet is an easy penalty. That would be a leading with the helmet. That's about as spearing as you get there, isn't it? The way he came at that one, it doesn't get called very often. Oh, it tends to happen in kind of traffic where it's hard to see, I think, for the officials. Hargrave's not, somebody was mentioning Hargrave. He's not played a bad game. Five tackles, a tackle for loss. He's kind of an all-around cat, too. You'd like to get a little more maybe pass rush from him, but he's doing some things, I guess. Han Van Nuys, I think he concussed himself. That's how you concuss yourself. You're taught in football very early on not to do. Even back in the day, in the old school way of doing it when I was coming up, it was never about spearing at that point. Your head is up. Your head is always up. And they really like bang that into your head when you're coming up, because you turn your head when you spear and you come at it with your helmet, you have a tendency to let your head drop. So if you don't strike accurately with your head, you're going to hit, drop, and then you're going to potentially, break your neck on those kind of hits, because your head drops and now it just gets snapped basically. So it's really a dangerous type of play anyway for doing that. These guys know not to do it anymore. It's the kind of thing that used to paralyze guys. I would not recommend it. I would not recommend it. Yeah, it's the neck for me, Nagasa. That's right. It's the neck. And you just, it's they really get it to you, like, do not get paralyzed on the football field. So you keep your head up. You see what you're hitting. See everything you're hitting, which means you naturally have your head back like this as you're coming in for the hit. Not forward and down, but naturally up. 2nd down and 8 here for Mahomes from the 40-yard line in the Chiefs' own territory. Mahomes ready to take the snap. 4-man front here for the Eagles. It's Travis Kelce on a little in-cutting tight end type route there. Looks like Kelce might be close to a first down. Eagles have 2 timeouts remaining here, 3:50 to go. Chiefs, I think, would ideally like to try to drain this down just a little bit. Drain the clock down a little bit. It does feel like game, whichever offense has the ball at the last point kind of game. Pachenko gets out wide here. He's got some space to work. Beautiful tackle by the safety coming up and chopping him down in the open field. That looked like that was going to be another 25 yarder there. But fantastic job by the free safety, come flying up and cut him down. Chiefs had some numbers out there as far as the blocking goes. Marvelous tackle there. Gardner Johnson, great play. That saved it. That's a tough tackle for those safeties to make coming downhill. You got to take a perfect angle, launch yourself just right. 1st and 10, though. And now on the Eagles side of the football field, it feels like the Chiefs have lived here all day. Mahomes under a little bit of pressure. He's going to get out of it, and he's got some space to work with the open field. 20-yard, 25-yard run all the way down to the 26-yard line. Patrick Mahomes on gimpy foot coming up. That hurts. Finding a way somehow, some way. Boy, that foot's been drug under him a couple times in this game, too. Boy, Mahomes running away from guys. How about that? He's a guy that did not run a fast 40, but he's always just running away from guys. It's kind of wild to see at times how he's able to get away. And that ankle is killing him. 1st and 10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this football game. The give is going to be to Pachenko inside. He takes the carry for a nice little gain of about 3 or 4 yards, right on the edge of being 4 yards, and that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. Han says he should take some lessons from Bam Bam Cam. Yeah, Bam Bam knew how to do it. He could take his head out of the hit. He kept his head up. Derpy says they must have pumped Mahomes full of painkillers. I'll give you OU 3 shots at halftime. I would not be surprised, Derpy, if he was indeed handed a couple of shots in this game to get through this, because it's, especially after that first half with how he was walking on that ankle, it was like, oof. He was, after the hit, he was definitely, but again, I've had that happen where like I've rolled my ankle on playing basketball or whatever, and then you come back and you wait for it to heal a little bit. It's getting better. And then you have one, it's just a little weak and you twist it up again. And from the moment it hurts like every bit as bad as it did when you first injured it. But it's kind of like it's not as bad. It will bounce back in a few minutes after you just take a couple deep breaths and you're like, seems like he did that. But he's got probably a little bit of Toradol running through that system right now, Derpy. E. Gibson says, Reed wins another Super Bowl. I'm going to give him big respect. I think you'd have to. I think you've got to put him up in the annuals. Got to put him up in the annuals. Well, the best, for what he's accomplished at that point, that long career, that many wins. This is his, we got fourth Super Bowl appearance as a head coach. He reminds me of Teddy Bear too, Megan. Nicasa and Mahomes got some orange juice at halftime. Just rub some Tussum on it. Yeah, Gibson, Reed's managing the game well. I like how they've called this game. I like how they played it defensively overall. It's been an uphill battle. I mean, they've definitely not had an answer for Hurts, but they have fought and struggled. The good part too is that they've kept it to field goals. As much as the Eagles have moved the ball in this game, this is a tied score right now at this point because of the fact you kept them to field goals and not touchdowns. Ray Barrios says, this is why elite quarterbacks get $45 million a year. Is it too early to say GOAT? It's probably a little too early to say GOAT with how well Tom Brady's established it, Ray. But if he wins this, he's got a pathway and a lot of career left to go to potentially get up there and catch Brady. I don't know if he's going to play as long as Brady probably will play. But, yeah, he absolutely has got more of a road opened up for somebody to start to make that argument a little bit more. Low snap here on 2nd and 8. Bubble screen out to Juju Smith-Schuster. He loses his footing, stumbles, and is then driven down to the ground. Nice job there by the Eagles to get him on the flow. This will bring up a 2nd and 8. Yeah. You going to tell me who's going to win yet? Chiefs or Eagles? Yeah. I think you're saying Chiefs. I don't know. She's not pronouncing it. She's not pronouncing it really well there. Just not pronouncing it very clearly. But you're right, Ray. This is why quarterbacks get paid that high water mark, is that they're this good. These are the only guys who should get paid that kind of money, in my opinion, because then those are worthy of it. But there's a few and far between of them. They don't grow on trees. 3rd down and 8, very important play in this game right now. Chiefs would no doubt go for the field goal if they don't get this conversion. Mahomes in shotgun. A lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. Chiefs are anticipating a bit of a blitz here. Eagles drop out of it. Mahomes is going to try to throw this, loop it up over the top, and throw Smith-Schuster open. Overthrows him a little bit, though we do have a flag on the play, and it looks like we're going to get a hold on the Eagles in the secondary. We got to see how blatant this one is, because this is a big call in this football game. Bradbury? They're calling holding on Bradbury on Smith-Schuster. That's a little ticky-tack call at this point in the game. That's just a tiny bit ticky-tack to me on calling that at that moment. He's definitely got a hand out there. I mean, he's opening the door to it, but they've been letting these guys play throughout the game in the secondary, it seems like. It seems a little bit of an odd timing to start calling that there. Jerick McKinnon with the run now out wide, and he's going to down it at the 1-yard line. McKinnon, interesting call on his part here. He doesn't run it in. Could be a high 1,000 IQ type play there, where he's got the opening to go run it in and get the score, but instead he just drops down to a knee, which is going to force the Eagles to probably call another timeout here. Wow. Very interesting. Smart. Yeah. Yeah, they let him go. The Eagles were going to just let him into the end zone. And I think what got Bradbury there was it wasn't initially just that first hold. It was the first thing and the second thing, because he held once and then came back and did a second kind of grip on it. I think it was ticky-tack, and I think that it's by the letter of the law, it's PI. But again, it's that thing I talk about where what did you establish for the game? Did you establish it as a typical playoff game where you let the players play? Have we seen a lot of holding calls in the secondary from either team in this game? That's the one thing I would ask about that play is it being called within the context of how you've called it throughout the course of the game? 2nd and 1 now. Mahomes is going to back up, and he's going to down this. And the Eagles don't have a way of stopping this clock, so the clock will continue to run. The Chiefs seem to be in a situation here where they're thinking, we'll just take this clock down and take the field goal. Interesting. Hitter JR, the Chiefs are essentially running this clock down. Eagles have used their timeouts. They're going to try to give as little less time as possible to the Eagles, but they're also within that going to just take the field goal. So they're playing here for the field goal in this situation with 1 minute to go, 6 seconds left on the play clock here. They're going to be able to take this down to about 30 seconds. Eagles will get it back with about 25 seconds to go and no timeouts, needing a field goal to tie. So this could be one of the more smarter coaching things we've ever seen out there if they're doing this in this way. We got a lot of not holding in the chat, saying that wasn't holding. I certainly don't like that call in the moment, Nagasta. I'm a big guy of let him play at that point. You're at the end of a fourth quarter. Don't let the officials decide the game. He's running a secondary route in that moment. I mean, all right, so Mahomes is going to down this play now. Holy crap, they're going to have no time on the clock. This is smart by the Chiefs. Nicholas Newton, Sauce is super grabby. Yeah, my nickname for Sauce is now the Handsy Ramsey. That's what I call him. It was smart to go down, Gibson. The Eagles are going to get no time left on this clock. Chiefs still got to hit a field goal, but this is a chip shot field goal. And then from the Chiefs' angle of it, if he misses, you just go into overtime. William Leonard says rigged. I'm not a fan of it, William. I'm not a fan of that call in that moment. Even by the letter of the law stuff, I'm not. Let him play, man. You know? Let him play. All right. Reed's going to call his final timeout here. Which puts us at 11 seconds. Field goal to win the game. All comes down to this. Pegasa says 2 Super Bowls in a row. The refs decided the game. Don't like it either, my man. Not a big fan of it either. Sauce, hamburger helper, hand, Gardner. All right, here comes the kick now. 27-yard attempt. He's right in the middle. They put this right down the middle for him. Here we go. Kick is up. Kick is through. Kick is good. That's it. Kansas City Chiefs take the lead 38-35 with 8 mere seconds left to go on the clock. A lot of rigged talk in the chat. I'll tell you, the NFL doesn't want to hear that chatter. They got to stop doing this stuff like this. And it comes down to, I think, if you have the people, if I was to ask the people individually, and I know there's people that'll bristle about rigged talk or whatever, but if I ask the people about why they feel that in that moment, it's you make this crazy call that's out of left field that isn't consistent with what you made throughout the course of the game, having a huge effect on the game at the key moment in the game. That's a fourth down call. That's a field goal attempt. That's giving the Eagles back the ball with a minute and a half. You know, I can understand when people say that type of stuff with that. It looks that way. You know, I don't know whether it is or isn't, but I can see where it looks that way completely. Too much subjectivity in these calls. Chiefs going to get their Super Bowl here. They are. Mahomes with number 2. At least dive forward. Don't go to a knee. S. Jim Morris says, let the meat riding begin. It's about to be run by Mahomes for the next month. Yeah. It's coming, man. Prepare yourself. The meat riding is coming. Gibson says that was a bad call with the refs. Ray Barrio says, yep, the Rams holding call was even worse. I remember that one. Yeah. It's disappointing, man. Such a good game. Don't let the officials, that now becomes the thing that hangs over this game, right or wrong. That now hangs over this game because of the fact that it comes at the time that it does, and it seems such a change from the way you called this game. And for folks wondering, it's like usually you do allow for a little bit of the handsiness in playoff football with corners on the outside. If you watch most playoff games and you match it up versus what you get in the regular season, we got the final play of the game here. Hurts is going to let it rip, and that ball is going to hit the turf, and that's going to be game over. Game over. David G, that wasn't a hold. Too bad the refs have the last say. It's too bad, man. A well-played game that then comes down to this final call now being the thing that people are going to talk about. And the NFL, again, I don't know how people can say, well, people are wrong for, we see these things in our game happen. It isn't about sometimes incessant calls going in one direction. It's about the just happening to pick at that one point, the one call to go against you. Yeah. Good game still, though, Gibson. I agree, man. Still an entertaining game, still a fun game to watch. This was a back and forth affair. Eagles certainly can't necessarily just come down to this final play and say, well, it's just this thing. We got this holding call. They had a lot of opportunities in this game, especially in that second half, where you need to get a stop on Mahomes here. And they just did not have any stops. Let's look at into the second half here. Kind of see where 17 points from the Chiefs in the fourth quarter, 7 points from them in the third quarter, where it felt like they didn't have the ball for a long period of time. You had your opportunities. You had your opportunities in this game from a defensive standpoint. They did have one touchdown they didn't give up, so technically, the Eagles defense did only give up, I guess, technically 31 points. But they didn't have a lot of answers for what the Chiefs were doing offensively. And how about the Chiefs in this game with their balance? 26 rushes and 27 passes. Both teams did a good job, I thought, of staying relatively balanced, but certainly the Eagles kind of struggled to run the ball as the game went on a little further. Michael YT says, I still blame Katy Perry for the Super Bowl loss. I've always blamed the Shark, but I can understand you blaming Katy Perry. Half a dozen won, 6 another on that one. Second, still Eagles defense should have played better for the second ranked defense. Agreed on that. Again, the rig thing I get an understanding of, I'm not going to go in that direction of it where I do come back. You guys know this about me. It's my little picadillo, is that I don't tend to look at a game and say that one play decides the game or doesn't decide the game. I do look at it like we got to look at the total of the plays in this game. And you look at that Eagle defense in this game for the second ranked defense, your offense did what they needed to do. They controlled the clock. They controlled the ball. They kept it out of Mahomes' hands. You needed to get a couple stops in this game, and you just couldn't do it. And you especially didn't make it hard for them at times where it just felt like they were getting right up the football field on you over and over and over again. Overnight, salute Brandon. Salute Hawk fans. Thank you, man. Salute to you. George Samuel says, good game. Let's get one soon. Hashtag go Hawks. Yeah, let's get back to this game here again at some point, shall we? Wouldn't that be nice? Let's get back to it. Motive says, I like Travis catching balls. I can live without him talking through, and his touchdown dance was something I hope I never see again. Ray Barrios, 2 out of 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Is this a dynasty? Not quite yet, but it's getting close. Getting close. Hans says, yes, indeed. Nice stream. Good vibes. Thanks, Hans. Had a great time talking with you in the stream today. It's been a fun one here. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Please hit that like button if you guys get a chance. It does help me out. Connor says, big love, Brando. I'll still watch your content until the draft, but I'm taking a break from the rest. Haha. Peace out. Hey, fair enough, man. I know how that goes. So it's people, we all need to kind of have the recoup time, right? The rebuild time a little bit to get back our love for the sport here after tough years. So I get it, man. And I'll be here pumping out the content. Aaron Sanders in the house. What's up, Aaron? Hey, Ron. Hey, Ron. Dr. Sanders in the house says, wow, refs are all gods now. Such a bad call, Aaron. Yeah, we're talking about that. This is the rigged aspects there, man. Micah says the ref should hold that trophy too. Imagine the ref came in there as Mahomes is carrying, just came with one arm, like, just want to do, you're doing my part. Philly's about to do some looting. I'm not going to put it past the Philly crowd out there to go out and do some looting on the streets on this one. Refs bashing windows. Stupid refs. Roland Connors says, sucks stand a great game like that. It does, Roland. Such a good, fun, entertaining game. One of the more entertaining Super Bowls we've seen in recent years. That it came down to that kind of sucks. I would have liked to have seen the Chiefs hit the field goal, and then let's see what the Eagles could do with the drive with 1 minute and 30 seconds left and no timeouts. You know, what could they get done? I would have liked to have seen that. Lion Garcia, how many rings do they have? Well, they've only got one ring right now. I think that they did get one in the 70s as well. So this would be their third ring, I believe. Sanchez says it does come down to one play in this instance, just like the Saints-Rams game when both teams are evenly matched. A BS call ruins the sport for everyone. I don't disagree with that at all, man. I do feel like more of a football game is going to be matched up on really all of the plays in total. One play can certainly loom larger than other plays, but I don't think that it dictates the game in its entirety where those other plays, part of them, what matters. But I'm with you on it, man. These are brutal calls to have happen at these moments, and I can't begrudge any fan that says, I hate this part of the game and this needs to be fixed. And I join with those folks. I'm right there with you on it. If this was our Seahawks having to suffer that kind of play at the end, I'd be in a much more angrier state than I am right now. Some of it is, I think, Sanchez, a little bit of this is now it's gotten predictable for me. So it's like the emotion of it's been removed out. Because what I said at the top, and you were in here, Sanchez, at the top, where I said that if this game is allowed to be evenly called down the line, 100%, you know, where the officials are not leaning one way or another, I thought the Eagles would be a better team than the Chiefs. But I predicted the Chiefs to win this game. Why? Because I thought that they were going to get a little officiating help. That was purely what we're to the point with me where me as a guy doing this on YouTube, to the point where it's so commonplace to me that I'm building it into my predictions for the game. And then it literally plays out where my prediction comes true in like the biggest moment of the game at that point. It's something that the NFL could stand to fix, and it's not good for their game. And it's a problem that I think is only going to ever increase larger and larger. And maybe they don't care, you know, they're the big dog on the block. There ain't no sport that can touch them. You can talk all day about soccer. Soccer's not going to touch the ratings of this game. Ain't one soccer match out there that's within, 10% basically of what this game's going to draw in as far as viewership goes. So they feel like, hey, we don't have to explain ourselves to anybody. We're fine. And sports fan, I'd be all right if I lost the play like that too. After a game like that was so well played, that was fairly evenly officiated throughout the game. That was, for the most part, pretty okay. Pretty on the up and up. But you feel it when it comes into play, don't you? You watch enough football, you can feel when it's kind of happening. Just a little bit. Nick, that's why the Eagles and Chiefs play week 1 to have a Super Bowl rematch. They didn't call a penalty all game, and then when it matters, they call a hold. He couldn't have caught that ball. Yeah. No, he wasn't going to catch that ball. And of course, though, with the holding calls, Nick, it's not like the pass interference where you factor in whether or not it was catchable or not. It's just, if it's a hold, it's a hold. But I agree with you. That's my point on it as well, is that if you're going to call it that way, you need to call it that way all game. Call it that way evenly. And that's not something that they did throughout the course at the end of this game. They were letting them play throughout the course of this game. Wilbert says Philly's not coming out of the NFC next season. We'll see. I mean, they're well put together to still be a very good team moving forward. So they've got to pay maybe potentially Jalen Hurts this offseason. And certainly he made a strong case with 300-yard passing, 70 yards on the ground in this game. He played his butt off. He certainly has probably made a pretty strong case to get that extension. But they've got that first-round pick. Remember that from the Saints, which is like a top 12 pick. So they're still well-positioned to keep this going. Though they might lose a couple guys, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Hargrave. Sports fan says the Philly 100% got screwed, but let's not ignore how their pass rush got bodied all night by the Chiefs' offensive line. Facts, man. So that's why I have a hard time necessarily going to one play being the end-all be-all. It's like if I come away with the explanation on this game, I go, where was the Eagles' pass rush that set like NFL records for sacks, pressures? They were completely absent in this game. You never at any point had a guy who was hobbled in Mahomes and made him uncomfortable in the pocket. And I would say that for me, that's really where I come out of this game going, that's the part where you guys dropped the ball, the Eagles did, and not finding a way to get that done. That Chiefs offensive line is solid. They rebuilt that thing over last year, and they rebuilt it fully. They put a ton of investment into it. So it ain't just like some nobodies out there that are blocking, but what do we got here for this game for the Eagles? 5 quarterback hits and no sacks. You're not beating Mahomes on that. You're not beating Mahomes on that. I hear you, kitty. Megan says, so happy, B. Can't believe how close I got the score. You did. We're at 36-30. You were right on it. Right on it. Kidder 96, elimination station for the Eagles. There you go. Ray Barrios says, unfortunately, Niner fans are happy about this. Yeah, they're feeling better about it. Yeah, that's how it should go. B Skills, so Super Bowl last year, AFC champs this year, and now laughing out loud, all end on penalties. It's suspect. It's suspect, man. I hope the NFL tries to take some steps to fix it, because it's going to push people eventually away from the sport if they think that it is commonplace and they just think it's the rule of thumb. Nobody tunes into football because they want to watch WWE. They tune into football because they want to watch 2 teams go at it and let the best man win. Not the best official win. Nick, Chiefs fans see that hold call all day. I don't see the hold. He had his hand on him, but no hold. It's one of those, like, again, for me, Nick, it's letter of the law. You can maybe come up with some argument to be made that it's a hold, but that's not how you called the game throughout the game. The officials were I was watching when they went to the all 22 shots in the game of the secondary, both secondaries were handsy. Both secondaries had their hands on guys past the 5-yard point. It's if you're going to play it that way, it's like I say with baseball. You start a game in baseball, every guy behind the plate has got his own strike zone. Some guys like a high strike zone, some guys like a wide strike zone, but he's going to call it consistently for both teams. And you learn within the first couple of innings what the strike zone is going to be, and then you adjust off of it and you know what it will be. So kind of it's like the officials in this game went through 8 innings of a baseball game, and the official was calling it one certain way, and then you get into the 9th inning, and suddenly now your strike zone is going from wide to tall. Like, what are we doing here? Why this now? Aaron says 100% ref help is what I also thought was going to happen. Yeah, I did too, Aaron. I had a feeling it was going to be like this. Deadly content, is Hardgrave worth it? I mean, if we're talking about him being paid like $13 million a year, I don't think he's probably worth it. If you can find him in on a contract to pay him on kind of an average year deal into more mid-tier range, kind of like a Shelby Harris kind of deal, then he would be worth it. He's a decent fallback plan if you can't go out there and get Daron Payne. He's a good overall player. I don't think he played particularly bad in this game. I know he wasn't able to generate much pressure, but 5 tackles. One of the only tackle for losses in this game from the rest of the Eagle defense there. So maybe he didn't play outstanding in this game, but he wasn't god awful either. But I'm not going to pay everything for him. I'm not paying all the cost. Consumer says, laughing out loud, DK gets held like that every single snap. Every snap, Consumer. Facts. Ethan says, wow, 58 minutes of great, exciting back and forth football, only for it to be ruined. Azad Jamora says, Bradbury barely touched Kelsey. Can someone explain how? I can't. 1023, that the Chiefs' defensive line is trash. That's embarrassing. Yeah, they're not a great defensive line, that's for sure. They were holding on in their own realm in this game. Just did enough. And the Eagles didn't have a chance to go after him with the game on the line, kind of. Plus, they got the lucky fumble from Hurts. That fumble from Hurts was so big in that game. Andrew says, just shows how much we need defense to show up. We do. Agasa says, last year, 20-16, 3rd and goal, and they threw a flag on a perfect defense. I think I remember that. Yeah, that fumble by Hurts came back, Nick, and really bit him on the butt. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I really do appreciate it, brother. Very kind of you. It says 364 days until the Hawks play in the Super Bowl. Hey, let's go, MJ. We had people hyping me up at the start of this show, telling me, well, we'll be back here next year now. It's coming next year.
So I love it. I love the confidence in my fellow 12s out there. I want you to keep that confidence. We go out there, we kill this offseason, we crush the draft, we spend our money right, maybe make a couple of aggressive trades, maybe do a little bit of, hey, let's go for the now. Let's sacrifice maybe a little bit of future for the now. We could do it. It's not out of the realm of contention. So I love that confidence, MJ Seahawk, and I hope you're right. I do, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Let's go. Hawks in the Super Bowl next year. That sound good to you guys? Everybody good with that? You good with that? You good with that? Let's do it. Aaron Sanders with a $5 donation. Thank you, Aaron Sanders. I appreciate you, Dr. Sanders, in the house. He says, Pumpkin is pissed. Pumpkin is pissed. Are you upset about that, Pumpkin? Are you upset about that? Tell him what you got to say about it. Yeah? What else? Yeah? Was it a good call or a bad call? Good call or a bad call? It's up to you. It's on you. You make the call on this one. She's too deep in her loves, Aaron. She's way too deep in the loves right now. She's getting neck scratches. She's getting ear scratches. Now you're talking? I take the mic away and now you start talking? Was it a bad call? Did they blow it on that one? She's being difficult. But thank you, Aaron, for the $5 dono. Appreciate you, brother. King Bomber says, closer we get to the draft, closer I get to saying maybe we should take CJ Stroud. I don't know if he'll be there, King Bomber. If he lasts to 5, I'm certainly willing to pull the trigger at that point. Absolutely. Nicholas says, Pumpkin should be angry at that nonsense. She is. She's frustrated. She's like, I just wanted to watch some GD good football. Mike says, I live near Philly and they already had fireworks going off at halftime. From that point onward, I knew they were going to lose. You can't count your chickens till they're hatched, Mike. It's bad. It's bad. You can't do it. You just can't do it. Playing Warzone last night or the other night with my brother. We get into the safe zone. It's like, oh, we got through that. We all thought we were going to get gunned down. There were guns on all the roofs. I was like, you can't say that until we're in the building. And sure enough, as soon as I said that, he got gunned down in the streets. Gunned down in the street. And I said, why did you have to say something? Ethan says 2000 Legion of Boom would still destroy both these teams. Facts. Megan says, okay, 12s, B and Mr. Cosell, I'm heading out. Been a pleasure as always. Talk soon. You have yourself a great night, Megan, Gak, Roger, and enjoy this fruitful game that we got to watch. Despite a contentious final play, nonetheless, an exciting, boisterous affair, jam-packed with high football action. We'll catch you again on that next stream, Megan. Motive says, most of the time, I agree one call doesn't decide a game, but when the penalty takes away the Eagles' chance to have the ball with time to move, it sure killed their comeback attempt. I'm not pushing too hard back on the folks that landed in the place you're talking about, Motive, and a lot of the folks who find themselves feeling that same way in the chat. Because this is a little bit, again, how can I, right? Because I did say at the start, I go, look, if it's called even Steven, Eagles are going to win this game. But I don't think it's called even Steven. So instead of me predicting the Eagles to win, which I'd like to do, because from a sure matchup standpoint, the Eagles are going to be the better team. But I can't because I know that the Chiefs are going to have some built-in help. And so I am not pushing back on anybody who sits there and says, look, I think the NFL is doing a little bit of, they're getting a little bit in, fingers in the pies of these games, trying to kind of move things in a certain way. And if it's not out and out rigging, it's certainly a little bit of a gentle nudges in certain directions. And I think as fans, we hate to see that. We don't want to see, this isn't about storylines or twists or turns. This is about letting the best man win. That's the beauty of sports. And you take that from fans and you make fans question that, you remove some of the love of the sport for them. And there is no way I would push back against any of that. Deadly Content, Quentin Williams. I don't think Quentin Williams is a possibility for us, Deadly Content. He's a great player, but you're not going to be able to get him from the Jets. They're not going to let him go. He's a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. No way you'd want to do that. No way I can see that. Defender of Logic. Aaron, by the way, we're gonna get some COD run here soon. We'll be wrapping this up in a bit. We gotta get some COD tonight. Donnie Pearson, the Hawks Nest. Norbcam raid. Hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well. We got a Norbcam raid. All right, what's up, Norbcam? I gotta get back in touch with you on Instagram. We gotta sync up, man. Gotta sync up with the Norb.
Defender of Logic, you know the O-line is good when a quarterback has time and on a bum ankle. You know it, man. It's a great line. Joe Thuney in there, Orlando Brown over there, Quino Creed Humphrey, right? They did a good job last year of deciding that we're going to reinvest this after Mahomes had that bad Super Bowl with Tampa Bay where he was under so much duress and he lost Mitchell Schwartz and he lost Jake Fisher and they had to rebuild that whole offensive line stem to stern, and they really attacked it. And they attacked it in such a thorough manner as to make it a strength of the team now, as opposed to being something that was going to start to look like a weakness of the team. Got to give them credit. It's a purposeful approach that's paid dividends for them. Nick says they have AI umpires in AAA baseball. They need AI refs. Yeah, AI is going to be taking over baseball soon enough. If the umpires will be removed from the game, as well they should. There's no reason to have them. I'm not a nostalgia guy that we have to have umpires out there just for the sake of just to have them out there. If there's a AI can do it better, then let the AI decide it. Ethan says, hey, Brandon, since Schneider flat out said they have a limit for paying Geno, do you trust him to still be able to build a team under whatever number limit that is? Yes, I do. I'm not trying to know this for sure, but I have an inclination that Schneider's a lot like I look at the situation with Geno, where he is a valuable player. He is a player I'd like to bring back. He is a player I'm willing to sign to an extension and give significant money. I'm willing to make Geno Smith the highest paid player on my football team. I'm not willing to put Geno Smith into the stratosphere of being one of the higher paid quarterbacks in the sport or being in the upper level of pay. And I hope he sticks to his guns on that, Ethan. I think he will. But they also might not be so far away where, again, it comes down to going, well, my 30 million mark was as high as I was going to go. Geno wants 33. And then it becomes this big hand-wringing affair where they're like, well, you're just going to let him walk for 3 million then? It's like, well, yeah, you do. You got to have a number you start these negotiations out where you say, that's my line, that's my limit. I don't go past it. And if it goes past, then you say no. Or you don't develop the line in the first place, right? There's no line in negotiation of I'm not going to cross there if I'm going to be willing to cross there for a couple million. For me, it was 27. So when we talk about getting to $30 million, I go, that's higher than I was willing to go. I'm out. I love you, Geno. I wish you the best. I'm going to franchise you and move you for a second round pick and move on with the position at that point. But yeah, I think he will stick to his guns on that. I think that was the first thing that came out of that interview that he had with on 710 at that point, right? That was the first thing that came out of him about when they asked him about that question was, we got a line. And you wouldn't expect a general manager ever to come out and say, blank check, we'll give him whatever he wants. But he certainly, I think, phrased it in a way where it indicated that there was going to be more of a line than there wasn't going to be. Will Valdez, Andy Reid effectively prevented the Eagles from winning another Super Bowl and rubbed salt in the wound during the post-game interview. I bet. Got to feel good for Andy, doesn't it, Will? Right? He gets cast away kind of from the Eagles a little bit. Like, okay, we're fine with you heading. We're fine with you leaving. Now he gets to come back and that's got to feel good from his standpoint. Dylan McKay says Eagles with Bijan would be extremely scary. You could see a little bit tonight, right, couldn't you, Dylan? With Miles Sanders and Gainwell, they're not bad backs, but they're not difference-making backs either, are they? Not anywhere in the near range of what you get from Bijan. And I've long thought it's going to be in my mock drafts, probably going pretty deep into this process, unless I start hearing differently from what the Eagles are interested in this draft, that I'm going to believe that the Eagles are going to go and attack Bijan. It seems like it's a free pick for them anyway. They're still picking at the back of the draft in the first round. They have 2 first-round picks. If you got a free first-round pick, that's one thing that could cause you to draw outside of the mindset of normally not taking a running back in the first top 15. It just seems like the right kind of fit, doesn't it? It just seems like it aligns up, right, Dylan? Alex Mark says, I really think the NFL is rigged for Vegas. I've started to get those feelings a bit too at times. Yeah. Derpy says Chiefs break the Rocky statue curse. There we go. Ethan says, even if it's higher, then you would prefer like 32. I just don't want to do that. I don't want to do it there, Ethan. I don't know if he's going to go up there or not. I'm unsure on that. I guess he probably will, but I wouldn't like it. Have a good night, Megan. Ja'Cory Royal says NFL is rigged as F. Many are saying it in here, Ja'Cory. I think if you're seeing this many people saying it here, you're going to hear it in a large voice throughout the course of the next couple of weeks on this. Ja'Cory says scripted, too many obvious, too many coincidences. I don't know with the scripted part. I just look at it like there's a point in time where there'll be these important plays that come in and they can kind of nudge it in a direction. And it can be subtle or overt at that point.
but it allows them to be almost pinpoint in their level of control in a given game, especially when it's a close game like this. Sam the Great says, as long as the Seahawks make it next year, I can't fully complain. No, sir. No, sir. 1023 says the Super Bowl is always rigged in Arizona. I see what you did there, 1023. Ethan, at least we didn't have to watch a team in our division win the Super Bowl. Amen. No Niners winning is very nice. Very, very nice. Nick says the NFL refs make me mad almost every week. Yeah, they're annoying. Aaron says already slaying KC fans. I bet Eagle fans are going crazy. The guy said they really have to implement an age of limit for the refs. They're just too senile. Maybe. As long as it's an honest mistake, do that. But if it ain't honest mistakes, and it's like they got the old guys out there because the old guys aren't going to question things. The old guys know what they got to do. When they're told to do something, they do it. Maybe the young guys are a little bit harder to control in that respect. King Bomber, honestly, coming into this Super Bowl thinking that we should pay Geno the bag to try and win. You can't win the Super Bowl with Geno Smith. I don't care what you have to say. Honestly, coming into the Super Bowl thinking that we should pay Geno the bag to win. You can't win the Super Bowl with Geno Smith. I don't care what you have to say. Coming in this game thinking that we should pay Geno the bag. You can't win the Super Bowl with Geno. I don't care what you say. Coming into the Super Bowl. So I guess you're saying you need a quarterback who can make big plays in big moments, and that isn't Geno. Maybe fair enough on that. I don't like the thought of paying him kind of regardless on it myself, King Bomber. I think to touch on your point, I think there's few guys out there that can make kind of some of those throws you're talking about need to have made and be those guys that are really like we said, Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert. There's not a long list of them, man. But I'm not in favor of paying Geno the type of money we're talking. You know, he just turned down reportedly King Bomber $30 million. Consumer says all it takes is one ref to have a gambling problem, then organized crime has an into match fixing. Definitely, man. Definitely so. Seahawks Gaming, Frank Clark is a 2-time Super Bowl champ. Yeah, I know. And he came hard today with his one tackle. His one tackle and no quarterback hits. Talk about a man being gifted. He played another playoffs better than this one. Nick Guzman says there's absolutely nobody we can get in the next 2 years who will be an immediate upgrade over Geno. I wish all of us Seahawks fans could realize that. That's a fair point. I think where I stand on it is, of course, I'm a little bit more leaning in the direction of, look, you do need to have quarterbacks who can make throws and big time throws and all that. But if you put a team together that's right and good and get it done, they can get it done. But you know, Mahomes is a difference maker out there, that's for sure. He's a guy that can upend all the rules. John Robinson, lock how hard it is to stop a running quarterback who can make key throws when needed in Jalen Hurts. Stitchen's not a mastermind. I think we can succeed in that template with AR-15. He's a tough man. He's tough, man. I could go that route with it, man. I'm with it. Johnson said Mahomes ain't Mahomes without Reed. Agreed. It's a beautiful pairing between the two. Brian says, though they rig it for bettors, the house, you won't have big money. Bettors keep betting it if they lose to a rigged sport. Yeah, I don't think everything's rigged on it necessarily. I'm not in the full rigged on, but I do think that there's a way they can lean on it too. I think Vegas has maybe can have an effect on this if there's certain money that's laid heavy on certain action, Brian, so that it's a little more randomized in the games that you have a change of control on. But I don't think that's the only thing that would be driving that type of thing. Brendan M says, Hurts played a great game, but their D sold. Bingo, Brendan. That's the big key with me in this game coming out of it. 10-23, the Eagles thought this was an easy game and was real cocky. This is what happens. They were feeling themselves. Pass rush non-existent. Yeah. Nicholas, I knew the Chiefs were going to win because of the refs. David Adams says the NFL lost all credibility tonight. Nick says, when Reed retires, will Mahomes be good? I don't think he will be. Well, remember, he's got a young part of his career here where Mahomes is helping him be a little more advanced probably than he would be with his age with another coach.
but he's going to pick up the tricks of the trade, and he's going to get better with time, especially as far as mental up, shoulders up. Maybe not as well, but maybe also it just maintains because he's at that point where he's more self-sustaining and doesn't need as much the coach to lean on as older quarterbacks can kind of get in that mode. John says the critical defensive holding play at the end of the game could have gone either way, but I would have liked to let them play. They're not decide the game on a penalty. That's my thoughts as well on it, John. Let them play, 10-23, I just don't want to pay Geno. I'd be okay, but it's got to be at the right price. Got to be the right price. And I'm not anti-Nick at all with Geno. I'm very pro Geno. I like how he plays the game. I do. And I'm not against signing him to a contract. But I'm also not at a place, Nick, where I say blank check. And it was a big debate last night that we had on this that went pretty long, a couple hours with it. But that's more where I stand, at least, with it. Jason Tudor laughing out loud. Clark has been a fantastic playoff player for KC. Oh, yeah, no, he's been a very good playoff player for him. No doubt about it. He's been playoff Frank. Regular season's a different story, though. He has been a legitimately not good defensive end for them throughout his time there in the regular season. Yeah, Nick, I don't think it's a matter of looking at getting a guy that's going to be better as far as Mahomes go. Some of this, I think, from some people's standpoint and being instructed by Geno. I mean, I know there's a couple people in here that are very voraciously anti-Geno, Nick. But I think some of it comes from also a little bit of the methodology and approach here of, what type of team are we building here? What type of approach are we using? Are we trying to replicate the 2012 blueprint, which saw us paying less than 1% to the quarterback position in order to build up the rest of the team around him? Is that the pathway we're trying to take? And if you are trying to take that pathway, if that is the philosophy of the front office and the coaching staff, then maybe it doesn't make as much sense to be paying quarterback big time money. And if you're talking about a 3-year, $33 million deal on average deal to Geno, you're getting now into more of the realm of getting closer to big money than you are getting to the realm of really a mid-tier type deal. So it's more, I think, as much beyond just being necessarily any sort of parts of Geno's game that are restricted as much about how hard it is to build a team when you start to pay a quarterback that kind of money. But it's an interesting debate. This is one that's not going to get closed today. D-Man says, guys, these leagues have been rigged for decades. Go back to the 1994 NBA Western Conference Finals where the refs called the foul on the Sonics every few minutes. This is all entertainment. Ooh, D-Man going dark with it. Standard Champion, I don't see Pete and John abandoning their tried and true model for a championship team to find a Mahomes tier quarterback. I don't either. Sanchez says, I'm fine with a downgraded quarterback if we can put the team around him. Sanchez, this is where I stand with it as well. I lean more into feeling like you can build a team up around a quarterback in this modern age, that this is the evolution of the sport, where we do have our Mahomeses and our Burrows, right, that are few and far between, and you're probably, as Nick Guzman mentions, you're not likely to find those guys around every single corner. But there is a pathway and approach here to building a super team up, stocking it lock, stock, and barrel, and then having your quarterback brought in as the final element, and your quarterback's making almost no money so that you're able to do that in this fashion. That to me is a functional pathway, and it's not a crazy approach, especially when it's an approach that's worked within the last 10 years. And it's worked within the last 10 years with the very same coach and the very same general manager that you have in the front office. I very much feel myself landing in that same place. Pretty fervently. King Bomber says, while the teams that have won the Super Bowl have been overall the better built team with lesser paid quarterbacks, the most consistent teams to make deep postseason runs are the teams with good quarterbacks. I suppose so. I do think, though, that there's a potential inhibiting there. You can get to a deep run, but you can't quite get to a Super Bowl. You can't quite go and win a Super Bowl. I don't know why, kitty. Oh. I think there is a little bit of a demarcation line on that, King Bomber, to a little degree, where there is, when you start to pay the guys, now it's holding you back. And now are you ending up in a point in a playoff run where you are 2 or 3 guys short because you are paying that quarterback that money? He can get you this far, but can't quite get you up over the mark. A little bit like of what happened with the Packers, where it felt for a couple of years there, especially in those MVP seasons with Rodgers, like you still needed a couple players to get you up over the top, 1 or 2 extra kind of guys. and was you inhibited because you were paying the quarterback and able to not do that because of that? I don't have a certain answer on this, but it is something that I do wonder about with it. John says, all of the quarterbacks that have the potential to draft at 5 all have a way higher ceiling than Geno. Make that argument for sure. Sam the Great says, I'm a full believer that all the leagues are rigged. It didn't even take this game to know that. Ooh, got a lot of thought process out. Boy, folks are full in on the rigged stuff. Bud Inlet, do I think CJ will be there at 5? I don't, Bud. I think he gets taken before 5. I think somebody falls in. That's the guy that I think somebody falls in love with to trade up to the Bears or to the Cardinals to go get. Snow Tiger, for the stability of the offense in the locker room, they will try to retain Geno. We have some young guns and some experience. It would be better if we take a quarterback next year. I'm with you on that, Snow Tiger. Consumer 114, laughing out loud. Most of the people in here are Hawks fans and they don't think the NFL is rigged. Need I remind you of the Super Bowl against the Steelers? You don't need to remind me, man. I'll tell you that. I remember. The North remembers. Brian Myers, you can't rig a sports league. Why would owners and players even participate? Kitty, come on, please. You're getting too close to the escape button. Why would owners and players even participate if this was the case? You buy a team for multi-billions just to know you'll lose games? No damn way. It's a good question. It's a very good question. I think that when it comes to players being on board or not making as much a ruckus for it, I think millions and millions of dollars will get you to not make as much a ruckus. And then I would offer that you could apply a little bit of the same thing to owners. Yes, you have guys that are billionaires, but these are guys that like money. And, you have a machine that's producing you $400 million in profit, according to what the Packers were getting, because they're the ones who, they're owned by quote unquote the city. So you have to see what their profit numbers are on a yearly basis. You're making $350 a year, that can get people to be a lot more quiet about stuff too. But I'm not fully in on this rig stuff either, Brian. Totally. I do think there are times where there are nudges made in important moments, important games, to move things in a way. I do. Micah says, even Greg Olsen said in the broadcast they should have let him play. They should have. Yeah. Corsos D. Gutierrez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Corsos. Says, Tom, Brady, Patriots, refs great. Pat, Chiefs, refs 2.0. Thank you for the $2 donation, Corsos. Well said, man. It could be he's taking over the Tom ref crown, a little bit, tuck rules and all that. John says, Carlos Dunlap look washed out there. I think he's just playing too many snaps, in my opinion. He seemed like he was out there for a really long majority of that game for an Eagle team that was playing a lot of snaps, for an Eagle team that was running a lot of snaps. I don't know. It didn't seem like there was as much Karlaftis out there to me, but he definitely was slowing down by the end of that game for sure. John says, going back and looking at the Seahawks Steelers Super Bowl as an adult, I don't feel as much that the game was rigged. That holding call on Sean Locklear was holding, but that push off by D-Jack was ticky-tack. Yeah, I disagree on that, John, so fervently, man. I've gone back and watched the game as well, and it was rigged. So anybody can disagree with me if you want, but I don't know that I've yet to hear a really tangible argument for why it wasn't. You mentioned the holding call in Locklear. The holding call came about, John, because the guy jumped off sides on 2 straight plays that went uncalled. He's halfway to Main Street by the time that Locklear is even coming out of his stance and the ball's been snapped, but the officials let it go. And it's like I talk about in this game, these calls that happen that rig, John, always happen in that game right at really important moments. What you'll notice in that game, if you watch that 2005 game, is there's no calls against us on our offense when we're on our side of the field. Suddenly the flags start flying when we get onto the Steelers side of the field in that particular football game. But it's not just those calls. It's not just the Darrell Jackson call for me, John. It's it's where Hasselbeck tackles a guy after an interception and they call a blocking foul on him. It's just there's play after play after play in that game that to me it's above any sports game in my history of my life watching, above anyone else. That one right there to me is the most. And I will go to my grave believing so. Nick says, I wish our defense had anywhere near the talent it had in 2012. That's my issue. We already had the pieces when we drafted Russ. We don't have those same pieces. The offense has more talent. Yeah, it does have more talent. You're not in the place defensively that you were in 2012. I don't know if you have to build a legendary defense in order to get back there again, Nick. I don't know if they have to hit that high water mark of the former defense. And you do have a lot of assets here to start to upgrade that defense. You do have young players that will take steps forward. You started 3 rookies on defense this past season alone. Those guys are going to get better as you go forward. You were down your most important defensive player this season with Jamal Adams, down every game pretty much this year, absent the first quarter and a half. So yeah, you're not necessarily there, but you're not necessarily that far away with what you have from a resource front to fix this. James Black Eagles got 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years with 2 different quarterbacks on rookie deals. They did. Christopher Kelly says, hey, good show. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate you, man. John Robinson says Jalen Hurts outplayed Mahomes, though. I mean, I don't know. Pretty close to the way I think they both played. I mean, Mahomes has got a 130, almost a 132 rating in this game. He also ran for 44 yards in this game, John. You know, he had 11 less attempts than Hurts did for Hurts to get over 300 yards. I think you can make an argument they played pretty close to, both played great football. But I think you also got to factor in, John, the unforced fumble by Hurts too. Can't overlook that as well. Mahomes didn't have any turnovers in this game, and that fumble loomed large. Sam the Great says baseball is the only sport that can benefit from AI referees. Agreed. Yeah. Nicholas, do your reservations? There have been NFL players in the 70s giving interviews that say it's fixed, but from Rollins. They did give Mahomes too much time, Brendan. You got to make him get him under some kind of duress. 1023, I want Deron Payne or either Anderson or Carter. I want them too, man. I want that as well. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $2 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. He says ratings make money. They do. They do. And if you want to have a certain team in over another team, you may be going to lean that way to make that more money. And at the end of the day, we can talk about, and I get what's saying in certain respects from folks who are saying there's too many people that have to know this and this can't, but it's like, this is a big money making machine. And there's nobody that's going to stand in front of that machine and stop it at any point in time. Not an owner, not anybody else. But you're right, man. Fat Daddy also with another $2 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, I remember when WWF was for debate on being real. Oh, they did when I was a child. There's still people that were trying to debate at times. No, they really do take headhunts, and then eventually became like, well, it's fake, but they're taking real blows here. So it's really like not fake too. So, there was some court case. I haven't really looked it up, but I've heard that this exists. There was some court case where the NFL was at some point or another. I don't know if this is a fact or not, but I've been told it, where there was a case that they had brought up against them of a fan saying that the sport was rigged and that he was calling them to task on it. And essentially they got out of the lawsuit by essentially mentioning that they were an entertainment company like WWF, and they're not actually a sporting business. And that was the reason that they were able to kind of get out under that particular lawsuit. I don't know if that one's true or not. That might be just a, what do they call that? Urban legend or something, I guess. Thank you though, Fat Daddy. And I do remember those days. MJ Seahawk with a $5 dono. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. Patrick is the ref's rebound now that Brady is gone. Well, they're looking for somebody, and Brady retired. Now they can't hope that he's coming back. So they've got to move on. They got to move on, MJ Seahawk. You got to let him go like the bird. Let him go, and if he comes back to you, he's yours. But otherwise, it's Patrick time now. It's on to the new girl, Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. Washington FizQuest with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Washington FizQuest. It says, wait, WWF isn't real? No wonder my RKOs never work. I know I keep using that in the street fight, man. I keep using the stunner, and it's like, it's not stunning anybody. It seems to be devastating on the mat. What's going on, man? Come on. Let's go. Randall McDaniel with a $50 donation. Randall coming in hot.
Thank you, Randall, for the $50 dono, brother. I really do appreciate it. Salute you as ever. Hope you're doing well out there in the middle of Washington. It's a fine evening. He says, BS call at the end. What up, Brando? Hey, what up, man? Yeah, it's been already, I think, a pretty lively debate here in the chat, Randall, as people are really turning this one over. There's a very big contingent here going, see, this is how the NFL's fixed. There's a contingent out there and folks in the chat going, well, no, there's no way the NFL could pull that off or be in their best interest. They couldn't keep that under lock and key. It would definitely leak out if they were trying to do that type of stuff. To me, Randall, it just felt like a game where you called the game a certain way from an officiating standpoint. You set here's the baseline. And then the key play of the game, suddenly the baseline was thrown out the window. BS call, I think, is right. It really does come down to, this is true in basketball as well. You know, they used to tell these officials in basketball, final 2 minutes of the game, swallow your whistle. Let them play. Let it get decided by the players. And if it's decided by the players and it's a little bit more physical than you would normally like, or there's a little more contact than you'd normally like, so be it. But let the players decide it. Let them be the ones to decide it. It's much better to have players decide it, and there's some jostling going on. There's a little bit of maybe contact there than it is to have officials throwing flags all game and over officiating it. If I've got to pick between one or the other from my standpoint, Randall, I want the players to play. I want to let them go, especially a playoff game, especially at the end of a playoff game. I mean, if that's a rule of thumb in general on those kind of games, it should be a hardened rule by the time we get into the final 5 minutes of a fourth quarter. But fun game, nonetheless, Randall, to watch throughout. I did enjoy what I got to see in this game. I thought it was an entertaining matchup, but I think you well worded. It's a BS call at the end there. It's a BS call. And it sucks that now we're going to have to hear a lot of this offseason instead of getting to talk about this amazing Super Bowl game that just was played. Instead, what's going to dominate the discussion is going to be more about this final play. And it sucks. And all it would have taken for that not to occur is the official not to call the flag. That's all it takes. But they just can't help themselves, I guess, sometimes, huh? Yeah. Thank you, though, Randall, for the $50 donation. You're always coming in hot with the big fat donos, brother. One of my OGs on the channel. I appreciate you, man. Love. Nothing but love out to you on that, man. Thank you so very much, man. You're awesome. Cliffick with the $2 donation says, hi, B. Did the refs break the MVP curse for Pat? I think they did. That's the only thing that can break a curse, actually, is officiating crews. This is not known well in the voodoo world, but if you can get some officiating crews in on it, you know, if maybe you got a voodoo doll that's been pecked, you know, get the officials in on it. They'll get that doll back without any pins left in it. So, yeah, Cliffick, it does look like the officials broke the curse for Pat. And indeed helped get him up over the top there with that final call. And, you know, again, I don't like the final call. I'm not going to be I'm going to be consistent in this because I do push back on folks at times that present our Seahawks as being, you know, a team that you know, in those moments with some of these calls where they say, well, there's this fumble with Geno in the Niners game. That was the game-changing play and da-da-da-da-da-da, you know, where I hate doing that type of stuff. I really do try to hold back against saying and blaming it on one particular play. You have in this football game, let's see here. You have in this football game 115 snaps, 115 offensive snaps in this game. Can we bring that down to one play at that point? Can we bring it down to a play that accounts for 0.6% of the total snaps in a given football game? I don't think we can, but it does bother me. I hate seeing it. It annoys me too because it's becoming seemingly more commonplace. We're hearing about this stuff where you'd think officiating would get better over the years. You would think it would get more refined over the years. You'd think these officials would be more on it, but instead at times it seems like it at times is devolving. And I think if it's not a fixed type of thing, come on. If it's not a fixed type of thing that's going on, then it is a devolving of the referees and the officiating and the way that they call games and how many calls they're getting right and how many calls they're missing and how consistent one officiating crew is to the other. Thank you, though, Cliffick. Appreciate you on the donation. Jordan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jordan. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you as well, brother. Says, refs let that go all game long. Deciding to call it there is sickening for Eagle fans. It is, Jordan. It truly is. It sickens me too. And you're 100% on the point. It's the most important part of this. You can't talk to me about letter of the law stuff in that moment if you've not been calling it by the letter of the law throughout that game. And what's unique about Super Bowls more than any other NFL football game during the course of the season is you actually get all 22 shots throughout the course of the game quite a bit. You get to see what's happening in the secondary, play after play after play on the replays. And what I saw in the secondary to my eyes, and it sounds like it was to your eyes too, Jordan, was they were letting those guys play out there. They were letting some grabbiness go away. The secondary guys were knowing it, and they were being a little bit grabby, but it was happening on both sides. They were being consistent in how they were calling it. And it matches up to how you normally have playoff games go and Super Bowls go, where you're going to let the players play because why, again, coming into a game like this, you let them play because you want the game decided by the players and not the officials. So I agree with you, Jordan, 150% on that, man. And if I'm an Eagle fan, I am sickened by it. And I've been there. Like, I have sympathy for him. I was there in 2005. 2005 just about had me checking out of my fandom in the NFL, period. Like, I got to wait 25 years to get to a Super Bowl as a fan. I got to root for crap team after crap team. I've got to root for the team even when I know I have the owner that wants to move us to LA. And then I finally get there and I know I've got the best team in the NFL after all those long years. And then you're going to steal it from us? You're going to rip it from our grasp? It sucks. At least with the Eagles, they can go back and look. We won it the last couple of years. So I guess at least you can kind of lick your wounds with that a bit. But Jordan, it does, you do feel bad for them. Your heart does go in it. Just like it did a couple of years ago with the Saints on that game with the Rams, where there was that no PI call that happened, was absolutely blatant as it gets. And you're going, really? There's letting them play. And then there's like, well, he just about decapitated that guy before the ball got there. You have to call that. But, the Saints had to watch the end of their era with Breeze and Peyton, for that matter, kind of finish up on those kind of situations at the end of their years too. Too many of these seasons are finishing in this way at times. And it's not a good look for the NFL. Whether it's true or whether it's not true, it's just not a good look. Washington Fishquest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fishquest. He says, I think refs can choke in big games like players. I think they can too. I do think that they can too. I think it is a little bit telling though. Let's go back to the Chiefs last game there with the Bengals, right? Where you've got that whole officials coming in and stopping a play that would have given them a stop there at the end of that game, being the Bengals, a key stop. And then on the very next play, you have Mahomes like 1/2 yard out of bounds, trying to stretch to get as much yards as he could, gets hit. And then it's like, here's another gift flag to the Chiefs. It's like, that's where you start to get a little more succinct on stuff. But you're right. I mean, officials can, I guess, choke as well. I will say this, Washington Fishquest, you're supposed to be getting in this game the best of the best of the best officials. You're supposed to be getting the guys that are the most consistent of the consistent crews, the guys that see it as well as anybody else out there amongst their peers. That should open up less of a door of choking at that point. I mean, it's not like they're matched up against another man trying to do his best. Like, they're matched up against air, essentially, So that might be the case, but I certainly wouldn't give them a lot of rope with that, or a lot of like extra sort of credit on that. I'd be like, that's, it's, you guys aren't doing the same thing the players are doing. You're not going mano a mano another guy and have to whoop his butt. You have to just see it and call it cleanly, But I appreciate you, Washington Fishquest. Thank you for the $2 donation. Jordan, the 5, Cliffic, the 2, or Washington, all the donations, Washington Fishquest. And Randall with the $50 don't know. Thank you, Randall. Sam the Great, there were 2 bad calls in the Super Bowl versus the Steelers. Rigged? No, it was more than 2 bad calls in the Steelers versus rigged. There's the back-to-back plays for the holding call on Sean Locklear that don't get called, which allow for them to then have the interception. There's the blocking play of Matt Hasselbeck. There's the bad call with Darrell Jackson down the football field on the offensive pass interference, where the defender's grabbing onto him and he's just trying to pull his arm and get his arm off out of the defender's hands at that point. Bad call there. There could be a number of other ones I can go to in that game, but it was well beyond 2 calls. Well beyond 2 calls. DH says, what's the hot take going on here? I think it's just there's some debate here about that final play of the Super Bowl. Fun game, but just definitely some lively debate about that final play.
John says that was an awesome game though, and Mahomes running around on a broken spoke was pretty cool. It was, man. What a gritty performance by that guy. Chase Carey says the ref admitted 4 years after the Super Bowl he messed up 2 calls in the game. Yeah, they messed up a lot of calls in that game. They messed up a lot. John says, if we ever get in a Super Bowl again, we just got to blow them out like last time. We don't put up in with the NFL BS. That's right, man. Blow them out. You don't have to worry about the bad officiating stuff. Sam the Great says, due to being a biased Seattle lover, I'll say it was rigged. Daniel Bailey, I realize we can't win a Super Bowl if the league is deciding who wins it. The Seahawks get no love from the league. Well, that's probably a good point. The Food Gamer, I hope this is the last Super Bowl in Arizona. Geez, that field is horrendous. A lot of players were falling. It's a horrible field. You're right. Lucky nobody got their ACL tears or anything else. But yeah, nobody could get their footing in there. Did Brady win every Super Bowl player? No. That call pissed me off so much. I'm not going to watch an NFL game for 6 months and protest. He says my Juju Smith jersey in large in Jersey, unbeaten. There we go, Megan. There we go. Give me 1 second here, please. Bear with me 1 sec, folks. Thanks for holding on with me, folks. Sanchez says, what's the remedy for the officiating? I would like to have officiating independent of the league. They're paid by the league, but they have their own method for being held accountable. A little bit less of a connection between the league and the officiating crews, I think, would be my potential remedy. But I haven't thought about it a lot on that, Sanchez. You know? Actually, who won the Super Bowl? Eagles lost to the Chiefs. Eagles pulled it off. Food Gamer says, man, the NFL honors was so bad. How does Walker get more first place votes and still lose? Also, Woolen should have won. Media bias at its finest. If not a big market, then they don't care. Yeah, I agree with you. It wasn't great Walker losing on that. 2 Jeffs winning definitely gives some proof to your argument a little bit on that.
Corso says, how many picks do we got to give up to get the refs help or cash over the cap situation? We just got to have Carroll back out there just rolling, having a big roll, like 10,000 a pop, just handing them to the officials there pregame. Just like the handshake move you do, like, hey, what's up, Bill? What's up, Pete? Oh, what's this, Pete? Yeah, don't worry about it. Just, something must have slipped out of my hand, I guess. I sprint 4 eyes. Chiefs are the new Patriots with Tom Brady all over again. It's over. Yeah, probably heading that direction. Jason Tudor says if the corner doesn't hold, the KC scores easily and ends the game. You have to make that call. Well, it wasn't pass interference there, Jason. It's a holding call. So, I mean, if it's a matter of they're making that call because he would have caught it, then it would have been pass interference. But they made a call of a holding call there instead on that. Brendan Eichrick, really frustrated and disappointed. If this happened to the Hawks, I couldn't imagine my reaction. I'd be pissed. Yeah. Angel Raven says, yo, Hawk, what is this Super Bowl rate in your opinion? Oh, this is one of the better ones I've seen. The ending does suck, but it was a highly entertaining game. Very well matched, a lot of offense, a lot of fireworks, balances the attacks on both sides of the ball, quarterbacks balling out. It's right up there. There's not a lot of great Super Bowl games. So you could say this is probably up in the top 7, 8 all time as far as fun games to watch. Entertaining. Simple 1970 says it's not just that call. It seems that every key third down in every game has a bailout call. These players have earned the right to decide the title between them. Very well said. Very well said. Nicholas says, I've told you multiple times, go listen to Bubba Smith interview and more. The proof is, you're talking about Johnny Myers. Kane Wright, there is no sympathy for any of you. You're going to be here crying about it until you get over it eventually. Trust me, there is no sympathy. What are you talking about? Sympathy for what? What are you talking about, Kane? Brandon M. still can't believe the Eagles stole A.J. Brown. Boy, did they ever. House says, wait, you didn't like the Hasselbeck low block? No, I guess it's just kind of weird to me. I didn't think a player could block on a tackle. You know what I mean? I didn't know a player could do that. It's pretty impressive. Mir says someone just got stabbed with a broken bottle of Henry in Philly. It begins. Oh, Lord, it begins. Jason Tudor says the NFL favoring KC makes no sense. They're not a big market, and why would they not want Burrow to ascend just as much as Mahomes? Good question. I would say that the league is at its best when it's got a superstar like Brady, a type out there that's rolling along. I don't know that they trust ownership group out there at the Browns to continue to keep Burrow up at the top of the mark on this with the surrounding talent, where Casey's a little more of a blue blood organization in the NFL going really far back. All the way back, I think the Hunt family or whatever, going all the way back on that one. So I think there's just a little bit more of an understanding that Mahomes is ready to take over that crown a little bit. That would be my guess. That'd be my feeling on it. Clivic, all eyes are on the draft now. Pretty sure the Eagles are going to try to draft Myles Murphy after this horrendous ending. Though I'm looking into our draft the most, Anderson or Carter for me. Me too, Clivic. And I think you're going to get a chance at one of those two guys. Micah says, I really don't think it's rigged. It's just the refs need to be better and even more professional. They're better than this. It's a fair point, Micah. Fair point. Nicholas B, 4:30 a.m. comes fast. I'm out. Good night. Thanks for the streaming. Well, thank you, Nicholas. You have yourself a great night as well, man. Appreciate you checking out the whole show. Actually, says, it was holding. I tugged his jersey. I was holding. I was hoping they would let it slide. Yes. As I said with the call, by the letter of the law, it is holding. But were they calling it by the letter of the law throughout the night? Or did they choose to call it by the letter of the law in one key given moment? That's the question at hand, I guess. Okay. D-Man says, remember that Holmgren got fined for saying that Super Bowl 40 was rigged. He did. Yes, he did. I knew we were going to have to play the boys in black and yellow. I didn't know we were going to have to play the boys in black and white too, I believe was Holmgren's quote at the time. Daniel Bailey says, Phillies make it to the World Series and lose. Philly Union makes it to the MLS Cup and lose. Eagles make it to the Super Bowl and lose. That's got to sting. Yeah, that one leaves a mark a little bit, doesn't it? That one hurts. You both had a great sports year of a lot of success, and then it all seems to end in sadness at the end. Patrick Mahomes YT says, what happened? Mirror, we would have gotten that first down, but he wanted to go offsides and give him the chance to make us fumble and let them score. Actually, though the call may have been right, they should have let it slide. I don't think he would have got the ball. Yeah, I agree, man. That's where I land with it. And I'm okay if they had called this game throughout by the letter of the law. I'm okay with them making that call in that moment, going, well, you guys have a standard that you've set in this game for how they need to be playing in the secondary, and they overstepped their bounds. But I didn't feel that they had set that baseline in that way. MJ Seahawk, I'm more upset that Pete didn't make Coach of the Year. Yeah, it kind of hurts on that one. He did a great job. Both teams did deserve to be here. I thought so as well, actually. Food Gamer, getting to see Pete win his first Super Bowl with Seattle in 2014 was amazing. I hope next season we win it to end Pete's career just like how it started. A champion. That'd be great, man. What a great end to the story for Pete would that be. Food Gamer says, time to get Jalen Carter hype train. Choo choo. Woo woo. Let's go, Food Gamer. That's my guy. That's my guy. I love me some Carter, man. Love me some Carter. Tommy Eden says, broken bottle? That's just the brotherly love part of Philly. That's right. It's not a night out if you don't get slashed by a broken bottle, right? It's not a night out in Philly unless you're doing it like that, you know? Clivic, it'd be nice to see Pete win Coach of the Year, but I have to give it to Brian Daboll, even though he won it already. He's a first-time coach and leads them to playoffs. There's a lot of good candidates this year for the Coach of the Year, I thought. It's pretty good stacked unit. Pete could have won it. Understandable if not. Good game is right, Daniel, reviewing food. I've had a lot of stinker Super Bowls, and that one was not it. Daniel, I also had a parlay that would have hit with the Eagles winning in overtime. I feel robbed too. Would have won $2K for $5. Daniel, you should have checked with me, man. I would have told you. I know I helped my buddy out make some money because I told him to bet on the Chiefs. He's like, who should I go? Go Chiefs. They're going to pull this out. Wheeler, I know everybody's going to complain about the call at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, this loss was on the Eagles defense. This is where I stand with this on it. I don't go to rigged point or ever. I don't like the call at that game, but I do land where you land. Wheeler, where I do stand and say, look, a game is never decided by one play, in my opinion. There's 115 offensive plays in this game. You know, was there more of something we saw as a general rule of thumb in this game that was maybe a failure on the Eagles team that caused them to lose this game as much as just the single play? And yes, there was. You got no pressure on Patrick Mahomes. You know, you weren't able to contain Patrick Mahomes on a hobbled leg. You still let him go out there and get 44 yards rushing from you. This is with a team with the Eagles whose bread and butter throughout the course of the season was rushing the passer. I put more of it on that at the end of the day, where I looked at that and I say, that's where your failures lied. That's where you fell. That's where you came up short. You know, you just can't allow, you give Patrick Mahomes a game where he's not sacked one time, you're probably going to lose that game, regardless of whatever else happens, you know. Seahawks Blue and Green, when the media made a big deal about Jerome Bettis going back to his hometown of Detroit, where the Super Bowl was taking place in 2005, I knew we were done for when it was Jerome's last season. Yeah. There was a couple signs in there.
I knew it when I saw terrible towels being waved by everyone in the crowd. Like, okay, so they're handing out terrible towels in the Super Bowl on the road? Okay. That one's odd. Tommy says maybe they should take out the refs out of the game and implement an AI program to call the game. Hard to do that in the NFL because of the subjectivity. I think somebody was asking the board about what's the fix. I think a bigger fix here would be at times you could even leave officials in and just remove some of the subjectivity of certain calls. You know, get it more clearly defined. What is a hold? What isn't a hold? If a holding is happening all play, like they say, well, holding happens every play. Well, then you need to call the game in a way to then remove holding every play, don't we? So I think that they could find a way to try to drive the rules into more of a direction where the subjectivity was removed. And there is more, I think, room to be able to do that. Food Gamer, we just have to hope Bears trade out of the top 4 and trade with the Panthers so they don't have a chance of getting Carter. I think Cardinals will do that, leaves us with Carter. Me too, Food Gamer. I do as well. I think some team's going to trade up for a quarterback. Jack says, B, stop giving false hope about Carter. It ain't happening. Time to focus and discuss on other options for us. Jack, you better come back and give me credit when I'm right on this one. I'm telling you, man, 3 quarterbacks are taken in the top 4. 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 4. If that happens, you're getting one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. I don't know for sure which one of those 2 guys is going to be at that point, but you will get one of those 2 guys. Michael YT, another Super Bowl win for Pete would cement his career in Canton. It would 100%. I think he's already going to get there already. With guys like Bill Cower and Tony Dungy, I think Pete's going to get in already at this point, but that would cement it, I think is a good way to put it. Michael Austin with a $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, Michael. Thank you for the dono. He says, I think if Geno wants over $30 million to start, I think if Geno wants over $30 million, start lock or get a quarterback in the draft. Michael, this was a hotly contested debate last night that we had. I actually wasn't kind of as prepared for as hotly debated as it was as a subject. I think it's starting to heat up a little bit, Michael, because we're getting reports now that Geno turned down a 3-year, $30 million on average deal. And Seahawks fans are going, wait, what? They offered that? And wait, what? He turned it down too? But then the other part of this comes to the lock aspect of this. And this was the part that I've been a little bit blown away by where, you know, we had a start of a season last year where people looked at this guy that's this journeyman guy who failed at his first time, a former 2nd-round pick, failing at his first stop, who everybody said and was saying in mass, or at least to a high majority of people were saying, we know what this guy is. He sucks. He can never be this. He can never be that. He can never be this. And I was pushing back at that time going, maybe the supporting cast he has here is going to help him a little bit. Maybe having another second opportunity for this first time, he's going to have grown and become a better player over that period. And then this occurs and we see this happen. And instead of folks looking at the situation going, Michael, well, you can duplicate that again with another quarterback who in much the same way as Geno was tossed away, maybe there's another quarterback who's been thrown away a little bit prematurely who actually has that inside of themselves to replicate that. And Drew Lock being obviously the obvious guy who could do that, familiarity with the system, knows what you have familiarity with him. But I got a lot of pushback from a lot of people saying, no, he's nowhere near Geno Smith. Drew Lock can't touch Geno Smith. And I was making the argument that I felt like Drew Lock could at least be about 88% of what Geno Smith gave you this year. You know, that'd be 3,700 yards on the year, 24 touchdowns. You know, you'd be able to be theoretically a little more balanced offensively where you wouldn't require him to throw 70% of the time at times because you'd be able to run the ball a little more consistently. But it's reached the spot for me, Michael. The bottom line on it is I don't want to be paying the quarterback that kind of money. I think that that's a troubling place to go to. I think it impinges this team highly. I think it will impinge this team in the future and bringing on players. You will top out as far as good as you can be. You might get in the playoffs. You might win a playoff game or two, but you're not getting to a Super Bowl paying the quarterback that kind of money, in my opinion. In my opinion. I know others disagree with this. This is just my opinion. I had a mark I was willing to go to, Michael. I'm not going over that mark. And $30 million would see me going over that mark, paying Geno that kind of money. We're trying to get back to that 2012 blueprint here, folks. And the 2012 blueprint was one where you're paying your quarterback less than 1% of the cap that you're going to the Super Bowl. And then the next year you went to the Super Bowl, you're paying just a little bit more beyond that. You know, by those low costs, you could go get Michael Bennett on a 1-year deal. By those low costs, you could go get Cliff Averill on a 1-year deal when you already had Bruce Irvin, when you already had Chris Clemens. That's what allowed you to top things out. And that's what it sometimes takes to get yourself over the top when you're talking about getting over into a Super Bowl. And this is about trying to go win Super Bowls, right? It's not about trying to be consistently good or consistently getting the playoffs. It's about trying to ascend to get to a Super Bowl. And I look through that in that lens and I just go, Michael, you can't get there spending that kind of money on the quarterback. Glad to hear you agree. I think even if you do sign Locke, it doesn't preclude you at that point from then drafting a quarterback. It doesn't at all. Especially if he's on a 1-year deal. But thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it. Hawkener with a super chat of a $5 donation. FWIW. I forget what that means as far as the deal goes. Says Bradbury admitted it was a hold. And yeah, I'm not discounted by the letter. I'm not discounting Hawkener. I'm not discounting by the letter of the law that it was a hold. So I'm not saying it's not by the letter of the law a hold in that moment by the way that Bradbury is doing it. It is by the letter of the law of the hold. My question would be for you, Hawkener, and please let me know what you think in the chat on this. Were they calling the game by the letter of the law with defensive pass interference in the secondary throughout the game? Or were they possibly letting them play, letting them get away with grabbiness? And if you have set the base, and if the case is, Hawkener, that they've set the baseline of letting them get away with grabbiness, isn't it kind of messed up at that point to then pull the rug out from under the player when you've established that as a baseline, a normal baseline you tend to see in playoff games? So I thank you for letting me know on that Bradbury did. Somebody did post his comment in it. And I'm not saying it's not a hold by the letter of the law. It is. But that's not how you called the game, being the officials, throughout the whole prior part of the game. And that's the part that I have an issue with, is that's the stuff that'll drive me crazy, is now you can kind of call it whenever you want to call it by the letter of the law and not call it whenever you want to call it by the letter of the law. And now that opens up the room and the door to being able to move things in a way when you want to move things, right? You could close it down if you just stay consistent. But thank you for the $5 donation, Hawkener. I appreciate you. I'd love to hear what you think on the chat in regards to that point. And thank you for the first super chat, Hawkener. You're awesome, brother. Lance says, so does Pete get credit for not bailing out of the 3-4 and go back to what he knows would be at least mediocre, like in years past? I don't know what you quite mean on that one. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean on that, Lance. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, Dylan. So Dylan Mackey again. Brad says Bradbury came out and said he held the jersey and thought the refs would let it slide. Bingo. That's it. But here's the key point on this. Why does Bradbury think the refs are going to let it slide? It's within the key of what Bradbury's saying is backing up exactly what I'm saying is the case here. Why would he think that they would let holding slide? Because they had been calling it a certain way throughout the course of the game. They had been letting them get away with it through the course of the game. That's why he thought that they were letting him slide. Otherwise, it makes no sense why Bradbury would think an official would let him get away with breaking the rules, right? D-Man says, I think they should let them play with no refs, gladiator style. Seahawks blue and green, Cardinals trade down and take Richardson and surprise everyone. That'd be awesome. Chronos, a good way to fix the refs problem, make every single call an automatic review by someone that doesn't automatically back up the refs no matter what the call was like. The PI challenge failure. That's right. The PI challenge failure was a beautiful implementation, but the officials at New York essentially just wanted to back up the officials on the field at every turn. So it made it silly. Grug says, after the Super Bowl, I think it's very important to build an amazing O-line, D-line, as well as drafting Anthony Richardson. With the scenario I told you yesterday, I think we'd be a dynasty. Oh, Greg, coming with dynasty talk. I like it, Grug. I like it as an approach. I'm in favor of that type of approach. I would support it. Ethan, funny that the Eagles had one of the best pass rushers in the league with like 75 sacks and couldn't do anything to the Chiefs' offense. Brings up that offense should not be ignored at all this offseason. True. You got to remain, especially interior on the line for me, Ethan.
Because if you look at the Chiefs and having their success today, it was a lot about having those offensive line rebuilt last year, committing to doing it, the Creed Humphrey pick, trading a first-round pick for Orlando Brown, spending money on Joe Thuney, going hard at it, and it paid off for him. Of course, I'm glad Mahomes won. He's destined to be one day surpass Brady as the GOAT. He might. He just might. Micah, of course, Bradbury says he thinks that it's a hold so that he doesn't get called a loser or a crybaby. Yeah. I think, too, it's like, I think he was being honest that he thought it was a hold, but I think they were calling a certain way through the game. D-Nugger says all this offensive shootout, what does it say about the defenses? It's an offensive league, man. That's the main thing, Offense wins out right now. That's why I say the next head coach we look to, D-Nugget after Carroll, I'd like and favor an offensive-minded head coach. It's the easiest pathway. Sam the Great says, I think Geno and the Seahawks will negotiate and make the right move. I do think he's going to be signed eventually when it's all said and done. Blue and Green, it could be a possible team moves up for Carter or Anderson instead of a quarterback. It's possible, but I think if you look at the general history, Seahawks, Blue and Green, how many times, let's take 30 years of data. How many times in 30 years has a team traded up into the top 5 in order to take a defensive player? I may be wrong on this. I could be wrong on this, Seahawks, Blue and Green, but I think the answer is 0. I don't think there's been one team that's moved up into the top 5 for a defensive player. I'm sure someone will correct me in the chat on that. But if there's been one, it's been one in 30 years. I don't know if that's a tough one for me to predict. Actually, this is Brando. I think we should follow the 2012 blueprint a bit on the offensive side. I really don't think defense can win you a championship anymore. I think you got to have them both. I think not just one or the other. It does take both sides of the football. But I'm with it going that direction. You want to go super offense? We can go super offense. DJ says, I swear the weirdest things happen on that side of the field inside that stadium in Arizona. Well, it's the only part of the stadium that they built on Indian burial ground. Little known fact. Just the corner of that edge of the field there. Right over the top of an Indian burial ground. Right over the top. Brian says, good chance Indy would trade up to 3 right now if they knew if they could get Levis. They could. Yeah. I could see it. They'd also have to believe that Levis was going to be off the board at that point too, Brian. Jason says, when the DB says it was a hold, that means they're acknowledging that it should have been called. He didn't say anything about it wasn't called in the first half. Well, I'm Jason. I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together by his statement, obviously, right? So I am taking it an extra step, but I think it's a pretty logical statement to break down. So he says, yes, it was a hold, but I didn't think they were going to call it. So he just thought that they weren't looking at him. He just thought the ref was looking the other way and he was going to get away with it. Or does that statement seem to intimate a little bit that he was maybe able to get away with that through the course of the game? And so he just thought he could continue to kind of get away with a little bit of it. This is also not just me saying this blindly, by the way, folks. This matches up to what my eyeballs were watching throughout the course of the game. I've mentioned a couple of times, the Super Bowl shows you the all 22 shots more than you ever get to see in normal football games. And watching this game and watching the all 22 shots throughout the course of the game, by my perspective, the officials were letting the players in the secondary on both sides of the ball get away with quite a good amount of grabbing and pulling. That was happening. I'm sure there's going to be some Eagle fan out there that'll post a video of showing this exact same thing at some point here in the near future. But that's what I saw. Okay? So these are what my eyes are seeing. By when he says that seems to consistently go to what my eyes saw with it. It seems like they called it a lot more in an inconsistent point in that given point in the ball game. I'm also not a point here saying that this is what the whole game comes down to is this one play, by the way. So I'm not in that camp of saying that. But I do think that it was an inconsistency of a call. And I think that there were so many people here for the folks that are saying, no, it was this. No, folks, when I'm looking at this, for the folks that are saying, no, the call was proper, to the folks saying, no, it's
rigged or bad call or bad this. It's a good 7-8-1. Doesn't mean those people are 100% right, but I think it's telling here that there's much more people going that's not the good call in that point. I think that there's got to be a little acknowledgement from the folks that are on the other side of that going, no, that was the good call. Kind of I think it's you and Kansas City fans tonight amongst national perspective on this that are going to believe that. And I think that that's telling when there's so many people kind of seeing it in such a different fashion. But that's how I come to this perspective from my standpoint. I watch the game. I see all 22 shots that they show on replays in this game. I then take away from that. I'm watching guys rip, yank, pull, put, up over here, up over here, up over there. I go, okay, they're letting them play. And what's interesting about this from my perspective, Jason, is this is what you tend to do in playoff games. In NFL football playoff games, you tend to let them in the secondary play loose and free. It's going to tend to benefit the defenders. This is why in a lot of football games in history of playoffs, it tends to be sometimes a little less scoring at times than other games, especially in inclement weather situations, because they're going to let those guys get away with that stuff. So it all is pretty succinct and consistent and succinct. And then we get to this part, this magical spot in the game where suddenly now, oh, whoops, we're going to go a whole different way in the way we call this. It's going to stand out to people. And I think it's right for people to say that stands out to me is not right there in that moment. But again, it's not me saying this is where the whole game kind of came down to either on the other side of it. Yeah. It says I'd be willing to, and then first pick, second pick, grab Gravon Dexter. Whew, boy, that's high for Gravon, man. DJ says Jody should let John go broke and manipulate the salary cap. That'd be great to see. I don't think she's going to let him do it, though. Mythical Vision, love that flag called from New York and effed Philly. Actually, KC's defense was average, but their offense is just so dynamic. Mahomes is literally God. He had a great game. Boy, did he have a great game. Hawkener with another $5 donation. Man, thank you for the double dono, brother. You're very kind for doing so. He says, refs struggled with consistency. That's for sure. If he doesn't hold, and it's a TD, Eagles get ball back with a lot more time. Enjoying the content. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate the donation and the perspective, by the way. As I like to try to say on this Hawkener, because I know stuff sometimes gets, I don't think it's getting this way with us, of course, but when it does get intense and deep, I appreciate everybody else's perspective on this. And if somebody else disagrees with me, I can understand the perspective of coming away and looking and saying, well, just inconsistency, or it's maybe a bad day for the refs, or maybe just a bad moment of a call for the ref there. That could be another way that this goes. I do just go off of it, kind of what I see too, in the same kind of fashion where I just sort of go from what I'm seeing in a game. And maybe after all these years for me with getting 3 decades into watching football with this, I just start to see certain things happen that just really do jump out to me in a certain kind of fashion of it. But I would have liked Hawkener. I think I would have liked if the feeling was from the official that he was going to get to that ball in the back of the end zone and score on that play, if not on that hold, quote unquote, then I would have been much better with the call if they call that defensive pass interference. Because on the holding calls, you're not playing it with any thought process about them potentially getting to the ball. That would then be completely about the offensive pass or about the defensive pass interference at that point. If it's to reference, he would have gotten to the ball if the defender had not held him back from having the aspect to getting there and making a play on it. And I actually would have been a little bit more okay with that than the hold, because I could understand that a little in the way you break that down of this is the impact of this to that and then this. But to call it the hold there, when you weren't calling holding penalties all game long in the secondary, that's the one where it's a little more, I probably wouldn't like either call, but that's the one where it's a little bit, more dicey for me on that side of it. But, I'm not, this of course isn't as for me a Hawkener, a hill I'm dying on by any respects. You know what I mean? It's just a tough call in the game. And I do walk away from this game going, look, that Eagle defense let down that Eagle offense. That's kind of a big bottom line for me in this game, is that goes beyond one play to me. That goes on to a concurrence of plays, something that was a trend in this game where you couldn't generate pressure. You had moments in this game where you still let Isaiah Pachenko get out there and bust off some big runs. I think the defensive line of the Eagles was very underwhelming in this football game, and is as much a cost of this loss as anything else, if not more so. Cliffick says, if it's true that Bradbury thought the refs would let it slide, I wonder how high his IQ is. Well, again, though, it makes, this is where we go. This is why I say it's a logical deduction exercise. What's more likely here? Bradbury is just an effing idiot, a moron,
who doesn't know how to do the rules at the right time? Or could it be more likely, like Occam's razor, that the game had been called in a certain fashion throughout the course of the game, and then, like I said, they suddenly pulled the rug out from under him? I think that's really, and I think when Bradbury talks more about this play in the next foreseeable months, when you listen to him talking about this play, listen for the details of the way he talks about it, and I think he's going to point to that very exact thing. I think other Eagle players will point to that exact same thing. Says no way there's Carter is there at 5. So there's a lot of folks anti-Carter being there at 5, telling me that I'm dreaming, that there's no way that this happens. I think folks aren't really looking at this draft as closely and understanding this draft in the way that they need to do. So saying there's no way, 100%, zero possibility, there's no way Carter. Like, if you're going to tell me that there's zero possibility of something happening, or there's no way, or there's 0%, you better be able to back that up in a fashion to do that. You're going to make a big claim like that, it's going to require big facts for you to back it up. So I get told that there's no Carter thing, and I don't understand how it's that there maybe is not a high likelihood we land Carter, but to say that there's no way that we land Carter, we know 100% that there's going to be 2 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks, 100%. Now all you need at that point is likely one team to trade back, one of Arizona, one of Chicago to trade back. And now a team trades up to do what? To get Carter, Anderson. Like I just said, last 30 years of football, no team has traded up into the top 5, absent maybe one team, to go get a defensive player. So if a team moves up from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they're moving up then into the Cardinals pick or the Bears pick to then take what? That's right, a quarterback. So 3 quarterbacks, go in the first 4 picks, right? You have Carter and Anderson. So then that means that just takes Arizona looking at Carter and Anderson and going, we like Carter or we like Anderson. They could go either way. I'm happy with kind of just about either of the two of them almost on an equal plane anyway. But I really do think the likelihood is the Cardinals look in that situation to Anderson over Carter. They desperately need edge help. Chandler Jones out the door. Previous year of that, Hassan Reddick now rushing the passer for the Eagles and doing a good job of it. He's been gone. So they need some help on the edge really bad. So to say that there's no way, there's zero chance, absolutely nothing can happen, that there's nowhere, any way that Carter can land, that's silly to say that. There absolutely is a pathway for Carter to land you at 5. And a very feasible one at that. That's what gets me kind of like, sometimes some of the people in the way you guys phrase stuff is like, how do you arrive at saying 0% no way? There is absolutely a pathway. Some team is trading up with the Cardinals or the Bears. There are going to be 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 or 5 rounds. If you watch football and you watch drafts and you understand with drafts, when you have a stacking like this of quarterbacks and you have a weak draft like we happen to have, that's going to cause those guys to get taken earlier. And we don't have to look back but 2 years ago to see a draft where it was 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks taken in a row. So we've got a recent history to also baseline this off of a little bit. Robert Jimenez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Robert. I do really appreciate it, brother. And it's good to see you on here tonight. He says, Brando, what is your definition of the 5-year incremental incidental contact rule? And would that have applied to the holding call? By the letter of the law, no. You can with making contact, you can make contact, but you can't in that 5 yards in making contact just hold on to the player and pull them down, essentially, or wrap like Bradbury did. You can't wrap your arm up around the waist necessarily, or get that arm around the waist as far as that 5-yard contact rule. You can make contact. It's supposed to be more of a, like, you can chuck them. You can kind of, basically give them a nice pop, but you can't grab on and hold necessarily. And that's why I say, Robert, I do feel by the letter of the law, the call is correct. But I would want to know, did you call it that way throughout the course of the game? Did you call it that by the standard, the letter of the law, through 4 quarters of that football game? And my argument is I don't believe they did. But yes, you couldn't do that by the 5-yard incidental contact rule, because that's not incidental, but accidental contact. He's purposefully, grabbing on and pulling through there a little bit. Thank you for the $5 dono though, Robert. Appreciate you. John says, what a turnaround from a couple of years ago with Mahomes running for his life to Mahomes not getting touched really. Seahawks need to attack the pass rush in this manner. Agreed. And what does it take, John? It takes an inclination to really go at it full whole hog, which is what the Chiefs did with that offensive line to put it in the position it's in. We'll flip the first rounder for Orlando Brown, We'll do the second round pick for Creed Humphrey. We're doing all this in the same year. We're going to spend the money for Joe Thuney. Hell, I think they brought in Austin Blythe on top of it. I mean, they were really hammering it. They were really going after it. Deadly content. Guy from Pittsburgh would be nice for our D-line. Is that Hayward you're talking about? Food Gamer says, I think Pete and John max with Geno, maybe $32 million max. So re-sign Locke at a very cheap 2-year deal, basically kind of investing on Locke temporarily and build the team around him. I'm with it. Especially at $32 million a year for Geno. Sorry. Nubalox, that Creed Humphrey guy is sure good. If only we were lucky enough to have someone like that. If only we were an opportunity, Nubalox, to be able to pick a guy like that, right? We just never can be in a position to grab a guy like Creed Humphrey, can we? Never quite. Seahawks Gaming, Vic Fangio, sabotage the Eagles. John says, see, that's how we know we're not ready to be a contender, because the real teams are building their teams to beat the upper teams like the Chiefs. Yeah, I guess maybe. D-Nugget says, if Philly didn't have the 2 turnovers, would we be talking about the bad call? Well, they only had 1 turnover, my man. There was only 1 turnover. Will we be talking about the bad call if that happened? I don't know. Hard to say. Sam the Great, Trent Dilfer won with the Ravens super defense. Geno could do the same. I agree. I think Geno on the right team could win a Super Bowl. I don't know, was Trent Dilfer making up the kind of money that Geno's talking about making up? That's the one difference on that one, I think, from salary cap perspectives and timelines. Brian Meyer says, yeah, Carter is possible. There we go. It's possible, man. I'm not saying that it's like the chances are like super favorable, like 99% we get him, but the we have no chance at him thing it's not right. I'm sorry. It's just not right. We have a chance at him. There's a real chance at him. There's a real, even decent to good chance. Jack Maloney, if we're talking about talent, the most talented athlete right now is Connor McDavid. I don't know what Connor McDavid. I know not any Connor McDavids. Pretty cool name, though. Food Gamer, what are the top centers and guards in the draft? I'm over Lewis and Gabe. Austin is decent, but we can do better. Your top centers in this draft are going to be John Schmitz, Steve Avila, Olusun Olawatanmi, Jarrett Patterson, Ricky Stromberg, Luke Wilper, and Joe Tipman. Those are your real good guys out there. Guard-wise, it's not great. Cody Mock, I think eventually transitions to guard. He'd be interesting in the second round. Nick Broker, another guy I think would be in the 3rd round. He would be a fit from a mobility standpoint. I like his game a lot. Andrew Voorhees is a guy that a lot of people are very high on out of USC. I'm not quite as high on him. He'd be another guy that you could look at the guard position in this draft. John says, God, why can't there be a Reggie White at 5 when we select? We need a blue chip guy who can defend on run and pass bad. It's tough. This year's not the greatest draft here, man. It's just not as strong as other years, unfortunately. D-Mans, remember that it wasn't even for that one Bengals player not thinking for 1 second and was penalized for that shoved to Mahomes out of bounds at the end of the NFC Championship. Today may have been different. Good point. Tony, are you serious about the Indian Burial Ground? Laughing out loud? No. No. I'm BSing. I'm BSing, man. I'm playing. Lance, in years past, Carroll would have always do what he knows best on defense. Minor tweaks like doing a cover 2. Even though our defense this year was regrettable, Pete stuck with it. He did. There was not a lot of minor tweaks. They just tried to kind of iron the kinks out, I guess, more than tweak it. Niblack says the Eagles should have been called on Chiefs' failed 3rd down drive 2. Justin, did Philly fans burn down the city yet? They're getting around to it, you know? Yeah. Why risk it? If we draft capital to start up a Legion of Boom 2, we should get Carter. You're right. We should. He's my number one guy, man. I'd take him if he's there at 5. Michael YT says this game was honestly one of the most fair officiated games I've seen until the end. 100% agree, Micah. 100% agree. Well said. Michael YT says, Brandon, you should do a poll that says if Carter would still be available at number 5. All right, we'll maybe post a poll. We're kind of wrapping up here a little bit. We're 5 hours and 30 in, so I probably am not going super much more deep here on this. I did a show last night for 6.5 hours, so the voice is going to get crotchy here. Crunchy. DJ says there was one year that Miami did a trade with Oakland. Now Vegas, where Miami traded up from pick 12 to 3. There we go. I knew there was one. Pick 12 to 3 to draft Deion Jordan, former Oregon player. So there we go, DJ. There was one. I think that's the only one, though. And that certainly wasn't a success story for Miami trading up with Oakland to make that move. You know, they don't look at that in retrospect like, oh, that was a success, right? Yeah, says I'd give Geno 3 years, $80 million, incentives to 95. That'd be tough for me to go that route with it. Yeah, because it's just remember with the incentives, they count on the front end of the cap. So if you put 95 incentives, you've got to count that up on your cap. You might get it back if he doesn't hit it, but you have to essentially count it on the books on the front end. Austin Sauce says awful field quality and game tainting flags. Is this the best they can do? Well said, brother. Well said. I like that mock, Brian. I like that first pick mock you got posted right there. Klivic, I'm just curious, after the Super Bowl, will Philly players like Jalen Hurts and Joel Embiid win a championship before they retire? Damn, Jalen's head hurts right now. Heart hurts right now. It's going to be tough for him to do. He's on the rookie deal and he's about to be paid. And once Jalen does get paid, certainly he can command a right to want to be paid after this game. It's going to be tougher for them to make this happen, certainly. They've got a little bit of help with having that extra first round pick in this draft, and that gives them some ability to work through that, but it's going to be hard. Yeah, I think Carter's worth dropping our 20 to move up. Boy, I just don't think you're going to have to necessarily, but I like having those 2 first round picks for me. If I'm moving up in a draft in the first round like that for those capital, it's got to be for a quarterback. Ethan, Rihanna was wearing red, rigged. Yeah, the performance didn't look like all that. Overnight, Carter terminated 5, man. Rodney Presho with a $2 donation. Thank you, Rodney. I really do appreciate it, brother. Hope you're doing well tonight. It says, I hope the Hawks go for it, but I just don't see it. No, I don't think we're going to be in an all-in approach. I think the 800-pound gorilla in this particular room of our Seahawks is that this team is about a year out from selling. And, right now, Jody Allen has got to liquidate. Everything must go. She's not in spend mode right now. To think that they would go all in this offseason to spend big when we're probably going to be sold in that year's time span is probably unrealistic. I'll remain hopeful that it could happen, but probably not realistic at the same point in time on that. Well said, Rodney, and thank you for the donation, but very well said. Wilbur Knight, or DJ says, Fangio messed up the Eagles D. They weren't good in this game. As DJ says, Fangio's 0-7 against Mahomes. Ouch. His whole defense is constructed, too, to be the one that can stop Mahomes, theoretically. Yeah, says it's really threading the needle get to Carter at 5. I don't know that it is, man. Defensive tackles don't tend to go in the top 5 picks. It's not traditionally. You got to look at some of the. It's beyond looking at this draft in a particular vacuum on itself. You got to measure it up against other drafts, and what happens in other drafts. What occurs? What is the trends? What is the way things tend to go? And when you look at right now in this upcoming draft, think of it like this. Think of it like musical chairs, okay? You've got all of these musical chairs, which represent teams desperately needing, not kind of needing a quarterback, okay? Let me use a very key word here. Desperately needing a quarterback this offseason. Chairs all over the room. Now here on the other side of the room, you got your Derek Carr and your Jimmy Garoppolos and your Baker Mayfields. Not a lot of guys. Maybe a trade for Lamar Jackson. So you have this smaller, very tiny pile of quarterbacks, musical chairs over here that aren't all getting filled by this tiny pile. Now, what that drives, again, by a logic and reasoning and deduction kind of thought process, is that then drives more teams to look towards the draft in order to go get their quarterback. Not because it's the most proactive move to make, yes. Not because it's them thinking just intelligently outside the box, a step ahead, always forward. No, they do it because there's desperation involved. And many teams approach their quarterback position with the sense of desperation at play. That's going to drive this to happen. That's why it's not a threading of the needle. That's why it's actually highly likely to occur that 3 quarterbacks get taken in the first 4 picks because of that desperation. Because after Derek Carr goes to the Saints and after Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Jets, and there's still 10 teams needing quarterbacks, and there's only 4 really first-round worthy quarterbacks in this draft, you get desperation driven. We'll see if I'm right on this, but I really do feel pretty strongly about this one. Consumer, if Geno wants $40 million a year, you may as well swap for Lamar Jackson, or just don't pay both of them. That's the other way you can go. Greg, I hate the popular narrative that the Colts or even the Texans will move up to number 1. I'm sure the Bears would love to do that, but the Colts and Texans won't. They'll get their guy regardless. I haven't understood that either as well. Do both the Texans and the Colts only have one of these guys they like in this draft? I'm not so sure that that's the case, and we haven't heard any proof that that is the case. You know, we've heard the Texans prefer Bryce Young, but we don't know that that's 100% lock solid. We're far out to even know. But I agree. Why trade up when you know you're going to get one of the top quarterbacks in this draft, whatever you do? 100% agreed. Seahawks Blue and Green, if Stroud drops to us with Carter and Anderson gone, then we should get him. Yes. Yes. Justin Goins, Kyler just needs to give up football altogether and go play video games for a living. He's obviously not completely committed to football like other quarterbacks. He's got a lot of money on the table, Justin, at this point. He'd be turned away by doing that, though. Much as he might get paid playing video games, I don't think he's making quarterback 1 money, you know. Well, actually, it says, wow, his cap hit is only $16 million per sports track. He is 100% gone. He might be. He might be. Deadly content. I love Cansey, man. He's awesome. Great player. Doesn't maybe quite fit the 3-4 defense, but he's phenomenal. Wilbert, you were right about Geno, man. 30 million, he's won more than 30 million. Jessica Owens, who's beating the Chiefs, though? Not many teams. I don't know. The AFC is going to be pretty stacked up going into the future to be well-positioned to provide some pretty tough teams to go through. They barely got the Bengals through the Bengals this year. Bengals got them last year. I don't know that the Bengals are going anywhere. I think the Chargers are going to continue to improve. If the Bills can make some solid moves and find a running game, they can continue to be a threat up at the other end of it on that side of things. And the Jaguars are going to start coming along as well, I think. So there's some teams out there that might be proved to be tough. A tough tussle. A tough tussle. Michael YT, I bet John and Pete regretted not getting Humphrey. I don't know how they couldn't at this point. Actually, it says if that happened, actually, I think we should draft Skoronski and move him to guard. I'm okay with that. I think he's going to be a hell of a guard at the next level. I mean, if you're going to, as I've said, you want to build your offensive line, make that a forefront strength of this team. I think that's a pretty smart approach. Seahawks Blue and Green, why not get 2 defensive tackles with our first 2 picks? Carter might need to take a lot of the plays off to tell he's in shape in case we were on a 4-3 formation. I'm opposed to it. Seahawks blue and green. The one thing that I had the other night when I ran a mock draft was that you run into 20, and I think that you very well could land at a spot where Brian Breezy's gone, Kalijah Cansey's gone. There's really not the value of a player to take at 20 with a defensive tackle pick there unless you're just reaching for need. And you know with me, I hate reaching for need. But you'd be grabbing a guy and you'd be taking a guy like Maze Smith at that point, who's really a second round guy to late, even early third round, into the top of the first at that point if you're making that selection. And I can't sign up for that. Lance, as I mentioned yesterday, I think there's a chance that top four picks are all quarterbacks. Crazy, I know. Unlikely, maybe. Desperate GMs do crazy things. Carter and Anderson may be as likely as neither of them. Yeah, I agreed with you. And I loved your thought process on it. I hadn't considered it as much as really a possibility, but I do find myself feeling like Anthony Richardson's going to go in the top 10, Lance. And if he's going to go in the top 10, why couldn't that mean that he eventually does end up going in the top 4? So I think it's a possibility of happening. I really do. I feel certain of 3 going for sure. And I could absolutely see 4 going because of this musical chair situation. Just think of it like this. It's like playing a game of musical chairs, and it's like you have 30 chairs, but 5 people to sit in the chairs, and you can't really play the game, right? You need enough people to sit in the chairs to make the game work. So you're going to have chairs driven to desperation. You don't want a chair driven to desperation. Not a musical chair at that. DJ says, so does Ugo get a ring since he was on the Chiefs practice squad? You better believe he does. Simple 1970. If they called that a hold on the Eagles, then Malcolm Butler was close to a PI against Ricardo Lockett in Super Bowl 49. Great point, man. That's an example of letting him play, which I've supported. I've never pointed to Malcolm Butler and said that is a flag. Could you maybe say by the letter of the law that is a flag there? You maybe could. Akathorosaurus says, best Super Bowl ruined by ticky-tack call. Is this the ticky-tack Super Bowl? I think that's a great name for it. DVN, Brandon, I had a nightmare last night that Carter and Anderson were still available, but we drafted a wide receiver. Woke me up out of my sleep. Ha ha ha. They call that a fever dream, DVN. That's a fever dream. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Anderson and Carter are there and they go with Quentin Johnson or Jigba. We're going to take the best slot in the draft at 5. Justin Goins says, ticky-tack Super Bowl prevented by Altoids. Avilia 30 says, most rigged game ever. I will never watch it ever. Ooh, coming in hot. Coming in hot. Hey, then Tech World, let's all rejoice. Look to the horizon. Baseball season, Mariner time, baby. See us rise. See us rise. Cool breeze. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. In the heart of the city. Ain't no love down the town. Mike YT says, it's funny how Jets fans said that their rookies were way better than ours, but doesn't back it up when they think that. No, they don't. They can't back that up. They had really good rookie class, but they don't understand how good our class is. Nubalax says the Jets are rumored to be going after the Rodgers. They're making a run at him. There is. It's going to take Aaron wanting to go there too, but certainly I think the Jets are going to be willing to offer the draft capital. I think the general manager, Douglas there, and Salva are probably in a desperate enough state where they're going to make that kind of move and try to make it go. Does Aaron want to go to New York? Does he want to deal with the New York media? He's kind of the type of cat that I think wouldn't necessarily love to do that type of situation, but they're going to try. And like I said, this musical chair situation is going to cause teams to do some crazy things, But I'll tell you this, it helps the Seahawks situation on that musical chairs. It helps us to create a situation where there are the teams that trade up in the draft to get the quarterbacks if Rodgers takes a page out of Brady's book and also does retire. And that'd be fabulous for us. Absolutely fabulous. We want this market as thin as possible at the quarterback, as far as quarterbacks go. Akatorosaurus, Carter Anderson there. Could we trade up from 20 and get Levis or a quarterback? Probably not, Akatorosaurus. You're probably gonna, if you're passing on the chance to get one of those quarterback at that point at 5 to take Carter, I don't think if you can get back up into the draft to get your quarterback as well. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it is for sure. D-Man, I don't know what the slogan is this year. I think they're still using the CS Rise hashtag from last year, so that hasn't changed quite yet, but I'm not sure. Seahawks blue and green says Hurts fumbling and Casey taking it in for a touchdown was the key play. I think you could make that an argument. That was a very solid argument that was the key play. 100%. Lance, Carter at 5. The thing updates, it like sends it off. I can't lose my space. Jack Maloney, I see everyone saying Colts are going to get number 1. You think they're going to trade up, or the Texans will another team? I see it playing like this, Jack. Here's how I see it exactly boiling down. I think that the Bears trade back. They try to target one of those teams in that 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 range. They move up with that team. The team that moves up in order to take CJ Stroud. The Texans lock in on Bryce Young at number 2. You then get the Cardinals taking Will Anderson at number 3. And then at number 4, you get the Colts taking Will Levis. I think it goes like that, Jack. I think it goes exactly like that. It could go a little bit in reverse order where it could be a team trading up to get Levis at number 1. And then it's Stroud going number 4 to the Colts. That's where I say I don't think these teams at the top are necessarily married to just one particular quarterback. I think these guys fit a variety of different systems. They all move well enough. They all have good enough arms to be picked there. So I think that's the way it goes. I think the Bears are the ones that are the key team there. They're the one that recognizes, look, we need a lot of help. We move back to 10. In my given mock draft that I ran recently, Bears go from 1 to like 9 or 10. They pick up their extra couple first-round picks in the future, Jack, and then they get the Quentin Johnson. They get essentially the best wide receiver in this draft. Or they could even get the best potentially offensive lineman in this draft at that point to help out Justin Fields. So I see him doing that. Hawks Nest 2.0. I like the username. It says that the Chiefs drafted a quarterback despite having a good arm in Alex Smith. So why shouldn't the Hawks do the same? If it's because you don't like the quarterbacks, then I say no one really liked Mahomes in his draft either. I don't think that I think you're right on the button with this one, man. I think it's on point. Nothing I think precludes you from going back and taking a quarterback in this draft if you were to sign Geno. And there are certain guys in this draft, CJ Stroud or Anthony Richardson, who I think you very well could take and say they would benefit from having somebody ahead of them who not only is a veteran presence to help them grow, like Alex Smith was able to help Patrick Mahomes grow, but also then you're not forced or rushed to put them out on the football field too fast when they're not ready, which is especially going to be the case with Anthony Richardson. So I think it's a smart approach to go that realm with it. Geno's got a 33-year-old guy. He's not here for the next 10 years at this point. So you do have, there is a smart approach to operating in that way. And as many people have said before on this Hawks Nest 2.0, we may not be back in this position to pick a quarterback this high into the future. And maybe that should inform you a little bit about whether or not that should be the pick there too. New Blacks, I think 49ers should try to go all in on Rodgers, but they will just waste their talent another year with a nobody quarterback. 100% agree on both of those two fronts, New Blacks. Both of those two fronts. It's the move they should make. It's not the move that they will be willing to make. And they should have made it a couple of years ago. And I think they called Green Bay up, but Green Bay kind of hung up on him a little bit. Clivic, I just found out, but Jason Kelsey congratulated his brother saying, F you, congratulations. I assume it was nicely though, laughing out loud. You know it was. And that's the right. If my brother was on the other side and I just lost the Super Bowl to him, that would be probably, he put it in a nicer way than I might have put it to him. There might have been some SOBs, but I can't say that because we both got the same mom. But, there's a lot of, UMFer. How is it to have the officials on your side? There'd be a lot of that for me. I'd be going pretty hard at the bro. Lance Johnson's got Carter at 5. Love it. Schmitz at 20. Love it. McDonald at 37. Love it. And Mozzie and Avila at the end of the second and third. We can dream. I love it, man. I love it all the way through. I think Avila does go in the second. Mozzie might last to the third, Lance. I do think Avila goes second, though. But all those guys, that looks right to me. Looks good to me. Kelly says, enjoy your COD. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. Get my kills on. Get my keys on. 93 wins sounds good to me, Ethan. I'm going for 100. Mariners getting 100 wins this year. Write it down. Bold prediction. Wilbur Knight says, Ika's a problem. We need him too. He's a fun player. He's got some concerns with him, Wilbur Knight. If you got conditioning issue worries about Carter, then you're going to have big time conditioning issues worries about Ika because he ain't on the field a whole lot. When he's on, he can be pretty impactful. But he does have smaller arms, which does hurt him a little bit, where he has to give up really into the chest of those offensive linemen and then try to do his work from the chest of the offensive lineman a little bit. But he's a fun player. Fun player. It's good to see you in the chat tonight, Kelly. Hope you're doing well out there. Seahawks blue and green draft Hooker with the 3rd round pick. I'd do it. Love it. I'd be all over it. I'd applaud it and be very happy with that selection. Mir says, search up KNA Philly off stream. I will take a look. Young Bido game. Brandon, you the man. We love you, bud. Hey, love nothing back but to you guys as well, man. I love doing this with you guys. I have so much fun talking shop with you guys and turning this over. And we're going to have a great year coming up here. And hopefully our Seahawks reward us on that one. Cooper, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you jumping in. Mir says KC's going to go back next year. Very well could. They very well could. I mean, part of what they did in setting the stage for this not to be all about just this year or nothing, right, was in not paying Tyreek Hill. They were able to kind of reset their process a little bit in the way of you don't go out there and pay a player $30 million. You put those resources into other places. You trade that player, get some resources back from him, and then you make a better, fuller team rather than just having that one player. Does this sound familiar to you folks? That sound a little familiar to you? And so it's again why the Chiefs have been where they are. Yes, Reed and Mahomes are a great combination. But the boring move, the easy move, the safe move, the move that you make that you just because you're scared of things going wrong is just to pay Tyreek Hill. We can't change the chemistry. We can't change the dynamic. But they didn't do that. They made the trade. They've gone back to defense in recent years with Bolton, Chanel, George Karlaftis this past year. They're doing things right. They're doing things smart. And they're there at the top, not just because of a coach and a quarterback, but because of the fact that they're an intelligently run organization. And that's what they do. And this is why when people come to me and they go, wait, you won't go up to 30 with Geno? You won't go up to 32? You won't go up to... Yes. Because smart organizations have a line and they don't cross the line. They don't become emotional about it. You got to take the emotions from it and just really sometimes be a little bit kind of cold-blooded in your approach to get the most out of it. And I hope that we enact that same cold-blooded approach this offseason. But yeah, Wilbert, I do like Ika though, man. So if we took Ika, if you're talking about late 2nd round, 30 round for him, he's a unique guy. There's nobody at his size who moves quite like him in this draft. And he certainly would fit a need to what we need on that. Wilbert says, facts, Brandon. Thank you, man. Seahawks blue and green, I thought losing Hill was going to really hurt KC. I did too. I didn't expect, certainly, their offense had more explosive plays by about 30 this year, by about 25% than they had the prior year with Tyreek Hill. But I think this is what the Patriots were famous for with Belichick for years. How many guys did he get out ahead of a year in advance and move a guy a year ahead in advance to get maximum value rather than waiting a year too late? Always getting that return value back, re-injecting it back into the team. And it's where you go with like Geno. When I talk about Geno, when you talk about Geno at $33 million a year or Drew Lock at $5 million a year, then saving $28 million a year, what can I do with that $28 million on this year's cap? What damage could I get done with players out on the open market? Who could I maybe trade for and bring on their contract and add to this football team to improve it at that point? That's why it's never a decision of just a vacuum of Geno or no. Because it's also the one other aspect with Geno, of course, is that if you trade Geno, you have maybe a 2nd or 3rd round pick if you've got the franchise tag you put over the top of him on. And then there's extra added value. So now it becomes Drew Lock plus a 2nd round pick plus $28 million or Geno Smith at $33 million. And that's the Chiefs did this very kind of scenario with Tyreek, didn't they? They went 30-year-old Tyreek at $27.5, $30 million, or 1st and a 2nd round pick back for Tyreek, save the money, and then get these players that we can bring in instead. I think it's the smarter approach. Says Rashid Rice. Rashid Rice, very explosive cat. He's got 2 kryptonite spots within his game. Number 1, he can struggle at times getting off of the line of scrimmage. And then number 2, the hands and contested catches aren't great. And he's not a pure enough route runner in generating just natural separation in his route running to not be as lackluster as he is with the contested catch stuff. He is still a very athletic kid, really fast. He provides a lot of stuff that is intriguing components, but I don't have him as quite one of my top guys at that point because I'm a little bit worried about the getting off the line. Now, with that said, I still have him in the 3rd round. So I still have him as one of the top 100 players in this draft, I guess you would say. But those are the 2 points within his game that would worry me a little bit. Still a very fun player, very exciting. 3rd round wouldn't be the worst place to be at with him. Clivic, I'm pretty sure the Chiefs will be the favorites to win again, since most Super Bowl winners end up being the favorites for that upcoming season after the Super Bowl. Yep. And they won't lose anybody major either. They don't have any huge, monstrous free agents that they have to deal with in their caps outside of maybe Brown. They could lose their left tackle because he wants to be paid Trent Williams type money. And I don't know if the Chiefs are going to be willing to go to that mark on it. Sam the Great says, we need more steak in that defensive line. Pete and John know what to do with these picks. Boy, do they. That's absolutely what we need. Need the beef, man. Where's the beef? Like that old commercial. Where's the beef? Ethan, I'm really curious to how the shift ban impacts the teams, especially with aspects they struggle with in the past, like getting the timely hit to bring the runner home and not leaving runners stranded. I think that they were a team that benefited as much as anybody, especially defensively, Ethan, from the shift. So that's the part that's going to probably impact them a lot. First off the gate is as much defensively for the Mariners because they were such a team that scouted things so well and they had their players in the right positions, especially on those shifts. It's going to open up the game. It's going to cause more scoring. It's going to make the game funner to watch. And then that's going to be all the way down for every team, I think. They're building their approaches in certain respects to try to deal with this, Ethan. You saw the Dylan Moore contract extension that came down the pike. The guy that they got that's like the rotational left-handed hitter that they got, I think they made a trade for. It's another guy that they feel like will really benefit from some of the shift stuff. Colton Wong, another guy they brought in that they feel like who can, spray the ball all around the field and really be able to beat some of this lack of shift stuff going on. But it's going to be impactful, Ethan. It's going to be a big part of this upcoming year in baseball and hopefully making the game funner. Jose Lopez says Hurts literally Russell 2.0. Kind of. Yeah. Kind of. Wilbur Knight, Geno Met, get tag. Tommy says, I'm hoping for the Broncos Super Bowl next year. That would be satisfying on many levels. Oh, it's a Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl. That would be crazy. And very satisfying. Very satisfying. Russ can't win, though. That'd be brutal. For us, one. As Jamora, serious question. Is our throwback unis going to have those silver helmets? I think so. As I understand it, the answer is yes on that. Yeah, I believe so. Daniel says, if we got Carter at 5, Robinson at 20, and Washington or Schmitz at 37, we could get the best player of 3 positions. You could, Daniel. And if you're driven by best player available on your draft board, that could happen in that way. That's what gets you to that place on having successful drafts. That's what stocks up a team to its most talented level. And that's for the main reason you just said, because you operate from best player available. On that given draft, Daniel, you don't land at 20 and go, we need a defensive lineman. Maze Smith is the best defensive lineman we have here. We go Maze Smith or Bijan Robinson, right? Well, you're going to go to Robinson. That's the best pick to be made, and rightfully the best pick to be made there. So I love that. I love that methodology and approach, man. I really do. As much as you can do it. You can't do it 100% pure, but as purely as you can run it, run it. Byron D has been celebrating 10 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that, Byron D. It says, just got here. Is it true that we have a good chance of getting Anderson or Carter? It's all up to who the Cardinals get. I've been maintaining for a while, Byron D, that there's a great chance we're going to get one of Anderson or Carter. I maintain this is going to be on the back of the fact that there's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. I've maintained this for a very long period of time. People can poo-poo this as much as they want, but remember, I'm also the guy that told you guys Will Levis was going to be a top 5 pick last year before the start of the college season, and he's going to be that again this year. So if you're going to trust me at that, if I'm going to prove to be right on that, allow me to be proven right on this one as well. Yes, we are going to get our pick of one of Anderson or Carter. I don't know which one, but we are getting our pick of one of those 2 guys.
Do I know it with 100% certainty? No. But do I feel it with like 85, 90% certainty? Yes. 100%. And yeah, Sam the Great, the Major League Baseball will see many more runs, much more scoring, much more action-packed games, much less strikeouts, I think, with the less shifts. It will build more towards just getting contact on the ball, I think. I'm hopeful of it, at least. Yeah, says Kenny McIntosh in the 4th round. That's a beautiful place to get him. Yeah. I've got him, I think, right at a 4th round grade right now. No, I've got him as a late 3rd. So late 3rd round grade on him. You get him in a 4th round. That's great value. Yes, it would be. And he's much like Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the real unique backs in this draft, who you can both align out as a receiver or a running back, and they can kind of do both of the things equally well. Sometimes you're lining up the receiver out there. Bijan Robinson's a little bit like this too. But sometimes you're lining the running back out there, receiver, and he can't run routes. He can run out there and come to a stop and try to catch the ball, but he ain't running pure routes. McIntosh can run routes. Jahmyr Gibbs can do that to probably even a better degree. But Gibbs is going to be early 2nd rounder. I think with McIntosh, he's going to be a 3rd rounder, early 4th rounder in that area. Mir says the NFL needs to sell the Bears 100%. Just give that team. Klivik says, and James Bradbury slowly becoming Eli Apple 2.0 since I found out Bradley admitted that he did. I thought the refs would let his holding slide. Sam the Great, our running back room is so banged up. I wouldn't mind getting Robinson there if he's there at 20. I don't think that's a bad pick. Me neither, man. And there's a lot of Hawk fans that'll get angry about it. Like there was a lot of Hawk fans angry about the Kenneth Walker pick last year. But, you're getting, like last year, you got maybe the best back in the draft, if not maybe the 2nd best back in that draft. And now back-to-back years, you're truly getting the best back in the draft. You got to consider in the history of the running back room in the last 5 to 6 years, it's gotten decimated. It's gotten beaten down. It's weakened. It's not been at a full strength. You've not had a bell cow back carrying the load all the way through at any point in time since Marshawn Lynch retired. Carson didn't get through 1 year. 1 year. You got to address it and to recognize that and to realize that, I think would be a smart approach. Megan says, I'm 90% sure I do not want Carter at 5B. I'll just wait till you see him play, Megan. Wait till you see him play. Mason Dale, what do you think about the idea of taking Broderick Jones at 20 and moving him to guard? Would also double his insurance if Lucas or Cross ever get hurt. Haven't watched much of his tape, just an idea. Broderick Jones is a monstrous guy, Mason. He's got the biggest wingspan in NFL history. So he is a very unique guy. He is also 6'8". So when you're talking about a guy at 6'8", Mason, that's got to go into being a guard, this is the same reason I don't like the idea of moving Lucas into a guard, who's legitimately 6'7". You need guys that can win the leverage battle when you're talking about inside. Outside, you can get away with being a little bit maybe longer armed, and so winning the leverage battle isn't as important. But when you're on the inside, you've got to win the leverage war. And when you're 6'8", you're never going to win the leverage war. The 6'3", 6'4" defensive tackle is always going to get underneath your pads. So I don't think that he would be able to fit as a guard. Guys that are that bigger, and he doesn't move very well. He's obviously not going to be able to do any of the Mason stuff, movement and space stuff that we want. He's a mummy out there, but he's a really big mummy and he's really long. So he can't move his feet, but he's just so hard to get around and he's so strong. It allows him to be almost a 1st round rated right tackle, quite frankly, but it just ain't it. You can't move him to guard. Cody Mock, Skoronski, those are your tackles in this draft. You move to guard. I wouldn't say the other guys I've watched so far, I would do that. Yeah. Where are you at on Gervon Dexter? I'm not high on Gervon Dexter. Yeah. Do me this favor right now, okay? And I know you're high on him. I saw you mention him up above. I want you to do me this favor and type in Florida defense 2022 on YouTube. And whatever comes up, I'm not even saying a given game. I want you, whichever game comes up, where it'll be from, you'll see barrel roll as the, do a barrel roll will be the username on the video. And what that is on that is it's going to be a 10-minute cut up of only the defensive snaps that Florida took in a given football game this last year. Only the given snaps that Dexter was in on throughout the course of the entire game. I want you to watch for one particular thing and understanding this guy's bread and butter as a player is he's supposed to be an upper level pass rusher. That is what Gervon Dexter is supposed to be offering. That's what his proponents are saying he is.
Watch the tape on this. Every time at the snap, I want you on the snap to hit pause and notice the fact that Dexter is the last guy out of his stance every single time. And not that he's like a heartbeat like that behind everybody else, but that he is a whole half-second beat where it takes him like a moment to like realize there's a snap and okay, now I go. And that's going to be something that he is not going to get away with at the NFL level. And I saw the same stuff out of LJ Collier on tape at TCU, and it worries me to death about him as a player. He's better than LJ was as a player from the inside. He's a more exciting prospect, but that's the big problem with him as it stands right now. He's very strong. He uses his hands really well. He can get off blocks pretty good, but when it comes to him as a pass rusher, first, he's slow as a pass rusher, and then second, he will have this thing where he's constantly first blown off the ball because he's laid out of his stance in the run game. He just gets taken on a ride, and then he'll slide off and then come back up to try to make a play. But at the NFL level, you're not going to be able to slide off. And so that slow thing out of the stance thing just worries me. It's not that he doesn't have some tantalizing talent, but that's the thing that could end up upending him as a prospect, completely being that slow. And again, just turn on any tape that you watch. You don't have to see it in the highlights or anything else. You just turn on a defensive snap of a game and you'll watch snap after snap. Why is he always so slow out of his stance? It's like the snap happens and then the buddy next to him says, snap, and then he goes. It feels like that when you're watching the tape. Cliffix says, I'm pretty sure if we land Anderson, if the Bears trade down with a team that needs a fresh quarterback, it's possible. Anderson or Carter is who I say on that. Is Dexter 6'4", 311, Mason? He's probably not 6'4". He's like 6, probably 3. But he's I could see him at 295, 300 for sure. Tommy Eden, if we can get penny for penny, I'm in on penny. Penny for your thoughts. I'd love to bring back Penny. 1 year, $3 million deal, right? Just give him a 1 year prove it deal. I don't think he commands big money out in the open market with his injury. And like I've been saying about this running back room, we've got to develop some insurance here. We can't just look at Kenneth Walker and say, bell cow back, we're good. Get a guy who will have 40 carries on the year behind him and we're fine. I think that's the way you used to be able to look at the running back position. I don't think that's the way you can look at the running back position now and going into the future. So bringing in Penny, yeah, it's not going to cost a lot. Average 6.1 yards per carry this year, not just on a small sample size of carries, by the way, but on a pretty decent amount of carries. I'm with it. Mason Dale says, Yo, B, I know you're not a big fan of Michael Mayer. No, I like him. I personally like him, but I would love to hear your argument. I'm not anti-Michael Mayer at all, Mason Dale. He's my number 2 tight end in this draft. I have a late first round grade on Darnell Washington. I have an early second round grade on Michael Mayer. I think that he compares out to Mason Zach Miller. I think he looks just like Zach Miller. That's who he is. So I make that comparison in comp. So I would go with it on that, but I like him. He's a well-rounded tight end. I don't think he has any real super dynamic skill set where he's really sudden or really fast or really long, or there's some special skill he brings to bear, but he's a complete tight end. He's what you look for in the position. And again, if you're getting Zach Miller, all that Zach Miller brought to that team back in the 2013s, I think Mayer could bring as well. I just like Washington a little bit more, just a little bit more. Barry Satoro has been celebrating 18 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Thank you, Barry, for that long support, as well as all the donations to the channel as you've done. I really do appreciate it, man. Very kind of you. Very, 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 very kind of you. Byron D with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Byron D. He says, I've seen some mocks with us getting Smith-Jigba. Good. Well, let me flash this. I did my mock draft yesterday. I guess it's as good a time, Byron D, right now as to do it as any other time. Let's see here. So this was my latest mock that I ran. This is my Seahawks 7th round mock draft 2.0 that I did on yesterday's show. So Byron, if you want, check out the show yesterday where I really kind of broke down why I made some of these selections in the 7th round that in the picks that I did. I had us in that mock draft taking CJ Stroud at number 5. And then I had us going back at number 20 and taking Jackson Smith and Jigba. The thing that jumps out to me with Jackson in that spot is that 20, you're looking to take value. Well, what's the value? People want defensive tackle. Maybe people would want a pass rusher. Maybe people would want a middle linebacker, but that's not the guy that's available there for you at 20 when you're picking.
And you very well could find yourself there picking, as I was in my mock draft, having to basically take and look at it and go, look, I got the second best wide receiver in this draft I can take right now. And it's for a position of need. That's to me value at that point. So when you look at that pick 20, Byron, if he does fall that far, and he could fall that far because he is really going to be only a slot guy only at the next level, then that is value. That is need. I can certainly understand making that pick at that point if you're operating from that standpoint. And of course, I preach that nonstop, to operate from the best player available standpoint. Thank you though, Byron, for the $2 donation. Ethan rolled 90% would get Carter Anderson. 90%, man. 90 feels good, doesn't it? 90 feels real good. Fair enough, Megan. Like I said, I'm all good with you feeling the way you do about Carter. I know I'm not going to change the mind on you with it, but I wish I could. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Do I think Penny would sign for a $2 to $3 million contract? Yeah, I would. And maybe it costs $1 million more than that, Joe Biden's. Maybe $1 more million than that. But I don't think he's got a substantial deal out on the open market. He didn't have a substantial deal on the open market last year when he had the finish to the season like he did. And that was when a year where he finished the year healthy, which he did not do in this one. Areda, he says, Broderick Jones is a 6'4" tackle from Georgia. I think B is, I was talking about the Ohio State guy. Wasn't that his name? Oh yeah, I'm talking about DeJuan Jones. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That's my bad. I haven't looked at Broderick Jones, so my bad. Yeah, I was talking about the Ohio State guy. I'm getting guys confused. I'm starting to get deep into the prospects. That happens. So Broderick Jones is on my list to look at next, but I haven't had a chance to take a look at him. I was talking about DeJuan Jones at 6'8", but I'll take a look at Broderick, see if he can make the change. Get back to me on the next show, and I'll see if I'll let you know. Lance, oh my God, what if Drew has an awesome line who the Broncos can't touch in next year's Super Bowl? Russell's face is a meme for days. Russ gets firsthand look of the Hawks having a great line he always wanted. That'd be beautiful. I'd love it, Lance. And I'd put a big smile on my face too. Yeah. What are my defensive targets? Don't have a lot of guys. There's not a lot of great free agents out there. I'm guessing you meaning free agent guys, I believe is what you're kind of asking on that. It's for me, Deron Payne. We saw Hardgrave here with Philadelphia would be a guy I would take a look at. Cincinnati's got a linebacker, Pratt. I think that could be a good addition with us. Denzel Perryman out of the Raiders had a pretty good year for them, who would be a solid fill-in until Jordan Brooks is back. Probably look to more trade than free agency myself. There's not a lot of great guys out there on the defensive side of the ball in free agency. Right now, I'm yes. I try to see if I could make a trade for a guy like DeForest Buckner with the Colts and the cap situation they're in. Overnight double up on running back draft. Do it, man. Let's do it. Let's go. Sign me up. And Rashad Penny is injury prone, Sam the Great. I would not argue against that at all. Not at all. Clivic says there's already a crying Nick Sirianni memes flying over the internet. Oh, Lordy. Mason Dale, I was talking about Broderick Jones. My fault on that, Mason. Yeah, my bad. I'm getting some guys confused here a little bit. I'm 6 hours in the stream too. My head's starting to kind of go without any food here. So I will take a look at Broderick though. Promise you on that. Tommy says undrafted free agents might be a good way to load up on running backs. We don't want to spend picks on them. We got a lot of needs. Yeah, you go that route with it. Tommy says Deuce Vaughn just seems like the kind of multi-role back John might look at. Could be a special teamer, third down back, good screen back. Well, you can see over here, Tommy, on my mock draft, I had us taking Deuce Vaughn in the 5th round. So you know that I'm on board with him. I am on board with him. Megan says interested in Ika, but where do you think he falls, B? I think he goes 3rd round. I don't think people are going to take him in the 2nd round at all. I think he goes probably mid to late 3rd. And that's where I believe I'm going to have my final board position for him as well, Megan. He's not dominant enough in stopping the run. And then he doesn't have a lot that he really brings as a pass rusher from any sort of consistent standpoint. He doesn't even really, to me, draw the double teams as much as you'd expect for a guy that's supposed to have his kind of impact by some people's metric. I hope he's an expressive Terminator. Kawhi Leonard is considered a Terminator in the NBA, and he doesn't know how to laugh. He's there's that Kawhi Leonard laugh video from a couple years ago. It's hilarious. Mason, do you think there could ever be a corner good enough at the top of the draft that Pete and John couldn't pass him up? They have been adamant on taking best player available recently. Yeah, there could be a guy that could draw them to do that. I think like a guy like Sauce Gardner, if he fell to him last year, would have been a guy that probably had them pulling that trigger. But I think that they also see and recognize how much value they've gotten out of later round cornerbacks, and they would just prefer to take that route with it, with how much success they've had with it. I mean, that's a place where they don't feel like they have to, buy the whole cow. They're getting the milk for free in the 5th and 6th round. Kronos, did the Broncos get a DC? I remember hearing you talk about how their defense is going from the Vic Fangio to a super aggressive blitzing D. It's not necessarily going to that, but now we're hearing that Sean Payton's talking to Rex Ryan. And if he's bringing in any of the Ryan brothers, they run one style of defense. They run their daddy's defense. That's what they're going to run. And it's going to be a heavy blitzing defense, which is going to be a far cry from the Fangio cover 2 zone-based stuff. But he hasn't made a decision on it quite yet. Greg Kemp, Brandon, have you looked at quarterback Adrian Martinez as a possible late round pick? I haven't yet, but I will. I'll add him to my list, man. I'll take a look at him. Adrian Martinez. I'll take a peek. Is he one of the Martinez brothers? Was he related to the kid that came out of Nebraska a few years ago? James Watson, Brian Branch, yeah. Yeah, Brian Branch is a top 10 player in this draft for me, James. He's not going to go in the top 10, but I would say he's probably a top 10 guy for me in this draft as far as talent goes. And the slot's an important role. He can play safety long term. Good player, fun player, versatile as hell. If you're taking him, for instance, 20, I'd be okay with that. Obviously not 5, but Mace Dale, my draft hot take is that Houston goes Anderson or Carter at 2. D'Amico Ryans knows the value of having blue chip defensive linemen. They could move up from 12 and still get a quarterback. They could. It's possible they go that route, Mason. And you're right, defensive minded coach. Certainly can pound the table and say, I want this to be a certain way. Let's go. So that's certainly in play, a possibility. Garth Knight coming in with a $5 donation. Hope you're doing well, Garth, tonight. All is well on your end, brother. This is Brando. You are a stallion. By the way, did I hear you say Levis will be gone before 5? Yes. Yes, he will. My feeling on this, and it's one that doesn't even feel like really a hot take or but I get from some of the people in the chat that really feel like, wow, that's crazy to even think that. So, I mean, maybe it is more. Maybe I'm a little bit more operating outside the realm here than I kind of thought with this take. But yeah, Garth, I do maintain that I think 3 quarterbacks are taken in the top 4 picks. I think that you're going to see a team that's going to trade up. And you look at a couple of years ago, what happened, right? We had 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 3 picks. And what happened? 2 of those quarterbacks were taken naturally, and 1 team traded up to take the 3rd quarterback. And what am I saying that I think is going to happen this year? 2 quarterbacks are going to be taken naturally in the team spots of where they're picking, and then 1 team's going to trade up to grab that 3rd guy. So I think that that's really where this does play out. And yes, I think Levis is going to be the guy that's off the board by that point. I think that the NFL likes him a lot more than some fans do, than some pundits do. And he's going to be looked at in a lot of the ways that a guy like Josh Allen was looked at, where I know people go, oh, he's no Josh Allen. He's no Josh Allen. There's no way you get Josh. Like, well, Josh Allen threw 6 interceptions playing in Wyoming. Like, there's some bad games there from Josh Allen too. It wasn't him out there dominating the competition. But yep, I feel it. I feel it in my bones, Garth. I feel it in my bones. He's going to be gone. I do believe it. Thank you though for the donation, brother. James says, imagine having Payne and Carter on that D line. It's my dream scenario, James. That is my dream. It might be a fever dream, but it is my dream. Chrono's interesting. He might have seen how badly the Fangio defense played across the league this season and is trying to zag as everyone is zigging. He could be. Very well could be. Could be that he wanted to bring in Fangio to run the defense if he was going to run that particular defense. And knowing that the acolytes are the only ones that are out there, he don't like the acolytes. He wants the real thing. But that's a very good point. Could be that he's looking and seeing that the seas are about to change on this one. Though I'll say, if you're going to zagging towards Rex Ryan is a unique approach. Sam the Great, the Texans would be foolish to make extra trades. That would be a shocker. That would surprise. I could see it happening, but it would be a surprise to me when they're already sitting there and they can just take their quarterback as it is right now. I think they would have to very much be in love with one of Anderson or Carter at that point. It would have to be a deep, intense type of love. I'm talking one of those love at first sight type of loves. Red Ace says also a new prospect for the watch list is Jose Ramirez. Let me put it down here. Jose Ramirez. Bill Like Nwosu, Eastern Michigan, 12 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Thank you, man. Little diamond in the rough. I'll check him out. Eastern Michigan. Nagasa says, if we could replicate my mock draft, Jesus. Carter at 5, Simpson 27, Schmitz 37, Washington at 51, Henley at 59. Sign me up, Nagasa. Sign me up, man. I'm with it. I would be a bright, smiling, shiny, happy self if we walk out with that type of draft. That's all day long. All day long. Let's go. Okay. Well, we've gotten to the end of the chat here. A mere 6 hours and 20 minutes in here. So I'm back to back going 6 hour days here. The voice is definitely a little bit ham-boned right now, a little ham-boned. So we'll go ahead and let's get the last couple of comments, trials, tribulations, talks, discussions, questions, whatever it might be here on the chat. Let's kind of break through with it. We're going to be back Thursday. For sure, we'll have Thursday with Brendan on the channel. We've got forget what we're going to be looking at from, I think, some free agent stuff a little bit. And then I'm going to be looking at being back on Wednesday as well. So you guys will get a little bit of a Wednesday, Thursday action here. As somebody was asking for as well, I'm going to try to get a schedule actually put up on the community board here for everybody. So look for that as well as far as the stream schedule goes. That is going to be en route here fairly soon, hopefully. Crota says, didn't say his zag is correct, but remember Belichick went to a 4-3 defense for a couple of seasons because everyone was signing the 3-4 guys. He did indeed. And I'd applaud Payton for trying to be up ahead of stuff, It may not work, but at least trying to get ahead of things rather than being reactionary, right? Rather than going with the flow, or as you said, and going with the zigging, I guess, in the way you put it. I think it makes sense to try to do something different outside the box on that. Cliffick says, if the ride is more fly, then you must buy. Snoop Dogg. That would be a quote I would send to John Schneider for me to convince them to go after Payne. You got to do it, man. You got to pay the market prices, Cliffick. Snoop was right back then. He was preaching. He's preaching the right message. And we tried to go bargain basement, dollar store, thrift shopping now for years. $50 million to spend in one offseason. Didn't get one marquee notable free agent outside of 32-year-old old ass Greg Olsen. Don't do that this year. Let's go. Let's get some guys that are actual true, somewhat difference makers out there. Don't just get by on the lesser stuff. They did good with Nwosu last year. No doubt about that. That was an awesome signing. But let's go even harder this year. Let's make it happen. Megan, pick 5 scares the hell out of me. It should, Megan. Schneider's killed it inside the top 15. Killed it. Right? Whoever he picks, we should have some confidence in, simply from his track record of picking there and the amount of hits that he's had in those few times that he has been picking in that area of things. Yaya says, thanks, man. It's going to be a fun 3 months. It will be, Yayas. We're going to be doing a lot of coverage, and the draft coverage is just getting warmed up. We're just getting started with it. So it's more to come. Absolutely way more to come. Byron D with a $2 donation to finish us off here, right? I really do appreciate it, Byron D, for the multiple donations today on the stream. Triple, quad donations, how many ever it is. Says, if we sign Geno, how much cap space would we have? Well, we're sitting at about $31 million right now. If we know now that Geno Smith has turned down a 3-year, $30 million deal, then that probably means that the final numbers are going to take, let's say, $32 million on a 3-year deal. If you're at $32 million on a 3-year deal, that's $96 million. $96 million, you're likely to have about $50 million of that's going to be guaranteed. On a 3-year deal,
So what you would need to do then is take your 50 divided by 3. That would give you $16.7 million, essentially, is what the cap cost would be for his bonus. But then you have his base as well, which would be another $2 million. So the cost for Geno is likely to be on the cap next year on a $32 million deal would be about $18.5 million would be the cap spot. What would that leave us with then? About $12 million in functional cap space at that point. Megan says, we cannot and will not have 2 brilliant drafts in a row, especially if we take Carter at 5B. Oh, it's happening, Megan. You get ready. I'm forcing you in this chair. I'm strapping you in with the seatbelt, okay? You're going on this ride. You're going on this ride whether you like it or not. And you will enjoy your GD self. You will have a good time. Clivic says, for shizzle my nizzle. For sure, my friend. This offseason is the best for us in years. And yes, I used another Snoop Dogg line. You can use Snoop Dogg in my house anytime, man. I love me some Snoop Dogg lines, man. I go back old school on that stuff too, you know? Real deal, holy feel. Hookers and hoes know how I feel. But if it's good enough to get me up a proper chunk, I take a small piece of some of that funky stuff. It's like this and like that and like this and like this and like that and like this and like this. Yeah. And we ain't got no love for drugs, so just chill. To the next episode. We don't got the feeling. Compton's in the house. Megan, if we take Carter B, I rescind my 12 membership, leave the nest, and join the Ravens flock. And yes, I mean it, B. You're just saying that. It feels good to say it, Megan. But you don't know the case I'm going to make for you when we draft him. You don't know the emotions of the moment. You're just going to have to ride this wave with me. And like I said, if I got to, I'll lock you in on this one. I will strap you. You're getting in this car and you're taking this drive. You were riding. Shout out to Big Snoop Dogg is right. Love me, Snoop. Hotty dotty. We likes the party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. We're just... Can't say the next line. I'm getting in trouble saying the next line. Megan says, nope, I mean to be. We shall see, Megan. We shall see. Oh, yes, we shall see. All right, well, that's a good point to wrap it up. Byron D, thank you for finishing us off right with that nice donation at the end. Garth Knight, Barry, all the folks, Robert Heikkinen, Robert Jimenez, Michael Austin, Cliffix, Jordan, Washington Fizquest, Michael Austin. Oh my God, we had so many donations on the channel tonight. Thank you so much to everybody in that respect of things. Absolutely another just fun, fantastic show. I just love talking my Seahawks shop with you guys. We're just kind of getting into the order of business of things here into this offseason. It's going to be a fun offseason. I hope you guys stay with me through this offseason. We turn one NFL season over to the other. We just got through a rebuild year, folks. That was kind of fun for a rebuild year. Rebuild years tend to be a lot more brutal, a lot more painful, a lot more bruises, a lot more cuts, a lot more strawberries across the knees. We came out of it without a single bandage. I feel pretty good about that. I hope you do too. I hope you're excited for this future. There are some worries, there are some concerns, but there's so much to feel really good about with this football team moving into the future. So stay with me this offseason. Don't bail on me. Stand right here with me. We're going to keep going strong here on the Hawks Nest as we always do. Please do hit that like button on your way out the door. If you're not already subscribed, please do get subscribed. We were trying to get up over 11,000. We're about like 20 away or so. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed to help us get over that 11,000 mark, as we're going to try to get up to 15,000 this year in this next season and see if we can hit that mark. That is the goal. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. You got my love, and it's been another tremendous show. Thank you for always, as ever, keeping me laughing, keeping me thinking, keeping me on my toes. But please, beyond all that now, as we head into off season, and it's a long off season for folks, it's going to be a long 3 or 4 months, but I don't want you to forget in that time if you happen to maybe put it away and go to baseball season or go to something else. I hope you're not forgetting. I hope you're keeping it at the forefront of your mind. I hope that you remember after a very important season like this. I hope you're not thinking, well, I got to wait a couple years till we can be elite. Now, I want you in the mindset where a lot of my subscribers were today in this chat, where we're going next year. We're locking this in now. This ain't about a long-term plan. This is about right now. So let's go. We were pretty good this year. Let's be great next year. And don't you ever forget, go Hawks.